Grave Pursuits, written by Elle E, published by Faith Rights Publishing, narrated by Emily Norman. Chapter 1. Shouting outside of the park office captured Emily Davis's attention. She opened the front door. They didn't officially open the visitor center for another 2 hours, but she wanted to see what the commotion was about. A skinny, scruffy-looking guy with a beard and a see-through white tank top stood by the visitor center sign. "What's DCNR stand for?" "It tells you on the sign," a heavy-set blonde girl answered. "Department of Conservation and Natural Resources." "Do you think this is the place to report Sue missing?" DCNR Ranger Emily Davis cleared her throat and introduced herself. "I'm Ranger Davis. Maybe you should come inside." She held the door for the group. As they brushed past her on their way into the building, the pungent odor of stale beer filled her nostrils. When they were all inside, she listened to their story and gaped at the group. "You're telling me your friend left her campsite at 6 o'clock last night and never returned, and you're only now reporting her missing?" A large man with bushy eyebrows whose t-shirt didn't cover his bulging stomach took a step forward. "We have 2 campsites on opposite sides of the campground. Sue's my girl, and we was staying together, but we got into an argument 'fore she left for the boulders. I figured she was too mad to come back, so she must have stayed with her sister. I didn't realize she was gone until we all met for breakfast this morning." She glanced at the rest of the group for confirmation. 4 of them nodded in agreement, but one woman kept her gaze trained on the ground. "Are you Sue's sister?" The woman raised her gaze to meet Emily's and gave a slight nod. "Yes, I'm her sister, Mary." "We'll organize a search. Do you know where she went?" "She said she was going to visit Boulder Field," Mary answered. "Did she hike the trail or drive in?" The boyfriend jumped in. "Drove my car. Sally took us out there before we came here. My car was in the lot, but Sue wasn't there, so she must have gone hiking." Emily radioed dispatch with the information she'd gathered. She jotted down their names and cell numbers. "Okay, return to your campsites. We'll be in touch." "Aren't we going to help in the search?" Mary asked. "We'll organize a civilian search party if it comes to that, but we always start with the professionals. Most lost hikers are found quickly, once we're notified that they're missing." She gave the boyfriend a pointed look. After the group of campers left, she hopped into her state-issued Ford Interceptor SUV and started down the long road toward Boulder Field. Emily pulled into the lot, parked, and exited her vehicle. Spotting the red Honda CR-V the missing hiker had driven out there, she ambled over to it and peeked in the windows, then walked to the edge of Boulder Field and took a deep breath of pine-scented air and stared out at the expanse of boulders surrounded by serene coniferous forest. Ranger Pete Cunningham's vehicle approached. She met him at his car and gave him the lowdown. "The missing hiker's name is Sue. She left her boyfriend's car here," she pointed. "There's nothing remarkable about it as far as I can see." Pete's eyebrows knitted together as he frowned. "Will we be calling in rescue dogs?" "It's possible. She's been gone 12 hours, and we don't know if she has water. It's cool enough now, but as the day heats up, she could be in trouble." "Calling them in seems premature." "If we don't find her by noon, it may be unavoidable," she said. Ranger Austin Crowley drove up to where they stood and lowered his window. "What's this I hear about a hiker missing for 12 hours? Didn't anyone notice she was gone?" "Apparently not," Emily sighed. Her companions had 2 campsites, and judging by how they looked and smelled this morning, they were drinking heavily. Austin smoothed down his blonde curls. "Must not care that alcohol is prohibited in the park." "Not surprising." Pete scratched his chin where a day's worth of stubble resided. Austin parked and joined them. "Seems suspicious to me. I doubt we can rule out foul play." "Maybe we should look for her before we make any wild accusations." Emily tilted her head. She thought it was suspicious, but wasn't ready to vocalize her concerns. "Shall we split up and search the forest surrounding Boulder Field?" Austin asked. "Let's start with the closest deer trails," Emily said. "I'll trudge around the outskirts until I get to the marked trail. Maybe she was injured hiking it," Pete said. "Or maybe she ran into an angry bear," Austin said. "Unlikely, but possible. I'll never forget my training ranger describing the bear attack where those 3 campers were chased near Hawk Falls. The bear covered the woman with brush. It's a wonder he didn't do more harm. Who knows what those people were thinking when they decided to camp there in the first place, but then to leave open food out?" Austin shook his head. "You have to wonder about the intelligence of some people." Pete smacked his palm to his forehead. Without another word, he sauntered off. To start searching, she presumed. Emily watched him make his way around the field to the trailhead. Austin followed a barely visible deer trail to the right of where they stood, so she chose another one to her left. Emily tripped over a tree root and reached out a hand to steady herself against a pine. Realizing her mistake, she rubbed the sap onto her uniform pants, but some clung stubbornly to her palm. The fresh scent of pine comforted her, despite the sticky mess. She glanced at her watch. 8 o'clock. The heat was stifling despite the early hour. Her short-sleeved uniform shirt clung to her skin. The elevations generally stayed cool until mid-morning, but this day was an exception. She stepped forward and her foot lodged in a hole. Her ankle twisted awkwardly and pain radiated up her leg. She bent down to rub it. She'd come at least a half-mile down the narrow path and would need to hobble back out. She rolled her foot a few times. It wasn't as bad as she'd first thought. She should be able to walk on it. Hoping to find a tree limb she could use as a walking stick, she looked around until she spotted a long enough branch. She grabbed it, and it dislodged something that at first glance appeared to be a large rock, but it didn't feel like stone. When she looked closer, the empty eye sockets of a human skull stared back at her. She bit down on her fist, seeking a calm that eluded her. It wasn't their missing hiker, but it was a person. Someone was searching for him or her. Probably a woman, but she couldn't say for sure. If the woman had died out here of natural causes, her body would be intact and recognizable barring an animal attack. She inspected the skull closely. It was weathered, so it had been in the elements for some time. She radioed in her discovery and waited for backup. She hoped she'd found an ancient grave uncovered by animals, but she knew better. While she sat there guarding the possible crime scene, a woman was lost in the woods. Protocol being what it was, she'd stay put until they secured a perimeter, but it felt like a colossal waste of time. Who was going to disturb the skull on an unmarked trail? Leaning against a tree, hair sticking to her face and neck, she reached into her pocket for a ponytail holder. This was shaping up to be a brutal day. Normally, she wouldn't mind the 12-hour shift, but she wished she could go home and call her friend Sam to vent over what was quickly becoming her worst day on the job. She jerked her head up when she heard a shuffling sound nearby. "Austin, you frightened me." "You were expecting me, weren't you?" "Sitting beside a human skull is disturbing. You try it for a while." "I barricaded off the parking lot, and since all of us DCNR rangers are otherwise occupied, I asked Jerry to block Boulder Field Trail down by Hawk Falls and put up a sign letting visitors know it's closed to the public today." Creepy Jerry from maintenance? "His name is just Jerry, but yeah, the guy from maintenance." He lifted a giant roll of crime scene tape out for her inspection. "Shall we?" "Yes, let's." They worked together to cordon off the area and then hiked back out to the lot. Emily ditched the walking stick as she and Austin arrived back at the parking lot. 2 state police vehicles were pulling in, both Ford Interceptors like the DCNR Rangers drove. Austin hurried to remove the barricade and let them through. The troopers parked, and she and Austin greeted them. The first trooper slid out of his SUV. "I'm Trooper Cunningham." He shook hands with each of them in turn. Emily took note of his firm grip and direct eye contact. Any relation to Pete Cunningham? The trooper grimaced. He's my cousin. Not his biggest fan? He tortured me when we were kids. The second trooper approached and held out his hand. I'm Trooper Green. Green, huh? Austin grinned. We'd prefer a trooper with experience, but we'll take what we can get. Funny, haven't heard that before. The man's voice dripped with sarcasm, but his eyes lit with humor. Our crime scene investigators are right behind us. Austin can take you to the skull, Emily said. I'll wait for your CSIs and show them where to go. I'll be back. Austin touched the brim of his hat and headed down the trail with the troopers. Another SUV pulled in and 2 men hopped out. They opened the back and each of them grabbed a kit. She felt sorry for them since they'd have to lug their cases through the dense woods. Do you need a hand? The taller man shook his head. We'll be fine. After I replace the barricade, I'll show you which path you'll need to take. Sounds good, the shorter man said. CSI Stevens, by the way. He turned to his friend. This is CSI Keller. I'm Ranger Davis. She tugged on her ponytail. I'll be back in a jiffy. Had she honestly used those words? Heaven help her. She was turning into her grandmother. She dragged the barricade back into place and led them to the deer trail. You'll find Troopers Green and Cunningham down this trail with Ranger Crowley. You're not joining us? No, if you don't need help, I'll stay behind. I found the skull and I've spent more than enough time with it. She gestured at the surrounding woods. Besides, we have a hiker lost somewhere out here, so I need to rejoin the search for her. CSI Stevens nodded his understanding and took off down the narrow path while his colleague lagged behind. Small branches, brush, and thorns clawed at Emily's arms and snagged her slacks as she scoured the deer trails near Boulder Field. Leaves and twigs rustled underfoot, leaving a loamy scent in her wake. She stopped to wipe sweat off her brow and leaned against a towering spruce. Her ankle ached, but she was able to use it normally. She gnawed on her bottom lip. Her trepidation about their missing hiker's well-being grew by the hour. If they didn't find her soon, her circumstances would grow dire. The distraction of finding human remains had cost precious time. She tried to ignore the rumbling in her stomach, but needed calories if she was going to keep up her search. After a quick prayer for the woman's safe return, she hiked out to her SUV. The drive back to the visitor center to pick up her packed lunch was uneventful. It was 11 by the time she pulled up to the park office. As she was lifting the radio to ask dispatch to put together a search team with dogs, Pete strolled through the front door with a scraggly-looking woman trailing behind him. Meet Sue. She spent the night in a tree to keep out of reach of coyotes. I'll call an ambulance. I offered. Pete shook his head. She refused medical attention. Let me talk to her. Pete shrugged and stalked off. Emily inspected the woman from a distance. Wild, bloodshot eyes met hers. Her bare knees were scraped and her hands were rubbed raw, presumably from clinging to a tree all night. Sue, you need medical care. I'm sure you want to get back to your group, but you're more than likely dehydrated and your wounds need to be treated to avoid infection. The woman nodded her agreement, so Emily had dispatch put out the call. Once their hiker was safely on her way to the hospital, Emily grabbed her lunch from the refrigerator. She would take a few bites of her sandwich on her way back to Boulder Field. Emily stood beside Austin and lifted her hand in greeting when a Crown Vic entered the lot. A man exited the vehicle and strode toward them. There was something familiar about his walk. She studied him as he made his way across the macadam. He wasn't wearing a suit jacket, and she couldn't help but notice how his white dress shirt hugged his broad shoulders. He'd loosened his tie and left his top button undone. His dark hair brushed the top of his collar and curled at the ends. Unkempt, but attractive. When his startlingly blue eyes met hers, she took a step back and wrapped her arms around her body. 11 years melted away in an instant, and a familiar vice grip took hold on her heart. She didn't break eye contact with the man responsible for her pain. I didn't know you were a DCNR ranger." She'd never expected to see him again. Never. Yet here he was in the flesh, and the grown-up version of Wade Brunner was wreaking havoc on her composure. "I take it you two know each other?" Austin said. "We were high school sweethearts. Isn't that right, Em?" Wade locked his gaze with hers again. "Ancient history." She swallowed and broke eye contact as another sedan drove up. "It's good to see you, although I wish the circumstances were less grim," Wade said. She glanced over her shoulder. Austin took a step closer, and she looped her arm through his. He freed his arm and draped it over her shoulder. "Are you going to introduce us, Emily?" "Of course, sorry." She took a deep breath to calm her racing heart. "Wade, this is Ranger Austin Crowley." Wade held out a hand to shake Austin's. "Sergeant Brunner, but you can call me Wade." He raised an eyebrow. "Are you two seeing each other?" She elbowed Austin to keep him from answering. "That is not your business." She straightened her spine and lifted her chin. "So, you're a state cop?" Emily asked. "I'm one of the detectives assigned to this case." "One of?" Austin asked. "Sergeant Strauss will be working with me." Emily cleared her throat. "Why don't we take you to the skull?" Austin took a step backward. "I'll hang here." Chapter 2. The familiar scent of honeysuckle wafted through the air as Wade followed his former girlfriend down the narrow trail. His mind wandered back to senior year and the look on her face when he'd informed her he'd enlisted. He recalled the dagger she'd jabbed into his heart. He loved her with every ounce of his being, but hadn't known how to help her through her grief, and his enlisting was the last straw as far as she was concerned. She told him she never wanted to see him again. Love wasn't enough to make a relationship work. She'd taught him that lesson. Voices farther down the trail cut off his reflections. Emily slowed as they reached a curve in the trail. "We're here." "Thanks, Em." "Sure." She gestured back the way they'd come. "I'm going to head back." "You're not sticking around?" "I don't think so." "So, you and Austin are an item?" "He's a nice guy." "In that case, I'm glad you found each other." The thought stung. He wanted to be happy for her, but part of him wished she was alone. Like him. What a horrible person he must be. The notion discouraged any continuing conversation. Emily took off down the trail and he waved before turning back to greet the troopers and crime scene investigators scattered about the area. "What have you found?" Trooper Green lifted his notebook. "We didn't want to disturb the scene before you arrived, but there appears to be an outline of a femur under the dirt. From the size, it's likely a woman, but could be a teen. Dental records might give us more." "We can hope." He scratched his chin. "If we can't get a dental match, perhaps they can extract DNA. It's amazing what they can pull it from these days." "Maybe we'll get lucky and our Jane Doe will be identified quickly," Trooper Green said. Wade didn't bother to comment on what he thought of luck. "Any clue when the ME will get here?" "Should have been here by now." About 15 minutes later, the medical examiner and his assistant showed up, and the real work began. Wade stood back and watched as they slowly uncovered the remains. Once they were able to view the remainder of the skeleton and see how precisely the hands were folded and the body was positioned, he suspected it wasn't a typical crime of passion killing. This looked like something far more sinister. Wade raised his head as Jamie strolled up to the cordoned-off area. He straightened and ambled over to her. "What kept you?" His eyes scanned her outfit from the drop earrings to the form-fitting skirt paired with slip-on sneakers. Fancy lunch? I do have other cases, you know. She ducked under the tape and walked around the area before turning back to Wade. The scent of orange blossoms and jasmine suffocated him as she approached. I'm glad to see you ditched your high heels before hiking out here. I learned my lesson at another crime scene. I keep running shoes in the car now. She blinked and then furrowed her brow. There's no chance the victim was attacked by a bear, is there? Highly unlikely. A bear wouldn't precisely position the body for burial. I figured as much, she sighed. I was hoping this would be an easy case. I've spent the last few weeks working on a child abduction investigation. Wish I had better news for you. He lifted a shoulder. You could take your vacation early. I don't think Ty would appreciate that. I need my vacation days for our honeymoon. When is the big day? If you opened your snail mail, you'd know. I do check my mail. Once a week. I don't recall the date, though. You didn't RSVP either. Sorry. He gave her a lopsided smile. You know I'll be there. With a +1? Doubt it. There's time to change that, but the wedding is next month, so let me know as soon as you can. He laughed. Put me down for 1. She narrowed her eyes disapprovingly, but didn't reply. The forest shade did little to lessen the heat, so Wade wiped sweat from his forehead with the handkerchief he kept in his pocket. Detritus crunched underfoot as he hiked out to the parking lot. When he arrived back at his car, he made a call to request cadaver dogs. If all went well, it would result in nothing more than a waste of time and resources. He disconnected the call as Jamie reached the lot. Are they coming? They're on another case this afternoon, but we can get their assistance first thing tomorrow morning. That's reasonable, she sighed. Should we call in the feds? The burial site is on state land, technically, but it's a mere 20 feet from Boulder Field, which is a national natural landmark. It's a gray area. He loosened his tie. With a single victim, I doubt they'll want to investigate. If the dogs find anything more, they may offer their assistance. You going to call and warn them of that distinct possibility? I'll inform the lieutenant, and he can handle the politics. He wiped his palms on his pants. If anything more comes of this, I'll be glad for the feds' help. Me too. She straightened her ponytail. What's with this heat? It's July. Feels like July in the deep south. Aren't we in the mountains of Pennsylvania? He chuckled. Wade climbed atop the sun-warmed boulders for a better vantage point and gazed out over the area surrounding the natural wonder. He hoped to find anything that might help them identify the person who buried their Jane Doe. The CSIs found broken shrubs, but they could be from wildlife or the rangers who first secured the scene. They discovered boot prints, and he knew that killers liked to visit their burial sites on occasion. The evidence found would most likely prove useless, but he figured anything that might give them a lead was worth exploring. He wasn't a forensics expert, but it appeared as if the body had been buried years earlier, and the medical examiner reluctantly confirmed as much before leaving the scene with the victim. Wade raked his fingers through his hair and looked out over the rocks. God's artistry never ceased to amaze him. He was aware of the evolutionists' view on the formation of Boulder Field, but there was no doubt in his mind. God designed it. The Lord knew exactly what happened to their Jane Doe. He sent up a prayer for guidance and direction. Wade headed back toward the burial site and saw Emily leaning close to Austin, whispering. His gut churned. She hadn't been his girl for a long time, so he shouldn't have the urge to deck the other man. He sent up another prayer, this time asking for self-restraint. Seeing Emily again and knowing he didn't have the freedom to pursue her was excruciating. How many times had he told himself he was over her? It didn't matter. He refused to be the type of man who would compete for a woman's affections. She was taken, and that was that. Wade reclined against the unmarked sedan with a notepad in hand. He should have been jotting down his thoughts on the case, but his mind was elsewhere. The sun was beginning to fall below the tree line, giving them some much-needed relief from the blazing heat. He was ready to call it a day. Jamie came off the trail and meandered over to where he stood. "Long day." "Yep." "Is everything all right? You seem off your game today." He forced out a breath. "One of the DCNR Rangers is a girl I dated in high school. We didn't leave things well." She chuckled. "High school was a long time ago. I'm sure she's over it." "You make it sound like I was at fault." "Weren't you?" "It was a mutual disaster." "Spill." "I enlisted. She told me she never wanted to see me again. End of story." Her reaction seems harsh. "Her younger sister, Nora, went missing not long before I left for basic training. She was devastated, and I didn't know how to help her. I'd always planned to enlist, but I'll admit I was escaping the situation." That's a lot of pressure for a kid. "It was, but my time overseas was no walk in the park." "Wasn't much of an escape, I take it." "Not at all." He shrugged. "And in the rare quiet moments, my heart and mind were focused back home. On Emily. She was hurting, but I had no idea how to relieve her pain." That is a huge burden for someone so young. Give yourself a break. You did what you could at the time. He looked up at the sound of a vehicle and squinted, trying to identify the driver. Emily. She slid from her SUV and strolled to where they stood. "I'm surprised you're still working." Wade noticed her green eyes were rimmed with red. "My shift ended 2 hours ago, but I was caught up handling a domestic dispute at one of the campsites. I'm leaving now, but wanted to drive by and check on things here first." "Head home and get some sleep. We're going to do the same." Emily's eyes widened. "We?" He took a certain amount of pleasure in seeing the shock on her face, but couldn't let her think there was anything between him and Jamie. "Separately." "For a second there, I thought you two were a married couple." "He missed his chance," Jamie smiled. "My wedding is next month, and I'm not marrying this big oaf." Another vehicle approached, and Emily stared in its direction. Wade wasn't surprised to see it was her boyfriend. Austin parked and sauntered over. "I thought I'd find you here. Shouldn't you be on your way home by now?" "I came to check on things before I left. It's not every day a girl finds human remains." "Thank the good Lord for that," Wade said. "It's time to get going, Em," Austin said. She slid an arm around Austin's waist and gave them a wave. Wade waited until they both drove away before turning back to Jamie. "Ouch," she said. "Yep." "You care deeply for this girl, don't you?" "Never stopped." He raked his fingers through his hair. "But she found someone, so I'm going to leave it alone." "Good idea. Let's grab dinner." "That's a plan I can get behind." Wade leaned on his kitchen counter while Jamie bustled around in his kitchen. "When you said, 'let's grab dinner,' I thought you meant at a restaurant." "My cooking is better." "I doubt you'll be able to make anything fancy with what I have on hand." "Get out of the kitchen. I'll call you when it's ready." He lifted his hands in surrender and left through the sliding glass doors onto the patio overlooking Lake Harmony. He'd gotten the place for a steal when the real estate market tanked. The 3-bedroom, 2-bath chalet was more house than a single man needed, but he'd expected to marry and have kids. Unfortunately, time marched on while he was busy with work, and he never met the right woman. He watched as his neighbor's children played on the dock. They were the perfect family. Would things have been different if he'd gone back for Emily? Maybe they would have been married with kids by now. But there was no point in dwelling on the past. It was time to think about the future. She had a man in her life. Maybe now he would be able to get some closure and move on, possibly even find someone to settle down with before he was forced to give up the dream of a family of his own. "Dinner!" Jamie's voice rang out loud and clear over the sounds of his neighbor's kids playing. He hurried inside. "You didn't have to shout." "I wasn't shouting. I'm loud by nature." She handed him a plate. "Voila." "It smells like breakfast." He inspected his food. "What is it?" "A frittata." "Looks like quiche." "Nearly the same thing." He bowed his head and thanked God for his food before taking a bite. "This is delicious. Ty is blessed to be marrying a talented chef." "I'm glad you like the food. It was faster than going to a restaurant and waiting for a table." "True." He stared out over the lake while he slowly chewed his food. "What's on your mind? That girl?" "It's past time for me to find someone to build a life with." "Why don't we put you on one of those internet dating sites?" "You can't be serious." "All sorts of people meet online these days. Give it a shot." "I don't think so," he grimaced. "Let's talk about the case." "I think there's more to it than meets the eye." She lifted her chin. "I know, it's a strange case. Bodies are usually wrapped in something. A blanket, a tarp, or even a carpet. Whatever the murderer has on hand will do. The killer doesn't want to see the corpse as he buries it. I imagine it's disconcerting to look into a person's face while you shovel dirt over them. But this guy wasn't disturbed by it. He proudly displayed her. Assuming the killer is a he, there was something about the way she was positioned that's bothering me too." She tapped her fingernails on the table. "Nothing about this case is sitting right with me." "I don't like it." A shiver ran up his spine. "The cadaver dogs will arrive at the crime scene in the morning. If there are more bodies to be found in the area, they'll find them. But Hickory Run is nearly 16,000 acres, so if he has more than one burial place in the park, we may never find his victims." "I sincerely hope we're both wrong, and there's nothing more out there to find." "Me too." Chapter 3. Emily pulled into the housing development in Whitehaven she called home. She hit the lock button on her key fob and hurried up the footpath to her ranch house. She longed to soak in a warm bath, but first she needed to eat. Her neighbor appeared before she could reach her front door. "Long day?" It was. Maybe he would take a hint so she could get inside and relax. "They mentioned you on the 6 o'clock news." Oh, joy. He hurried to reach her. "I was wondering if you aren't too busy, if you might like to, possibly—" "Work is crazy right now. I don't have time for a social life." His face fell. "If things slow down, the offer stands. I'd love to, take you out sometime." "That's sweet, Bob." She mustered up a weak smile, placed her hand on the doorknob, and stuck her key in the lock, hoping he would get the point that she didn't wish to chit-chat. "All right, then. I'll be seeing you, Em." She cringed at the shortened version of her name. "I've told you I prefer Emily." She hadn't let anyone call her Em since Wade enlisted. It was all he'd ever called her, and it hurt too much to hear it come out of anybody else's mouth. And she'd never expected to hear it from him again. Until today. When Bob reached the end of the walkway, she let herself in and locked the door behind her. She wasn't in the habit of locking her doors, but something told her she should. The house phone rang before Emily could set her keys on the counter. She sighed and grabbed it. "I saw the story on the news." Her friend Samantha paused for a beat. I can't believe you found a human skull. Are you all right? I'm fine, Sam. She took a bottle of water from the refrigerator and held it to the back of her neck before twisting off the cap. Or at least, I will be once I recover from this brutal day. Give me the inside scoop. Emily sank onto the couch and put her feet up on the coffee table. There's not much to tell. We were searching for a missing hiker around Boulder Field. I stepped in a hole and twisted my ankle. When I looked for a branch to use as a walking stick, the skull caught my eye. An animal must have dug it up. Did they find the rest of the skeleton? They did. You know, I shouldn't be telling you any of this. And you know you can trust me. The woman was buried in a shallow grave, dressed in her Sunday best with her hands folded. It was creepy. Wow. That isn't the half of it. Guess who the detective was? I haven't the foggiest idea. My ex-boyfriend. What ex-boyfriend? You hardly ever go on a second date. When did you have a boyfriend? Wait, not the guy who left when your sister went missing. One and the same. Wade Brunner. Wow. What did he say? What did you say? We were surprised to see each other. I'll bet. What did you think of him as a grown man? Is he as cute as the boy you remember? The adult version of Wade is far better looking. But what does that have to do with anything? He broke my heart. He was a teenager. I'm not interested in reliving that nightmare. Besides, he thinks I'm dating Austin. Why would he think that? Sam asked. I didn't come right out and lie, but I did make sure it looked that way. I'm not sure why, but I suppose I didn't want him to know I'm single. 29 and unattached. I didn't want to sound pathetic. Do you think I'm pathetic? I'm 31 and alone. Emily shook her head. Of course not. I was being ridiculous. Is he dating anyone? It didn't sound like it. I smell love in the air. You'll be married by winter, Sam said. Emily choked on her water. Not if he were the last man on Earth. Something tells me otherwise. Something tells you wrong. I'm going to grab a bite to eat, take a hot bath, and hit the sack. It's been a trying day. All right, get some rest, but we need to get together for a hike. I like that. Call or text and we can compare schedules to see when we both have off, Emily said. Will do. They said their goodbyes. Emily microwaved her frozen dinner, then settled in to watch the news. When it ended, she trudged up to the bathroom for the hot bath she'd been longing to take. Emily rolled over for the umpteenth time, twisting the sheets around her legs as she did. Thoughts of the torture their Jane Doe might have undergone swirled around in her mind. Was Nora out there somewhere buried in an unmarked grave? Memories flooded in of times when Nora would tag along with her everywhere. She'd even followed her on dates. It had been annoying, but she missed those days. Her mind wandered to Wade and those piercing blue eyes that seemed to see into her soul. Their breakup was so long ago, it was like a bad dream. But the moment her eyes met his, the pain was as fresh as the day he strolled out of her life. Her parents hadn't gone anywhere, but they'd grown cold and distant. It was as if they'd disappeared along with Nora and Wade, leaving Emily alone in the world. Something clunked and she ignored it, pulling a pillow over her head. Her weathered house made strange noises, and her frayed nerves were getting the better of her. She needed a dog. A dog would alert her of danger and make her feel safe. She hadn't adopted a pet because of her long hours, but now it felt like a fine idea. Morning couldn't come soon enough. Emily smacked her alarm clock to stop the incessant noise. Why she'd considered it cute to set the alarm to crow like a rooster, she couldn't say. It didn't appeal to her at 5 a.m. She dragged herself from bed after a few hours of sleep, dressed in running gear, and pulled her hair into a ponytail. A run before work should clear her head enough to help her focus on her job, if her ankle could handle it. She hopped on it to see if there was any residual pain. A slight pang, but it should be good. As she stepped out her front door, she spotted Bob watering his garden. The man took meticulous care of his plants. Maybe she should consider going out with him. A man who gave that much attention to a plant had to be a good guy, didn't he? He was far too odd for her. She couldn't see herself with him. Objectively speaking, he was attractive, but she wasn't interested in him at all. She'd heard love developed over time, and she believed that to be true. But she'd experienced chemistry before, and sizzle couldn't be manufactured no matter how much time you gave it. It might be unnecessary, but it sure was nice. She picked up her pace and shook off thoughts of her neighbor. Her musings turned to Wade. There was no denying the spark was still there, but what remained of her heart after his departure from her life was not going to be served up on a silver platter for him to devour. No, she would focus on work and forget she ever ran into Wade Brunner. Thoughts of the case consumed her for the remainder of her run. When she rounded the corner onto her street, she observed Bob with a pair of binoculars. The next time she talked to him, she'd have to ask if he'd been birdwatching. He had several bird feeders scattered around his yard, and interesting birds frequented them. As she reached her front door, she waved and headed inside to shower and get ready for work. Pushing open the storm door, she discovered an envelope taped to her interior door. She pulled it free and brought it inside. Sinking onto a stool at her breakfast bar, she examined the label with her full name printed in large typeface. She slipped a finger under the flap to open the envelope. A chill crept up her spine as she read the crude poem printed on the single sheet of paper. "Keep away from Boulder Field. If not, please know, my knife I'll wield." Her hands shook as she set the note on the counter. She reached for the house phone to call the police, but set it back down. It might be an idle threat, and even if it wasn't, if she called the cops, she might make herself an even greater target. As a law enforcement ranger, there was no reason she couldn't defend herself, but it couldn't hurt to call Austin and get his opinion on the matter. Crime scene tape surrounded his disturbed burial grounds. He stalked away from the site with a scowl and found a stump from which he could watch the area. Pulling out his binoculars, he searched the parking lot. Unless he missed his guess, Emily wouldn't be able to resist returning. Women like her thought they could do whatever they wished without repercussions. He would make sure she learned a valuable lesson. Choices had consequences. He'd planned his date for tonight well in advance, so Emily would have to wait. But toying with the female ranger was impossible to resist. Maybe he would speed up the timeline for his next conquest. He saw no reason to delay another whole year. A month in between women seemed reasonable. A sedan pulled into the lot, and a curvy, dark-haired beauty slipped out. She was captivating, lovelier than the park ranger, and making her way toward him. He stood and brushed off his slacks. It was time to make her acquaintance. Emily patrolled the campgrounds and tried to dismiss the threatening note she'd received. Maybe it was somebody's idea of a joke. Austin had told her to report it to the police, so she had, but she hoped it wouldn't get back to Wade. She didn't feel comfortable bringing her troubles to him. But he was the detective on the case, so he'd hear about it eventually, and it would result in a conversation with Wade whether she wanted one or not. As she drove around the next loop, she spotted a throng of campers encircling the dumpsters. When she slipped out of her SUV, a distinct odor greeted her. Bear. She spotted the large black bear grabbing an easy meal. It devoured a discarded pancake breakfast. Her stomach tightened in knots when she spotted 3 cubs 10 feet from the sow. The crowd surrounding the bear family could spell trouble. She picked up her radio and requested assistance before grabbing a megaphone. "I need everyone to make your way back to your campsites. Move slowly and quietly. If you learned bear safety and were told to make yourself appear bigger and make a lot of noise, don't do that now. These bears have nowhere to run until the campers surrounding them are dispersed. We'll scare them off once the area is cleared of people. Sudden movements may provoke the sow." Some of the campers backed away, but nearly half of the onlookers ignored her instructions. Another park SUV pulled up beside hers, and Pete opened his door. He slid out, grimacing at the scene before him. "Why are these people here?" He narrowed his eyes in her direction. "Didn't you tell them to get lost?" "I did. Half of them listened, the other half didn't." He snatched the megaphone from her. "The Lady Ranger said go. Now go!" With Pete's command, most of the remaining onlookers dispersed, but one man with a camera didn't budge. After a bit of not-so-gentle coaxing from Pete, he moved along. When they were alone, she whirled on Pete. "What was with the Lady Ranger bit?" she scowled. "You're a lady and you're a ranger, right?" He grinned. "Your comment was rude and sexist." "Then you should expect it from me." Laughing, he pulled a rifle from the back of his SUV. "A few rubber bullets should keep her and her cubs in the woods a while." "Let's hope so." She was glad to see Pete take the lead. Aversive conditioning might be effective, but it wasn't something she enjoyed. Chapter 4. A weight pressed down on Wade's chest. He opened one eye, and his German shepherd licked his chin. "Morning, Ruger." He removed the dog's paw and rolled onto his side to squint at his clock. 5 o'clock already. The dog ran from the room, so Wade took the hint and rose from bed. After a quick trip to the bathroom, he dressed in shorts and a t-shirt and met Ruger at the door. As usual, he waited there with his leash in his mouth. Wade clipped the leash to his collar and opened the door. This morning was a beautiful day for a run around the lakefront community. It would heat up later, but he drew the cool mountain air deep into his lungs and savored the moment. His workday would start as soon as his run ended. For now, he'd enjoy the time with his best friend. He smiled down at his dog. All too soon, Wade trudged into the house and unclipped the leash. Ruger promptly dashed to his bowl to await breakfast. Once he'd fed the dog, Wade picked up his cell and dialed his lieutenant to update him on the case and let him know the cadaver dogs were expected at the crime scene first thing. Wade asked his boss to run interference with the press, since whenever the news media caught wind of cadaver dogs being brought in on a case, national coverage followed. If the lieutenant could distract them with an update on the case, they might manage some work without meddlesome reporters intruding on their crime scene. Wade met the handlers and their dogs at the park entrance to escort them to Boulder Field. He lowered his window, and the woman driving did the same. "Valerie McKenna, I presume?" "Yes, this is Mason Black." She nodded toward her passenger. "He's Chase's handler." "I'm Sergeant Brunner. If you'll follow me, I'll get you through to our crime scene. We've blocked off the area, so I may need to get out and remove the barricades." "We'll be right behind you." Wade escorted them to the road leading to Boulder Field. When they arrived at the barricades, a ranger vehicle blocked their path. Emily was forcing the heavy barricade out of the way. He slipped out of his Crown Vic and joined her. With a grin, he easily moved the barricade. "I had it," she mumbled. "Still hate accepting help?" He smiled. "Don't act like you know me, Wade," she frowned. "I've changed quite a bit in 11 years. "My apologies." He wiped his hands on his slacks. "I didn't mean to be presumptuous." He glanced back at the van with the dogs and their handlers. "I need to get these guys situated, but I'll put the barricade back first." No, you go ahead. Emily, it's a lot easier for me to move it. Go ahead of me. Her chin lifted in defiance. Fine. He tucked back into his vehicle. The stubborn girl he'd loved had grown into a bull-headed woman. Wade parked and waited for Valerie to do the same. He shouldn't let his agitation with Emily occupy his mind when there was work to be done. After stepping out of his sedan, he slammed the door unnecessarily. A prayer for peace formed in his heart, and some of his frustration dissipated. The dog handlers exited their vehicle, stretching as they did. Valerie McKenna glanced around the lot. No bathrooms? Only portables. Sorry. I didn't even think about your drive-in. No worries, we'll be fine with the porta-potties. She gave him a tight smile. In the meantime, Radar and Chase will need to use the facilities. She let her dog out and clipped his leash to his collar. Mason followed suit, and as soon as they were out, the dogs had their noses to the ground, ready to work. Seems they're eager to get to it, so we'll let them lead the way, Valerie said. Wade made eye contact with Valerie. Thank you for bringing them. I'll be nearby if they find anything. Valerie held up a whistle. We'll use this to get your attention. The dogs took off down the path, but they didn't get far before they both sat in the middle of the trail. Is something wrong with them? When they sit like that, it means they're indicating. They caught the scent of decomposition. Could it be a deer carcass nearby or another animal? Mason shook his head. Unlikely. They're trained to recognize the difference. Oh. He raked his fingers through his hair. I'd hoped this would be an exercise in futility and we would wind up with only the one body. Was your victim found near here? Mason pulled a dog toy out of his pocket and held it out for Chase, who grabbed hold for a game of tug-of-war. Wade watched as the handler rewarded his canine for a job well done. We're not even close to where the victim was found. That's another quarter-mile down the trail. Then I'd say you have a second body. I'll mark the spot. You can go on ahead and see what else the canines discover. He frowned. Whistle if they do, and I'll come out to mark the spot. Wade hoped there wouldn't be any more discoveries. He dislodged his phone from the holder on his belt. I need to call this in. Later that afternoon, Wade leaned against his car and watched Emily pull into the parking area. She joined him and frowned. What are you doing lurking in the lot? He sighed. The canines found something else, and I needed a moment alone. She let out a choked laugh. All this craziness is because I accidentally stumbled on a skull. Noam. He placed a hand on her shoulder. This is all because someone out there decided to kill at least one woman and bury her in a state park near a national landmark. Do you think the dogs were right? That there could be 2 more bodies? They're well trained. Unlikely they're wrong, but it is possible the same victim was moved multiple times. She wrinkled her nose. But you don't think that's the case. We brought in the dogs for a reason. Right. She sucked in a deep breath and stared off in the distance. He squeezed her shoulder before removing his hand, surprised she hadn't pulled away. I'm going to check on the progress down there. Need any help? I'm not sure, but if you're offering, come along with me. We'll know soon enough what we're dealing with. Do you think you can get another ranger or 2 out to the road to let the excavators and CSIs in? Absolutely. She made the call before the 2 of them headed down the trail. Wade checked on the slow progress his team was making uncovering the victims, then stepped away. Emily followed. Do you think we stumbled on ancient burial grounds? The first Jane Doe found wasn't ancient. The medical examiner thinks she's been here less than a decade. Emily's spine stiffened. Hey, it's not Nora. You know it's not her. I know. She's been gone more than 10 years. As awful as this sounds, I almost wish it was her.
It would be nice to have answers after all this time. The chances of you stumbling on your sister's body are astronomically low, but that sentiment isn't awful at all. I understand your need for answers." He put his arm around her shoulders and she allowed the contact. When she pulled away, her gaze traveled down the trail. He looked to see what caught her attention, and his eyes met Austin's. What was he doing? He had no business comforting Emily. She had a man, so he needed to back off. His jaw tightened, and he nodded to Austin before walking over to find Valerie, Mason, and the canines. Wade went back out to his Crown Vic and dialed his lieutenant, Mac, to fill him in.
"We're going to need a forensic anthropologist out here. We have another possible grave site."
How many more bodies would there be?
"If there are 3 victims and they all turn out to be nothing but skeletal remains, I'm out of my depth. I'm sure the medical examiner is too. We need an expert."
"Make the phone call."
"I will. I don't think we'll be able to keep this out of the national press."
Wade's stomach churned at the idea of unsavory national news in his community.
"I'll worry about that. You concentrate on figuring out who did this,"
Mac said.
"I'll call the FBI and let them know there is a possibility a national landmark could be disturbed."
He called the office and got the number for a forensic anthropologist. When he spoke to her, she agreed to drop everything she was working on and come right out. It would be a while before she arrived, but the crime scene investigators were pulling in again, so there was plenty to keep him busy. After the CSIs headed down the trail, Wade meandered over to Boulder Field and took a seat on one of the massive rocks. He shook his head at the graffiti nearby. The unsightly scribbles bothered him that there were people in the world who could look at God's marvelous work and think they could somehow improve upon or destroy it. He wasn't sure what their motivation was, but he didn't like it. In this gorgeous place where God's presence was palpable, one should find serenity and peace rather than be confronted with human destructiveness. Did the blood of the victims buried here cry out to God like the blood of Abel had? The idea comforted him in a strange way. The Lord knew what evil had taken place here, and he'd allowed it to be brought to light. A hand on his shoulder shocked him out of his reverie. "You okay?" Jamie's brows drew together. He sighed.
"I will be. This case is getting to me."
He stood and the two of them walked together.
"I assume you heard the grisly news?"
"About the cadaver dogs?"
She nodded.
"It's not a bad thing, Wade. We'll be able to provide closure for families if we dig up more remains."
"I've spoken to enough families to know there is no such thing as closure."
"You may be right, but it's better for them to know and to be able to bury their loved ones in cemeteries."
He looked up at the sky. "This is an awkward case for me."
"Emily?"
He nodded.
"Tell me more about her."
"What's to tell? She was a cheerleader, starred in all the school plays. Would have graduated top of our class if it hadn't been." His voice trailed off.
"For her sister."
Jamie reached up and patted his cheek.
"I think you need to find some time to talk to her. You can't change the past, but you can share how you feel."
"That would be most inappropriate considering she's in a relationship with another man."
"I'm not referring to those particular feelings." She frowned. "Talk to her about your unresolved guilt. Ask for her forgiveness. And while you're at it, forgive yourself."
"That's a tall order."
"I know." She squeezed his hand. "You'll be all right. Let's go see what secrets Hickory Run wants to reveal to us today."
God would do the revealing, but Wade kept the thought to himself. Jamie was aware of his faith. They'd worked together while he went to Bible college online. She didn't understand when he told her God called him to be a pastor, nor did she share any part of his faith. He hoped she'd come around, but he didn't want to pressure her to the point that she drew further from God instead of closer to him. A woman slid out of her silver Subaru Legacy looking disheveled.
She pushed her glasses back up on her nose and turned to face him. "I'm Dr. Mastriano."
"Sergeant Brenner."
He held out his hand to shake hers, but she had to shuffle her bags around before she could return the gesture. "Want to show me what you've uncovered so far?"
Wade nodded.
"I'll spearhead things from here on out to make sure no bones are damaged during excavation," she said.
"Follow me."
Jamie met them on the trail a second before a whistle split the air. How many more times would the dogs hit on something?
"Sergeant Strauss, this is Dr. Mastriano, the forensic anthropologist I was telling you about. Would you be so kind as to take her to meet the team of crime scene investigators? I have to run out to meet with the canines and their handlers."
Jamie looked at him skeptically. "We can send a trooper or a ranger to tag the site where the canines indicated."
"No, I'll do it. I have some leads I need to follow up on anyway."
"What leads?"
"We can talk later, and I'll tell you all about them."
"Uh-huh. Sure." Jamie smiled at the doctor. "How was your ride-in, Dr. Mastriano?" The two of them turned and started down the trail, and he hiked out in the opposite direction. Chapter 5. Emily willed tears away as she considered the families whose loved ones were buried by Boulder Field. She glanced around to be sure her neighbor wasn't lurking nearby before climbing out of her vehicle and hurrying up the footpath. She didn't have the energy to chat today. As she slid her key in the lock, Bob's voice reached her. She pretended she didn't hear him and slipped inside. As she heated a can of Campbell's soup, she prayed for the victims' families. When she'd driven away from the park, they were excavating another possible grave. The state police would need to identify at least 3 Jane Does. Possibly more. She was grateful to the cadaver dogs and their handlers for finding the victims, but dreaded working at Hickory Run in the upcoming months. Morbid serial killer enthusiasts would want to visit Boulder Field. A buzzing drew her attention to her cell phone, so she glanced at the screen. Samantha. Sam. "You off tomorrow? Maybe we could go hiking." Emily. "I am, and I'd love that." Sam. "Your place or mine?" Emily. "How about we hike here this week and Promised Land next time? We can save Ricketts for next month." Sam. "Sounds like a plan. I'll meet you at the park office around 9 a.m. Emily. "Perfect." Or it would be perfect if it wasn't being used by a serial killer for a burial place. Maybe word hadn't spread far and wide yet, and she could enjoy one last hike on her day off before the news became common knowledge. Emily spent plenty of time hiking during the work week, leading nature trail walks and occasional night hikes to allow the visitors to spot owls, bats, and other nocturnal creatures. But it was a rare treat to relax and enjoy her time in the woods. Emily yawned as she drove to the park the next morning. Once again, she hadn't slept well, but she was looking forward to spending time with her friend away from the chaos of the crime scene. When she pulled up by the park office, Sam was waiting and not alone. She took a deep breath and pasted a smile on her face before climbing out of her Ford Fusion to greet her friend and the man who had haunted her dreams the previous night. "There you are. We were going to send a search party," Sam said. She glanced down at her smartwatch. "I'm right on time." Wade laughed.
"In the military, if you're not early, you're late."
"Then it's a good thing I didn't join the service."
"Your friend here tells me you two are planning on hiking the Shades of Death trail today?"
Emily nodded.
"Haven't you seen enough Shades of Death in the past days to last you a lifetime?"
"I picked that trail because it would keep me far away from Boulder Field." Emily didn't add that the real reason she chose the trail was because there was less chance of running into him. Seemed no matter what she did, Wade turned up. "Don't you have the weekend off?"
"Technically, yes. But I wanted to check in on things here and find out if the excavators made any progress with Dr. Mastriano stopping them every few minutes."
"Did you get any answers?"
"Just returned from there. They finished uncovering the remains. Now we impatiently wait for DNA results so we can follow any leads they produce. We can look into the jewelry found on the victims, but unless they had something incredibly unique, it isn't likely to help. It might if the family remembered what jewelry they were wearing when they went missing, Emily said. True, yet somewhat unhelpful if we don't know whose missing persons file to look through to find each particular piece.
Isn't it in a searchable database?
Some is. Much of it isn't.
Would you care to join us for a hike, Wade?
Sam asked. Emily jabbed her with an elbow. Wade noticed the move and chuckled. I'd love to, but I have some errands to run. I'll see you ladies around. They loaded into Sam's car to head to the trailhead. Emily looked over at her friend.
Why did you invite him? What if he'd agreed to join us? We would have been stuck with him all day. I'm not sure that's a bad thing. Give the guy a chance. He's not a teenager anymore. He still thinks Austin and I are seeing each other. You haven't remedied that yet? No. It's the easiest way to protect myself from him and his charm. She frowned. If he thinks I'm in a relationship, he's honorable enough to keep his distance. Wow, that's not even right. You're using the man's own goodness against him. Tell the guy the truth. I will. But when? No time would be best. We could probably catch him before he leaves if I turn this car around. No, that can wait. She looked down at the floorboards. I'll tell him. Eventually. Sam swatted her arm playfully. You think he's charming, huh? No. You let it slip. I believe your exact words were, to protect myself from his charm.
Whatever. Emily tried not to smile, but failed. Her friend knew how to say the wrong thing in the right way, so it didn't agitate as much as amuse. After their hike, Emily followed Sam into the dim interior of O'Brien's Mug, and after a 5-minute wait, the hostess seated them. A perky server set their drinks down and offered them a few minutes to peruse their menus. I'm glad we decided to go out to dinner. I don't mind making a tuna fish sandwich or having a can of soup, but occasionally it's nice to sit down, order, and have someone else bring you food. Does Wade cook? Sam asked. How should I know? If neither of you can cook a respectable meal, that could be a problem. Emily glared at Sam. Stop acting like Wade and I are an item. We're not. We haven't been a couple in 11 years. He left. I moved on. I'm not sure moved on is accurate. I don't think you're over him. Sam set her menu aside and made eye contact. You haven't exactly given other guys a fighting chance. Not even your fake boyfriend, Austin. I tried with Austin. I adore him, but we need different things. I want to focus on work, and he wants to find a wife who would settle down, stay home, and raise kids. Are you sure you don't want those things? Sam pursed her lips. Maybe you just didn't want them with Austin. I'm not going to quit my job to stay home. Wish I could, Sam said. Seriously? I'd love to stay home if I could find a guy like Austin who would provide for us while I raised our children. I thought you loved your job. I do. But I'd make keeping the home and raising babies my full-time job. The server came to the table and they placed their orders. Austin, huh? Emily asked. Sam's face colored at the question. Not Austin. Someone like him. You like him? How did I not know this before now? Shush, keep your voice down. One of your coworkers walked in, and I don't want it getting back to Austin that we were talking about him. Emily craned her neck to see who'd come into the restaurant. It was Pete. The man was a chauvinist, but he was pleasant enough otherwise. He strolled over to their table. Good evening, ladies. Hi, Pete. Would you care to join us? Emily asked. I'm meeting a date. Too bad. I would have enjoyed joining you two lovely women for dinner. Sam smiled. I'll see you first thing Monday morning, Emily said.
Hopefully, I won't have to rescue you from a bear again.
Funny. He ambled up to the bar, and a gorgeous redhead sat beside him. The server set down their salads, and Emily picked up her fork. Sam waved her hand to get her attention. Pete saved you from a bear? No, he helped me disperse a crowd gathered around a sow and her cubs, but he was incredibly rude. The man gets under my skin. He is a man. At least the bears were cute. Emily grinned around a lettuce leaf. Pete's not bad-looking, but Austin is adorable. Is this you admitting you have a crush on Austin? I work at Ricketts and he works here. An hour and 15-minute drive on a good day. Long-distance relationships don't work. I wouldn't even try. You're both DCNR Rangers, so you could transfer here, or he could relocate there. I could ask him if he's interested. No. Sam put a hand on Emily's arm. I'm not ready. Besides, it needs to wait until after you tell Wade that you and Austin aren't an item. Emily raised her hands in surrender. Fine, I give up. Sam laughed. Eat your salad. Emily stared at her steak, but couldn't eat another bite. She pushed her plate away to prevent the temptation to overeat. Sam's eyes widened to saucer proportions as she stared over Emily's head. What's the matter? She turned in her chair to see what caused Sam's reaction, and her gaze met Wade's. She turned back to Sam. Did you tell him we'd be here? I didn't. Maybe he's meeting a date. That makes sense. He's handsome and has a good, stable job. A woman would have to be crazy not to notice him, Sam said. If you say so. He's coming this way. Emily took a deep breath and counted to 3 before he arrived at their table.
I didn't know you two would be here. Do you mind if I join you?
Sam smiled. We are finished eating, but we can keep you company while you eat. He looked to Emily for confirmation, and she nodded. What else could she do? It would be rude to refuse. She scooted over in the booth, and Wade sat beside her. He was so close she could feel the heat of his leg next to hers. It didn't take long for her to notice something was off with him, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. It was as if his cocky self-assuredness had drained away, and all that was left was the boy she'd fallen in love with back in high school. But in that moment, she wanted to bring back his easygoing, confident grin. What's wrong, Wade?
Is it obvious something is bothering me?
Yes.
I was sifting through missing persons files all afternoon, and I came across a familiar name.
Nora? He nodded. Was there anything new in her file?
There was.
The server brought him a water. He nodded in acknowledgement, but there was a sadness in his smile.
Thank you.
The server requested his drink order, and he asked for a root beer. Emily reached out. What?
A police department in Virginia requested her dental records.
He took a sip of water.
Maybe nothing.
Do my parents know?
I doubt it. The records were in the file, so they would have transferred them electronically. Your parents would only be told if there was a positive match. No sense in dredging up old news.
But seeing her name brought everything back to the surface for you. It wasn't a question. She could see the pain written on his face. Why hadn't she seen the effect Nora's disappearance had on him? She'd been so wrapped up in her own pain and her parents' pain, she hadn't considered how their friends and loved ones were affected.
I shouldn't have mentioned it. There's no reason to cause you added stress.
The human remains found at the park did plenty to bring my memories to the surface. I'll be fine once these women are identified and their families are notified. The server came and took Wade's order. What makes the Virginia officers think it could be Nora?
A man down there bought an old farmhouse. He was doing renovations and found bones inside a wall, but they don't know who it is. I'm sure they ordered dental records from more than one department.
That's disturbing.
Exactly.
After they sat in silence for several minutes, Sam asked Wade how he got into law enforcement, and the conversational mood lightened considerably. By the time Wade finished eating, Emily had relaxed. "Emily's car is back at the park. I'm going to have to take her back." Sam's matchmaker skills were obvious. She hoped Wade would volunteer to drive her, but Emily didn't appreciate the gesture. He turned to Emily.
I can take you to get it.
"No, that's okay."
I really don't mind.
"Sam brought me here. She can take me back." "I wouldn't mind getting on the road as long as Wade doesn't mind."
I'm happy to do it.
Wade grinned. She shot daggers at her friend before turning back to Wade. "All right. Thanks for offering." Sam would get an earful when they next spoke. Despite Emily's protestations, Wade picked up their check along with his own, and Sam left the tip. They walked Sam to her car. "Text when you get home, Sam," Emily said. "Will do." Sam wiggled her fingers and backed out of her parking spot. Emily stood beside Wade, and they both waved as Sam drove out of the lot. Emily couldn't stand the silence in Wade's truck any longer. "So,
It was less awkward with Sam around, huh?
you think?"
He laughed. If we're going to be bumping into one another, think we should get past the awkwardness and become friends.
He shifted his gaze to her briefly before turning back to the road.
Do you think you can forgive me?
She slowly nodded. "I forgave you a long time ago, Wade."
You did?
"I had to for my own peace of mind. The hurt and anger were eating me up. Thankfully, a long talk with another woman in my church helped me to see things from your perspective."
I appreciate that. Sounds like a wise woman.
He smiled. She pushed him playfully.
Friends?
He asked. "If someone told me I'd be friends with Wade Brunner a week ago, I would have told them they were crazy. But yes, I think I'd like to be friends."
What have you been up to for the past 11 years?
"Seriously? 11 years?" She laughed out loud. "School? Work?" She raised an eyebrow. "You?"
Army, State Police Academy, work.
With that out of the way, she relaxed against the seat. "What did you do in the military?"
31 Bravo, MP.
"You were military police. I should have guessed."
It made the transition to state police a natural one.
"Do you miss the military?"
Sometimes.
He pulled into the lot at the park office.
Made for a tough transition to civilian life, but I'm mostly happy with my decision.
She took off her seatbelt and turned to face him. "Do you ever wonder what would have happened if we stayed in touch?" He raked a hand through his hair.
All the time.
"Uh-oh. I should get going." She put a hand on the door handle.
I'll come around and let you out.
"This isn't a date. I can open my own door."
My father taught me to be a gentleman.
He jumped out. She exited the truck before he could make his way around to her side. "I'll see you around." He watched as she climbed into her car, and she had the feeling he wanted to say more, but he remained silent. The following morning, Emily smoothed a wrinkle in her long skirt and looked around the parking lot. It was nearly full, which was unusual for Whitehaven Bible Church. She made her way into the room where the pastor would be teaching. Her usual seat near the front beside Bessie remained empty, so she grabbed a cup of coffee and hustled over. She asked Bessie when her granddaughter planned to visit next, and the two made small talk until Pastor Clark cleared his throat to start class. The study on Jonah hit home. Not only did God give Nineveh a chance to repent, but he also offered that same chance to his prophet, a man who ran away to avoid a hard assignment. How many chances had the Lord given her? Yet she played judge and jury when it came to Wade and convicted him of all crimes real and imagined. She claimed to have forgiven him, but now she wasn't sure her forgiveness had been more hypothetical than real. Now she had to put it into practice and stop herself from snapping at him. She felt bitterness sneaking in. It was something she needed to overcome. And she would, with God's help. After Sunday school, she ambled over to the main church building. When she approached her pew, she nearly choked on her breath mint when she found Jerry, the maintenance guy from work, in her spot. Before he noticed her, she turned and moved to the back of the church and found a seat among visitors whose names she didn't know. Once again, the message on charity seemed directed at her personally. She hadn't been charitable to Jerry. In fact, she'd been downright rude by not welcoming him to service. Calling him creepy behind his back was even worse. She didn't know if the maintenance man had a personal relationship with Jesus. He might need to hear the salvation message. This could have been his first time attending a service at a Bible church, and she'd been unwelcoming. She would attempt to rectify her error by taking some time to talk to Jerry after the service. Her knee bounced as the pastor wound up the message. She wanted to talk to Jerry before he left. As soon as Pastor Clark dismissed them, she made her way back to the pew where Jerry was seated and found him surrounded by church members taking their time to welcome him. Her guilt grew tenfold. Her church family were strangers to him, but they were more welcoming than she'd been. She waited silently as Bessie gave Jerry a hug. She gave a little wave. "Hi, Jerry."
Emily, how are you? I didn't know you attended church here.
"I'm glad you could join us this morning," Emily said.
I'd better get going. Lots to do at home.
She invited Jerry to join them at the upcoming church dinner and watched as he made his way out of the church, loosening his tie as he went. "He seems like a nice young man," Bessie said. "I work with him, but I don't know him well." "I see." Bessie patted her hand where it lay on the side of the pew. "I need to get going, but I'll see you next week." "Sure thing." Emily expelled a long breath and headed for her car. On the drive back to her house, she prayed and asked God for wisdom. Unlike God, she couldn't see the hearts of the people around her. But with God's help, she could make better choices and stop thinking the worst of people. Of course, that would be easier to do if a serial killer hadn't left her a threatening note. Bob was on his front porch when she pulled up to the curb. He hurried over as she climbed out of her car. She smiled with practiced patience despite her desire to get inside the house and out of her high-heeled sandals.
Emily, I'm so glad I caught you.
As if it wasn't obvious he'd been waiting. If he'd been out to enjoy the fresh air, he would have been on his back deck overlooking Sunrise Lake. "Why is that, Bob? Did you need me for something?"
I wasn't sure if you'd seen the latest news report.
"I fast from the news on Sundays, Bob."
Oh, well, they mentioned you by name as the one to find that body. I didn't want you bombarded by press when you got to work tomorrow.
"I'm sure the press will move on to the next big thing, so I doubt they'll bother me." The man shook his head solemnly before turning away from her and trudging back to his own house. He called out to her when he reached his front door.
Have you considered letting me take you out?
"I don't think it's such a good idea." She gave him a little wave and headed inside. Bob wasn't her type, and he creeped her out, so she'd rather stay home and study the ceiling tiles than spend time out with him. Chapter 6. Early Wednesday morning, Wade pored over the report the forensic anthropologist sent, trying to make sense of the medical terminology. In his inbox, when he checked his email at 6 o'clock, either the good doc was an early riser or she'd stayed up through the night working. Something told him it was the latter. He checked the timestamp on the email. 3 o'clock. Few people rose that early. The forensic anthropologist definitely pulled an all-nighter. His cell rang. "Brenner speaking." He strolled to the sliding glass door and watched the deer meandering along the edge of the lake. It was a peaceful sight. "I was wondering if you'd had a chance to review the report I sent."
Most people wouldn't have since it's 6 o'clock a.m.
"Did I wake you?"
No, I did review the report. I'm surprised you're up already since you just sent that report a few hours ago.
I haven't gone to sleep yet. I had to be sure you'd received the report first.
Am I missing something? Was there a significant detail or time-sensitive item in the report I should have noticed?
I consider every Jane Doe case time-sensitive.
Yes, of course, Wade said.
I wanted to make sure you'd seen that I'd determined probable cause of death for the victims. The tool marks on the bones are consistent with multiple stab wounds. It's the same for all 4 of your Jane Does. The knife had a unique blade, so I can give you an idea of what you're looking for in terms of a murder weapon. If you find a suspect, I should be able to match the injuries on the victims to the murder weapon.
He crossed the room and filled his coffee cup before sitting at his kitchen table. What was unusual about the knife?
It has triple blades that twist to a point. She sighed. It's possible the killer fashioned his own knife if he's skilled in metalwork, but if he used a known weapon, my money is on the Microtech Yag Commando. The knife in question would have no purpose other than doing severe damage to the human body. It was used on all 4 victims.
Thanks. That'll help a great deal. He set his coffee down and drummed his fingers on the table. Do you have an age for the victims or know how long they've been dead?
My preliminary findings indicate the victims were all in their early 30s. My first Jane Doe was killed more than 5 years ago, probably closer to 7, and the most recent victim died about a year ago.
Wow. Why wasn't all this in your report?
I have more testing to do before I make those findings official.
Thanks for sharing. That information will help with our investigation.
Call if you have other questions, Sergeant Brunner.
I will, he smiled. I appreciate all your help, Dr. Mastriano. She disconnected the call without saying goodbye. He wasn't surprised by her abrupt hang-up, but he was thrown off guard by the extent of her willingness to be helpful. He'd believed her a cold, unfeeling scientist. His first impression couldn't have been more wrong. Wade looked up when Jamie hovered over his desk.
Did you review the report the forensic anthropologist sent?
Sure did, Wade said.
I hope you were able to make more sense out of it than I was.
Dr. Mastriano made it easy for me.
How so?
Jamie grinned.
Did she send you a glossary of anthropology terms?
No, she called me to make sure I received her report and then answered my questions.
Seriously?
It surprised me too. He leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers. She seemed all business at first, but she clearly cares about the Jane Does. She wanted to be sure we had the information we needed to help our investigation.
I wonder why she called you instead of me. I'm the one who walked her out to the crime scene.
Dunno. Maybe because I called her in on the case?
Maybe.
Be glad she didn't call you, he laughed. My cell rang at 6 o'clock this morning.
Jamie scrunched her eyebrows together. What did you find out?
Information about the type of knife we're looking for, the age of the victims, and an approximation on how long ago they died. We're waiting on DNA, so hopefully we'll find a missing woman who will match. That's what I'm doing now, poring through missing persons reports, hoping to find similarities.
It's possible our killer kept his victims alive for some time, Jamie said.
We should expand our search criteria.
Maybe not. Let's start with missing persons fitting our suspected timeline. We can always search again if we don't hit on anything.
True. He pushed a few buttons on his keyboard.
Move over.
Wade stood and stepped out of the way, gesturing toward his computer. Be my guest. Jamie made herself comfortable, and her fingers flew over the keyboard.
Here are 2 missing women from Carbon County fitting our age range and time frame.
She hit a few more keys and the printer came to life. How did you do that?
Easy. I can teach you.
I'd like that, but later. He scanned the pages she printed before holding one up. This report is interesting. Mary Van Britten, reported missing in July of 2016. Jamie was silent while he studied the page. Not your typical missing person. She's a United States District Court judge. I'm used to teenagers, drug addicts, and prostitutes going missing. But a federal judge to disappear without a trace?
I wonder if her case is a work-related vendetta.
He cleared his throat. We can't rule that out, but we're dealing with a serial killer. He's been burying victims in this location for years. If she's one of our victims, and we don't know if she is, our killer is not risk-averse. He's willing to abduct high-profile women. She pinched the bridge of her nose.
True. Did we ever get anything on the boot prints found at the scene? I didn't see a report come through.
We did. They were matched to the exclusion prints taken from one of the DCNR rangers.
That's disappointing. I'd hoped they might give us a lead to follow.
Me too.
He sorted the reports Jamie printed by date.
Let's start with the most recent missing persons report in Carbon County and the surrounding areas and work backward.
That makes sense. She stood. Let's find someone to interview.
I thought we could start with Stacy McGuire's boyfriend, Lester Parsons. Do you want to ride with me?
Why not? She smiled. I'll review her file while you drive.
Reading in a moving car makes me ill.
She stared. How did I not know you got carsick?
I don't unless I read. Besides, I'm hardly ever a passenger, so I don't have to worry about it.
About 10 minutes into their drive to Parsons Automotive Repair in Packer, Jamie turned in her seat to face him. What are you going to do about your park ranger? His face warmed.
What do you mean?
You know perfectly well what I'm getting at.
Emily and I are ancient history.
I don't believe that.
Well, she thinks we are, so that's that.
Did you tell her how you feel?
She was at O'Brien's Mug when I stopped there for dinner. Her friend invited me to join them at their table, and I gave Emily a ride back to her car.
And
we talked. He sighed. She's forgiven me, but anything beyond friendship is out of the question.
I'm sorry, Wade. She touched his arm. It's obvious you care.
It is what it is.
Jamie's cell rang and she answered. She cleared her throat and squeezed her eyes shut. We'll be right there. Wade noticed the change in her demeanor and pulled over to the shoulder of the road, waiting for her to complete the call. Once she disconnected, he asked,
What's going on?
That was Trooper Cunningham. He's at the park. One of the rangers found another body.
I'm surprised the cadaver dogs missed one, but it makes sense for our killer's timeline. If the forensic anthropologist has the dating correct, then we may be missing a body or possibly two.
The latest victim appears to be a recent kill. Wade swallowed a lump in his throat.
How fresh?
According to the park ranger, she wasn't buried. Seems the killer wanted her to be found.
We'll have to ask the medical examiner how long ago she died.
Cunningham's best guess was that she was killed in the past day or two. Jamie looked away. Wade stood by the body. The victim displayed atop the massive boulders nearest the parking lot. Her hands were folded as if in prayer, her dress carefully arranged, and a diamond-studded cross nestled in the hollow of her throat. The way it scattered the sunlight seemed to mock him. The killer was taunting them. He turned to face the DCNR ranger who'd found the body.
Pete, right?
That's me.
Did you touch the body when you found her?
I may have. I'm not sure. I approached to check on her, but once I drew near, I could tell she was gone.
Did you see anyone suspicious in the area?
No, there was nobody else around.
And still he may have touched the body. Wade shook his head.
Did the uniformed officers get a statement from you?
Yes, before you arrived.
All right. If we have any more questions, we'll find you.
The ranger stalked off, seemingly put off by his dismissal, but Wade didn't have the time or energy to worry about hurt feelings. He had a case to solve before anyone else died. As he strode through the parking lot toward his car,
He noticed Emily standing by her vehicle, observing the flurry of activity. He couldn't see her eyes through her sunglasses and wished she'd remove them. When he ambled over to her, she obliged. "Hi," he said. "Austin told me Pete discovered another body this morning."
"Unfortunately, he did. Maybe the killer made a mistake that'll help us find him."
"I hope so."
"Me too."
He rolled his shoulders to get the kinks out.
"This case is a nightmare."
"I know, for me too. And it's not even my case. Not officially, anyway."
"But you're emotionally invested."
It wasn't a question. "I am," she sighed. He draped his arm over her shoulder and gave her a side hug. It wasn't his place to offer comfort, but his heart couldn't seem to grasp hold of that fact.
"Are you going to be all right?"
"Eventually." She gave him a weak smile before climbing back into her Ford Interceptor. As she left, regret settled in and made itself at home in the pit of his stomach. If he'd stayed in Havertown, would she be his wife instead of another man's girlfriend? There was no telling, but he wished things were different. Ruger awakened Wade in his usual way by placing both paws down on his chest. He scratched the canine behind his ears and rose to face another day. In time, he took the dog out for his run. About halfway around the lake, his cell rang, so he slowed to a walk and answered.
"Please tell me you have good news,"
he asked when Molly's scratchy voice greeted him. The crime scene technician rarely contacted him directly, so he expected something big.
"You'll be happy to hear we've identified 2 more victims. One required DNA analysis. Her name is Amanda Curtis. She was reported missing in
July 2018. I've been studying missing persons files.
What do you need me for?
You know I couldn't get by without you, Molly. Who is the other victim you've identified?
Victim's name is Lorraine Moore. We were able to identify her by running her prints through IAFIS. She coughed. There's something peculiar about this one.
What's that?
She hasn't been reported missing.
That's odd.
She's not in the missing persons database. You'll need to notify next of kin.
I'm finishing up my run with Ruger. I'll call once I'm inside, so I can write down the details.
No need. I'll email you the information. Call if you have questions.
Sounds good.
Jamie was at her desk when Wade arrived at the office an hour later.
Did I miss anything?
The report from Molly was emailed to both of us, but I'm wondering about something.
She waved a printed copy at him before setting it back down on her desk.
What's that?
It says here they found her through fingerprints. Why do you think Lorraine Moore had her fingerprints on file?
No criminal record?
None.
Sometimes fingerprints are taken from individuals who take inpatient jobs working with minors.
Maybe that's it. She shrugged. It's another lead we can follow if it becomes necessary. I'll make note of it. It'll be easy enough to get her work history. We can ask when we make the notification to her next of kin.
No local cops in her jurisdiction?
Wade picked up the printed email.
Nope. She lived in Penn Forest Township.
It looks like there was a Mr. Moore. Let's pay him a visit.
45 minutes later, they arrived at Lorraine Moore's address of record on Fox Lane. The front door opened as they approached the charming cottage-style Tudor surrounded by wooded acres.
"Can I help you?" a young man asked.
I hope so. We're looking for a Mr. Rodney Moore.
Junior or the third?
Let me check.
He glanced down at his paperwork.
Junior.
I'm sorry, but my father passed on a year ago. Jamie stepped in front of Wade. We're sorry for your loss, Mr. Moore. I'm Sergeant Strauss, and this is Sergeant Brenner. She took a step to the side. May we come in? There's something we need to talk to you about. The young man crossed his arms over his chest. What's this about? We'd prefer to talk about it inside. Rodney Moore opened the front door wide and gestured for them to enter. He led the way to a living room with an enormous stone fireplace. Jamie took a seat on the blue plaid couch, and Wade sat on the edge of the matching oversized chair. Once Rodney sat beside Jamie, she sighed.
Rodney, when was the last time you spoke with your mother?
You mean my stepmother?
Is Lorraine Moore your stepmother?
Yes.
When was the last time you heard from her? Jamie asked.
Before she left on vacation. She was supposed to call before she boarded her cruise, but she didn't bother.
When did Mrs. Moore start her vacation?
Her flight was Friday night, July 9th. Her cruise left the next morning from Miami. He sat up straighter. Why?
How long was the cruise?
10 days. She should dock today. Your stepmother didn't get on the cruise, Wade said. What do you mean?
I'm sorry to inform you her body was found in Hickory Run State Park on Saturday, Jamie said.
His face turned red. Why didn't you notify me then?
There was no identification with her body, so she needed to be identified by other means.
Wade waited a minute for the young man to compose himself. Why didn't you try to contact your stepmother when she didn't check call as expected? I figured she forgot to call. It wasn't a huge concern at the time. Wade frowned. Do you know if she worked in another field before becoming a farrier? Yeah. She's a licensed psychiatrist. She doesn't practice anymore. Do you know where she worked as a psychiatrist? I don't recall the name of the place. It was some private facility for mentally challenged youth. He pushed his bangs out of his eyes. She claimed the work was rewarding, but she needed a break. I never understood that. If it's rewarding, why would you need a break? Jamie's eyes twinkled.
I understand the sentiment perfectly.
She took a small notebook from her pocket.
Do you remember what Mrs. Moore was wearing when she left for her cruise?
I think she had on jeans and a t-shirt. She wasn't much for dressing fancy.
Was she wearing any jewelry?
His face clouded. Probably her wedding and engagement rings, but I couldn't say for sure.
Was there any other jewelry she wore regularly?
She has a Fitbit.
Good, thank you. That may prove helpful.
Oh, and she always wears her charm bracelet. It has a charm of a horseshoe and another one of a horse. I can't remember what else is on there. Jamie cocked her head.
Was the bracelet important to her?
My dad gave it to her on their first anniversary. She loves it. I mean, loved it. His voice broke on the last word. We appreciate your help. If you think of anything else, give us a call. Wade gave him a business card. You're over 18, right? 19. Once you decide which funeral home you'll use, give this card to the mortician. He can contact us to make arrangements to have your stepmother's body transported from the medical examiner. On the drive back to the station, Jamie heaved out a heavy sigh. What's wrong? Wade asked.
How is a boy that age supposed to handle planning a funeral?
The same way boys that age go to war. He's not that young. Wade glanced in her direction. You do realize he's a suspect, right? He didn't report his stepmother missing, and we have to consider it suspicious even if we are able to confirm she had a trip planned. She never called to say she arrived in Florida, and he didn't try to contact her.
It is strange.
Yeah. What's even more odd is that anyone would be crazy enough to cruise out of Miami in July.
Isn't that the truth?
Jamie laughed. Maybe he can ask his biological mother for help planning the memorial service, Wade said.
We don't even know if his biological mother is alive.
We need to focus. None of this has any bearing on our case.
I know. It bothers me, though.
She turned off her air conditioning vent.
It's always cold in your car.
That's how I like it.
It's why I should drive.
Not going to happen. I have seniority.
By what, a month?
Almost a year. She harumphed, and he gave her a smug grin.
The following morning, Wade called around to stores and vendors that carried the Microtech Jagdkommando. Though somewhat rare, none of the places he called kept records of who purchased the knife. It was a dead end. Plus, the killer could have purchased the weapon online. Jamie trudged into the station, looking pleased. "We have something." He lifted his eyes to meet hers.
"What's that?"
"A dental match."
"Who is she?"
"Stacy McGuire, reported missing 1 year ago."
"That name is familiar."
He mindlessly cracked his knuckles.
"Remind me why we didn't talk to her family?"
"It was on our agenda. Remember, we were on our way to talk to her boyfriend, Lester Parsons, when we received the call about Lorraine Moore's body being found."
"That's right. I'd forgotten."
"It seemed like a cut-and-dry case when she went missing. According to her missing persons file, everyone believes her boyfriend killed her and dumped her body in Harvey's Lake."
"That's eerily specific,"
Wade said. "He was seen with a large cooler on the lake around the time she disappeared. Authorities searched the lake but didn't find anything. That's not surprising, though. Parts of Harvey's Lake are 100 feet deep."
"I didn't know that." She nodded.
"I had another case where we had a dive team scour it. It was a fruitless search."
"Who does this everyone consist of that thinks the boyfriend is guilty?"
"Parents, ex-husband, best friend."
"We should talk to the boyfriend and the ex-husband," he said.
"Do you want to watch the interviews from the detectives on her case?"
"No, I don't want my opinion swayed. I'll watch them after we interview them both ourselves."
"Let's go see if we can get them to talk willingly. Should we start with the boyfriend?" she asked.
Wade nodded.
"Maybe I should drive this time."
"Not a chance." She narrowed her eyes. He grinned.
"Glad you find yourself amusing, Brunner." She tucked into the passenger seat and shut her door. When he climbed in behind the wheel, she fastened her seatbelt and twisted around to face him. "I ran into your park ranger friend on Saturday."
"You did? Where?"
"We passed her on the trail while we were out hiking. My fiancé made me go camping over the weekend."
"At Hickory Run?"
"No, we went to Promised Land."
"It's pretty out there."
"It is." She toyed with the strap on her purse. "Emily was with her friend Samantha."
He smiled. "Sam seems great. I'm glad Emily has such a close friend."
"Why don't you call her?"
"Call Sam?"
"Emily."
"She doesn't want to hear from me."
"Are you certain?"
"Unfortunately, I am."
She sighed. "In that case, I'll leave it alone." He stared at the road in front of him and nearly missed the turnoff leading to Parsons' automotive repair. Once they parked, he and Jamie made their way to the shop where a man Wade assumed was Lester lay on a creeper under a car. Not wanting to startle him, they waited patiently for him to come out. About 5 minutes later, he rolled out from under the car and tugged his earbuds out.
"Sorry, I was listening to a podcast. I didn't realize anyone was here."
Lester's gaze ping-ponged between his workbench and the door.
"I thought I'd finished with today's appointments." "We don't have an appointment."
He grabbed a towel and wiped the grease off his hands.
"What can I help you with?" "We're here about your missing girlfriend," Wade said.
"I already told the detectives everything." Lester looked around the room like he was searching for a means of escape. The man was guilty of something. Wade couldn't say for sure Lester Parsons was a serial killer, but instinct told him not to trust anything the man said. 2 days later, Wade was watching interviews from Stacy McGuire's missing persons investigation when Jamie waltzed into the office and handed him a cup of Wawa coffee. He pushed the mug of nasty brew sitting on his desk away and took a long sip.
"You're a lifesaver."
"I'm pretty sure it's in the job description." She gestured to his screen. "Weren't you going to wait to view those?"
"Her ex-husband wasn't cooperative when I tried to schedule a time to interview him, so I figured I should check these out before I pressed the matter."
She frowned. "He must have something to hide."
"Or he's sick of being railroaded," Wade said.
"Could be."
He reached for a report sitting in the bin on the corner of his desk. According to this entomologist report, the insect activity on Lorraine Moore shows she'd been dead for less than 24 hours. It agrees with what the coroner had to say. If she was abducted the day she left for her flight, then he held her for a week before killing her.
That's disturbing. I don't want to think about what she suffered in the week he held her captive. She handed him a sheet of paper. DNA report. He read the name on it. Judge Van Brittan. Jamie sank into the chair beside his desk.
Not unexpected.
He stood and stretched. Another road trip to notify next of kin was in order. It was a part of the job he'd never grown accustomed to, but it was becoming a far more frequent task on this case.
There are no local police in Luzanne Township, so we'll be making the notification.
We'd want to be on scene anyway, wouldn't we? Jamie asked.
I suppose. It's helpful to see the reactions of family. They can be telling.
He raked his fingers through his hair.
And when at their most vulnerable, people reveal details they might not otherwise share.
Exactly. Jamie stood. I'm driving.
In your dreams. He stalked past her and headed for his government-issued Crown Vic. They pulled down the long driveway of an estate that looked like it belonged on Philadelphia's main line rather than in the rural mountain area. Wade parked and took a deep breath. You ready for this?
Jamie nodded. As ready as I'll ever be.
She opened the passenger door and let herself out. Wade admired the landscaping. Someone had spent a fortune on the outdoor living space. He caught up with Jamie before she reached the massive front door. She rang the bell and a man who appeared to be in his mid to late 40s answered. Can I help you?
Are you a relation of Judge Van Brittan's? Jamie asked.
What's this about? He widened his stance. Please answer the question. Wade took a step forward. I'm her brother. We're from the Pennsylvania State Police. I'm Sergeant Brunner and this is Sergeant Strauss. Do you mind if we come inside? The man stepped aside and gestured for them to enter. I apologize for my rudeness. From time to time, the press comes sniffing around wanting to do a story on my sister and hoping to dig up dirt on our family. I thought you were reporters. Do you have news? Wade ignored the question until they were all seated in the formal living area. I'm sorry to inform you. The man's face paled. You found her? We did. And her remains were discovered on July 8th. DNA results came in this morning confirming a match, Wade said. The judge's brother crumpled before them, clearly distraught by the news. Deep down I knew, but I held out a glimmer of hope she was alive somewhere. I know it's naive, but hope was all I had.
We're sorry for your loss. Jamie's empty words echoed off the walls in the cavernous room. Wade stood inside the doors of the courthouse waiting for his turn to step up to the metal detector at the security checkpoint. He hoped to learn more about the judge by talking to her friends and co-workers. Once inside, he made his way to the chambers formerly belonging to Judge Van Brittan. He figured someone there should be able to direct him to her former staff members so he could begin interviewing them. He asked the receptionist, but she'd only been there a couple of months, so she called for a paralegal, who in turn went to find a law clerk. And so it went for the first 35 minutes of his visit, until he finally sat down with Judge Dunn, who occupied the chambers directly next to Judge Van Brittan's. When they settled into their seats at the cafeteria with coffee in hand, he leaned back and studied the judge. What did you think of Judge Van Brittan? She was competent. I meant personally. I didn't think of her. You had to have an opinion outside of your professional one, Wade sighed. Did she strike you as uptight or easygoing? Was she distant or friendly? I don't want to say anything to disparage her. This is a police interview, not a eulogy. Honesty is far more helpful than kindness. The judge cleared his throat and took another long drink of his coffee. In that case, uptight is a good word choice.
Judge Van Britten didn't make small talk or take the time to get to know any of the people on her staff. She rarely smiled and kept to herself. I can't think of a single person who knew her well enough to converse with her. Most people did little more than nod in her direction when passing in the corridor.
Did she have anyone she would go to lunch with?
Wade asked. No, she rarely left the building for lunch. She took it in her chambers and asked someone to order for her. Often she'd ask one of the administrative assistants, but occasionally she'd send a paralegal or a law clerk to pick it up.
Do you know where she ordered from?
From what I've heard, the salad place down the street 9 times out of 10.
All right, thanks.
After interviewing 3 or 4 more people at the courthouse and receiving similar responses, Wade resigned himself to the fact that he was unlikely to learn anything helpful at Mary Van Britten's place of employment, so he headed back to the station. Maybe if he went through her file again, he'd find another thread on which to focus his energies. Something was eluding him, a piece of the puzzle just out of reach. Chapter 7. The man pulled his cap low and stared at the park map without seeing it. The park ranger stood a mere 10 feet from him, talking on her cell phone. He didn't get service in the remote area of the park, but somehow she had a signal. He'd overheard her mention Judge Mary Van Britten, so he'd crept closer to eavesdrop on her conversation. They'd identified his first love. He was certain he couldn't be connected to the judge, but he needed to find out exactly what Emily Davis knew. He'd taken every precaution possible to keep from being identified. All would be well, but if Emily got too close, he'd take care of her, and the pleasure would be all his. Emily was enjoying a moment's reprieve in the office on Monday morning when Wade's voice broke the silence. She spilled the coffee she'd been pouring into her travel mug. After cleaning up her spill, she glanced through the open door into the visitor center. Austin was pointing something out to Wade in the interactive exhibit area. She took a deep breath and steeled herself. There was no way she would hide from him. He wasn't going to disappear from her life again anytime soon, so she may as well get used to having him around. The idea didn't disturb her as much as it would have a few weeks earlier. Forcing a smile, she strode up to the 2 men. "How's it going, guys?" "Never better," Austin answered in a strange tone. Wade took a step back from the glass case he'd been inspecting. "I have work to do. I'll leave you 2 alone." Before giving them a chance to reply, he was pushing through the front doors. "That was an abrupt exit," Emily said. "Did I interrupt something?" Austin raised an eyebrow and frowned. "No, I was showing him the exhibits." His chin jutted out, and she noticed how tightly his jaw was clenched. "You need to tell Wade the truth. He can't be in the same room with us together because he thinks we're an item, and he isn't over you." "It's been more than a decade. I have no doubt he's moved on." She straightened her ponytail. He shook his head and crossed his arms over his chest. "You're lying to yourself. It's obvious the 2 of you have unresolved feelings." Maybe she was deceiving herself, but she didn't need him to point it out. "I need to patrol the campgrounds. I'll see you later." She started toward the door, leaving her coffee behind in her haste. Austin's words followed her through the door. "If you don't tell him the truth, I will." The following day, Emily was eating her lunch in her vehicle at the turnoff for Boulder Field Road when she spotted Wade's Crown Vic. If she was going to come clean, now was as good a time as any. She stuffed her sandwich back into the bag, her appetite gone. When she reached the parking lot, Wade was starting down the deer trail where she'd first come across the skull. She shuddered and braced herself to return to where it all started. It was silly for it to bother her. She'd been there dozens of times during those first few days after the discovery of the remains. There was nothing to fear now. She slid from the driver's seat, shut the door, and dashed to the trail, hoping to catch up with him. The birds weren't singing, so the area was eerily silent.
Wade must have sensed someone's presence on the trail. His posture stiffened, and he reached for his service weapon as he turned toward her. Her hands went up automatically. "It's me." "You shouldn't sneak up on people like that, Em." "I'm sorry. I wasn't sure you'd hear me if I called out, so I tried to get closer first."
"I can hear you fine."
He took a few steps toward her. She closed the remaining distance. "I hoped we could talk."
"Do you think it's a good idea for us to be alone? If I were Austin, I wouldn't like it one bit."
"That's the thing." She blew out a puff of air. "Austin and I are not—" A blood-curdling scream interrupted her confession. "I need to see to that." She jogged toward the sound, and Wade kept pace with her across the uneven terrain. When they reached the distraught woman, Emily knelt down beside her. "Are you all right?" "There was a bear. A big one. It had 2 cubs following it." "Did the bear come toward you?" "She stared at me for nearly a minute. When I hollered, she ran off with her cubs." Emily breathed a sigh of relief. "How did you end up on this trail? It's closed to the public." Wade stood nearby, but left Emily to do her job. "I was on another trail and wandered down an unmarked path. I got turned around and ended up here." She didn't believe the story. The hiker had more than likely ignored the warnings posted at the trailhead and had gone around the barriers. "Are you camping here at Hickory Run?" The woman nodded. "Why don't we head back to my vehicle and I'll give you a lift to your campsite." Wade walked them back to her vehicle.
"I'll see you later, Em."
She ducked her head so he wouldn't see the emotions brewing there. After dropping the woman off, she realized she'd never finished her conversation with Wade. Maybe it was for the best. At least they'd been getting along well. If she told him the truth, he'd be angry and might not want anything to do with her. She wouldn't blame him. A call came over the radio late the following afternoon. The dispatcher said they'd received a complaint about kids drinking beer and carrying on at Sandy Lake. Emily glanced at her watch. Her shift was over, but she responded to dispatch that she would check it out before heading home. She pulled into the lot below the lake and parked. Nobody was in the lower parking area, but the hair stood up on the back of her neck, and an eerie sensation came over her. Was somebody watching her? Shaking off the feeling, she forced herself to leave her SUV and trudge up the staircase to Sandy Lake. It wasn't difficult to spot the disturbance once she reached the top of the stairs. A cluster of 3 guys and 3 girls were hanging out lakeside. One young man tossed his beer can, and it landed by the shoreline where the water lapped at it, pulling it into the lake. He made no move to pick up the can. She would issue a citation to him for littering in addition to the tickets the whole gang would get for consuming alcohol in a state park. Despite what dispatch had said, they appeared to be in their early 20s rather than their teens. She hoped they were all over 21 so she wouldn't have to cite them for underage drinking in addition to their other violations. Walking up to them, she smiled. "Good afternoon. How's everyone doing today?" They scowled in her direction. She hadn't expected them to be thrilled with her presence, but the open hostility emanating from the group was over the top. She walked a short distance away, pulled the radio from her belt, and requested backup. It was unlikely the situation would get out of hand, but it was best to be prepared in case it did. As she took a step toward the group, Jerry appeared out of nowhere. She might not be comfortable around the maintenance man, but right now she was glad for his presence. Besides, he was a church-going man, so how bad could he be? She recalled a special she'd seen about the preacher Gary Heidnick. There was evil in all walks of life, and she'd do well to remember it. Emily proceeded toward the group again. "Sorry for the delay. I had to make a call." Her gaze traveled from person to person until it landed on a young man built like a linebacker. "We received a call about kids out here drinking and carrying on."
"As you can see, lady, we're not kids."
The young man towered over her when he rose to his feet. "The park has a strict no alcohol policy, so I'm going to issue you each a citation," she said. "I'd like to see some identification, please." The man scowled at her and took a step in her direction. She moved her hand to rest on her service weapon. He received the message and backed down, removing his wallet from his back pocket. Emily watched as Pete and Austin approached the area from the lot behind the bathhouse. As she was taking down information from the last of the violators in preparation for writing them each a citation, Pete sauntered over with his chest puffed out like a rooster.
Is everything good here?
Emily fought the urge to laugh. His demeanor reminded her of the cartoon character Johnny Bravo. Everything is fine. I've got things under control. She glanced over toward Jerry, who leaned against a tree with his arms crossed over his chest. Pete's condescending stare made it clear he didn't think her capable of handling herself. She wished she hadn't called for backup. Austin strolled over and broke the tension. She issued tickets while the other two rangers chatted about the weather. Thankfully, one of the young women hadn't been drinking, so Emily allowed the girl to drive her friends home. As Emily neared the stairs to return to her SUV, Wade approached on foot. She stopped and waited for him.
What's going on here?
His stare took in the 3 DCNR vehicles in the upper lot. Some young adults getting their drink on. One of the girls was sober. I gave her friends citations and allowed her to drive them home. Hopefully, we won't have to deal with them again for a while.
That's a lot of ranger vehicles for a couple of kids.
They were being difficult, and it was just me, so I called for backup. Pete and Austin both showed up. The pickup belongs to our maintenance man, Jerry. I hadn't realized he was around when I called it in. He has a way of showing up where you don't notice him coming or going. It's uncanny.
Interesting,
he said. Aren't you working today? He raised a brow, clearly confused by the question. I noticed you have your personal vehicle.
I switched cars at lunchtime. I knew I wouldn't feel like driving back to the barracks to get my truck before heading home.
What are you doing at Sandy Lake? This isn't anywhere near your crime scene.
I need a moment to relax and think through the case before I head home.
I'll leave you to it.
You're welcome to join me.
She was about to accept his invitation when her fellow rangers drew near.
Detective, I'm glad you're here,
Pete smiled. Emily wanted to remind him Wade's title was sergeant, but it wasn't her place. Wade gave Pete his full attention.
What can I do for you, Ranger Cunningham?
Pete pulled something from his pocket and handed it to Wade.
What's this?
It's the license plate number and make and model of a truck, an F550. I remember stopping it more than once after dark on Boulder Field Road. At the time, I believed it was a poacher out scouting, but considering the recent discovery of bodies out there, I wondered if you might want to take a look at this guy.
Wade slid the paper into his back pocket.
Thanks for this. I'll look into it.
Austin gave the group a salute and tucked into his SUV. I'll see you tomorrow, Emily waved. Pete smirked.
I won't be here.
I was speaking to Austin. Pete droned on for another 10 minutes before leaving her alone with Wade. She strolled over to the lake with him at her side. What do you think of Pete? She asked.
He's conceited and brash, but the information he gave me could prove useful.
He studied her.
Why do you ask?
Just curious. She looked out over the glass-like surface of the lake.
I would think you'd be more interested in my opinion of Austin, since he's the one you're dating.
Everyone loves Austin. He grinned.
Is that so?
I've yet to meet someone who doesn't think he's great. He even makes friends while handing out tickets. There's something about him that draws people in.
What is it that draws you to him?
He asked. He'd given her the opening. All she had to do was speak the truth. But words eluded her. She turned her head to keep him from noticing how flustered she was. Aren't we going to talk about the case?
Sorry.
He shook his head.
I shouldn't have asked about your love life. It's none of my business.
The following morning, Emily arrived at work earlier than usual, and Austin was already waiting for her when she walked through the door of the park office. He spun his chair around to face her. And the look on his face was not that of easygoing Austin. "Either you tell him or I will." "Tell who what?" She took a step into the room. "What are you talking about?" "I'm tired of getting death glares from Wade Brunner." "He does not glare at you." She laughed it off. "You're insane." "Tell him we're not seeing each other." "If I tell him that, he'll think I lied to him." "You did lie to him." "He made an assumption. Maybe I should have set him straight, but I didn't lie." "It was a lie of omission." "You and I can have a pretend breakup?" "No." "Why not?" He stood. "Then you'd go from lie of omission to outright lie, and a bit of acting to go along with it. I'm definitely not getting involved in that. Tell him the truth, Emily." The look in his eyes softened. "He'll understand." Austin left her standing there, and a moment later the outer door slammed. Tight knots formed in her gut at the prospect of telling Wade the truth. Austin was right. She needed to do it, but it wouldn't be easy. Emily pulled into the parking lot on Route 118 below Falls Trail and waited for Sam to arrive. They planned to drive Sam's car up to Lake Jean and hike down Falls Trail. It was a beautiful and challenging hike, but she wasn't in the mood for an uphill climb, so she was glad Sam suggested parking a car at the bottom of the trail so they could drive back up. She was thankful she hadn't run into Wade since her last conversation with Austin. She would tell him the truth and explain why she lied, but she wasn't sure how to explain something she didn't understand herself. When she spotted Sam's car pulling into the lot, she grabbed her backpack, hopped out of her car, and hit the lock button on her key fob. She pulled open the passenger door of Sam's car and climbed in. "We can hike uphill instead if you want." "Not a chance. We agreed on downhill this time," Emily said. "Works for me. I had to hike Old Bulldozer Road Trail to locate a hiker yesterday. The man sprained his ankle and couldn't go on. The battery in his cell phone was dead. Not that he would have had a signal anyway. It's a good thing he thought to tell a neighboring camper what trail he was hiking and when he planned to return. If he hadn't, we might not have known he was missing. I had to radio Chase to come get him on an ATV. My legs felt like jelly by the time I got home. The first mile of that trail is killer steep." Sam pulled out of the parking lot and headed west on Route 118 to Route 487 and made a right turn. "You should have taken the ATV to begin with." "Next time." "By the time you need to rescue someone on that trail again, you'll forget how steep it is." "Doubtful." Sam made another right at the entrance to Ricketts Glen and drove down to the lot by Lake Jean. She parked at the end closest to Falls Trail. 15 minutes later, they were hiking down the dirt path when Sam stopped and stared at her. "Do I have something on my face?" "What's going on with you and Wade?" "Nothing." Sam picked up her pace again. "You're not interested in Austin again, are you?" "Not even a little." "Why?" "Then why haven't you told Wade that you and Austin aren't an item?" "Because I'm embarrassed, okay?" "I get that," Sam said. "I never should have let it go on this long, and now it seems like this huge thing. I'm not sure how to approach it, but I know I have to." "If you want to be with Wade, you do." "On Wednesday, Austin told me if I didn't tell Wade the truth, he would." "Really?" "Yes, really." She forced out a breath. "I haven't seen Wade since, so I haven't had a chance to talk to him." "Don't you have his number?" "Wouldn't it be better to talk to him in person?" "It would." Emily studied her friend. "Why do you care?" Sam straightened her ponytail. "I don't." "Yes, you do." She walked backwards while they were on flat ground. "You like Austin more than you admitted last time we talked about him." Emily turned around so she could see where she was going. "Fine. I'm crazy about Austin, but he barely knows I exist, so it doesn't matter. You two would be perfect together.
I'll tell him you think he's cute," she giggled.
Don't do that. If you want, you can feel him out and see if he's interested in me.
Emily had a hop in her step. She was excited her friends might find what they'd both been looking for in each other. "I can't imagine him not wanting to date you. He'll be ecstatic when I tell him you like him."
Don't. Just find out whether or not he has any interest in me. Nothing more.
Chapter 8. Wade felt like a kid called to the principal's office as he and Jamie sat in their lieutenant's office. Mac wanted an update, so they gave him one, but their boss wasn't thrilled with their lack of progress on the case. When he returned to his desk, Wade saw a report confirming the identification of the last of their victims, Genevieve Adams. He pulled her missing persons file and learned she was a lawyer from Banks. Remembering the license plate Pete Cunningham gave him, he did a quick search and found out the 1999 F550 was registered to Lester Parsons. It was a name that kept coming up, and he didn't believe in coincidences. They needed something concrete on Parsons. He rubbed his eyes as he sorted through evidence boxes, looking for anything that would get them the warrants they needed. It felt like the walls were closing in on him. The box on his desk contained the few items obtained in the missing persons investigation of Mary Van Britten. She'd been reported missing on July 11th, 2016. The last person to see her was an evening security guard at the courthouse. She was seen leaving the office at 7:00 p.m. on July 8th. There was home security video showing she made it home and left the house around 8:30 p.m. What they didn't know was where she went or why she'd left home that evening. He needed to talk through the evidence. He found Jamie in the break room.
"Want to set up a murder board with me?"
Her eyes lit. He found her obsession with organization strange, but her fastidiousness helped them catch criminals more frequently than he cared to admit. After pouring himself a coffee, he grabbed the files they had for each of the victims and ambled over to the large whiteboard which covered a good portion of the south wall of the station. They taped pictures of Stacy McGuire, Lorraine Moore, Amanda Curtis, Genevieve Adams, and Mary Van Britten up on the board, then listed their known whereabouts on the days leading up to their disappearances. Jamie stared at the board. "I don't see an overlap. They all shopped at different stores. McGuire lived a peaceful life as an accountant. Her office was in her home. Moore traveled around visiting farms for her job. Van Britten spent her days in a courthouse. It's possible the judge and Genevieve Adams have a connection since Adams was a lawyer, but for the most part, these women couldn't be more different."
"Except that they are all career women," he said. "They're brunettes of similar size and stature. So the similarities are age, looks, and careers. None of them were housewives or stay-at-home moms."
"That gives us the killer's type, but it doesn't tell us where he's meeting them." Jamie pushed her bangs out of her eyes. "Nor does it give us his motive."
"Do you have notes on the clothing and jewelry the victims were wearing when their bodies were recovered?"
he asked. She rifled through her briefcase and produced a notebook. All of them were wearing a simple black sheath dress, no frills. He most likely purchased the dresses himself. We'll have to follow up on brand and see if we can identify where he might have bought them. No jewelry was found with Van Britten. A rose gold watch was found with McGuire's body, and Moore was wearing a diamond-studded cross. From what her stepson said, I doubt she was wearing it when she left home, unless she had a date before her flight.
"You might be onto something. Let's look through dating profiles on the popular apps and see if we can find profiles for any of these women."
He gestured to the crime board. "I'll print out a list of sites and we can split them down the middle."
"Works for me,"
Wade smiled. A few hours later, they were back at the murder board, and Wade added details he'd found on the judge's dating life.
"The judge had profiles on 2 of the sites I checked."
"I found her on one, too." Jamie tapped her pencil eraser on the desk closest to her. Van Britten didn't mention her occupation in the profile.
"Same with the ones I found."
"That's strange, don't you think?" Jamie asked.
Maybe she was afraid her career would intimidate potential suitors?
It's certainly possible.
We can try to get a warrant for the records from the dating websites, but it's a long shot,
Wade said. Let's check her computer. We have it in evidence from her missing persons case.
If she stored her passwords, that might work. That's if we can log in to begin with, he said.
A big if, Jamie said.
Wade studied Mary Van Britten's profile on forevertogether.com. He'd been surprised by how easily Jamie had guessed the judge's computer password.
Click there so we can see her matches.
Jamie rolled her eyes. Do you want to do this yourself?
No, you've got it.
Then back off, Buster.
She elbowed him in the ribs and he took a step back.
Ouch. You're a big baby.
The screen loaded 3 matches from the week before she disappeared.
Isn't that McGuire's boyfriend, Lester? The one with the enormous boat and a cooler large enough to store a human body?
Wade asked.
Yep.
She clicked something and the printer coughed out a page with his profile.
His name came up on Monday, too. He's been driving out to Boulder Field and was noticed by one of the rangers on several occasions.
I think it's time we made a return visit to Lester, don't you?
She grabbed his keys from off his desk.
I'll return these when we get back. We're taking my car.
He reached for his keys, but she dropped them into her purse.
Deal with it, Wade.
He followed her out to the parking lot and climbed into the passenger seat.
It's unnatural for me to be a passenger.
Tough stuff, buddy. She grinned. It's my turn to drive.
She sped out of the lot and he held onto the dash for stability while his lead-footed partner drove them to Parsons Automotive Repair in record time. The sign in the front window claimed they were open, but the garage was locked up tight with no sign of Parsons. Jamie took her keys out of her pocket on the way back to the car, and he snatched them.
I'm driving.
It's my car, Jamie said.
You nearly gave me a heart attack with your driving. I'm never getting in a car with you driving again.
Whatever. You drive like an old lady, but I suppose I can tolerate your driving until we get back to the station.
We're not going back to the station.
Where are we going?
Lester's house. He grinned. Would you look up the address? I think we should pay him a visit at home.
14 minutes later, they pulled up outside his house in Trescow. Jamie scrunched up her face.
This double-block house is his?
The rundown house looked more like a drug den than a home.
You know, Jamie, everywhere else in the world they call them twin homes. I'll never understand why they're called double blocks around here.
She laughed.
We like making up our own names for things around these parts.
He chuckled. The two walked side by side, keeping an eye on the overly interested neighbors. Wade knocked on the front door. They waited a minute, but nobody answered. Jamie peered in the front window. It doesn't look like anybody is here, but let's check the back before we go. He nodded his agreement. After knocking on the back door and looking in a few more windows, they returned to the car and headed back to the station. It was doubtful a judge would give them a warrant, but it looked like Parsons skipped town. As Wade expected, the judge denied their request for an arrest warrant on Lester Parsons, but he granted search warrants for his home and garage. They spent the remainder of the week executing them, hoping to find the cooler Lester was seen with or some clue as to where he was keeping his boat. It was clear from the condition of his house all his profits went into the boat. The work week came to an end, and Wade found himself slogging through his weekend routine once more. After youth group on Sunday night, he'd spent hours sorting through files, and he repeated the whole process again on Monday. He was certain he was missing some crucial fact, but couldn't put his finger on it. He spent Tuesday morning taking a second look at the dresses the victims were found in, and discovered they were all the same size and style, but the tags had been removed. He assumed it was intended to make his job harder. The killer probably hadn't expected the first 4 bodies to be found, but he'd been prepared in case they were. Jamie had taken Monday off for the final fitting of her wedding gown and hadn't yet arrived. He figured she had last-minute details for her wedding that needed to be handled. The wedding was on Saturday evening, and he didn't have a date despite her constant efforts to set him up. Late Tuesday morning, he was sipping coffee that tasted like dishwater when the connection finally hit him. Teddy bears, jewelry, gifts. He needed to make a few calls to be sure, but it looked important. Jamie showed up after lunch with a silly grin pasted on her face.
What are you so happy about?
I'm getting married.
That's not news.
Emily Davis is coming to my wedding.
You didn't.
He jumped to his feet, sending his coffee flying. He picked up the broken pieces of ceramic while Jamie grabbed paper towels. I thought you'd be happy.
She has a boyfriend.
He scowled and helped sop up the spill.
Why do you insist on interfering?
I told her she was welcome to bring Austin or her friend Samantha, but she's coming alone. Her choice, not mine. He tossed the towels in the wastebasket and pushed back in his chair so he could make eye contact with Jamie.
She is?
Yep.
There's something strange going on with her and Austin. I'm going to get to the bottom of it.
Stay out of it. Allow them to work it out on their own. He cleared his throat and grabbed his notebook.
Back to the case. I think I found a pattern.
What's that?
Amanda Curtis and Stacy McGuire received gifts before they went missing. Nothing more came of it since there was no card with a store name to follow up with, and nobody close to the victims admitted to sending them.
You don't think it's a coincidence?
I'm not comfortable writing it off as one, so I called the next of kin in the 3 cases that didn't have anything about a gift in their files.
And?
Genevieve Adams' sister, Stacy McGuire's ex-husband, and Lorraine Moore's stepson all confirmed they'd received gifts the week before their disappearance.
What did our creep deliver? Flowers?
Teddy bears and jewelry.
Interesting.
Amanda Curtis was wearing a heart locket when she went missing. Genevieve Adams received a heart locket and a teddy bear. Her body was found with a heart locket, but she was wearing a rose gold watch when she disappeared. Stacy McGuire received a teddy bear with a rose gold watch, like the one found with her body.
Wait, wasn't Lorraine Moore wearing a diamond-studded cross when she was found?
She was.
He closed the open file on his desk and leaned back in his chair.
And it was exactly like the one Stacy McGuire always wore before she went missing.
Oh my. She sucked in a quick breath and covered her mouth with her fist. You may have found the break we need in the case.
It'll only help if we can get evidence from the teddy bears. It seems all of the women were wearing jewelry when they were found, except the judge. But with her grave partially dug up and her skull separated from her body the way it was, it's possible some evidence may have been lost. If I'm reading the killer's pattern correctly, the jewelry he sends them is taken from his previous victim.
And he buries each one of them with a trinket from the previous one. It's a trophy in a way, but he doesn't keep it for himself.
That's right. It's as if he hoped the bodies would be discovered and was leaving us clues, toying with us.
The women are all from different towns, so it's unlikely he met them all at the same place. It would make far more sense that he's finding these victims through dating websites, and if he met them through their dating profiles and sent them gifts, they'd probably wear the jewelry when they were planning to meet him, Jamie said.
I mapped it out. They're all within 30 minutes of the park.
He must live or work near his burial grounds. She frowned.
That's my best guess.
He crossed his arms over his chest.
We need to find out if Judge Van Britton received a gift. Her brother didn't think so, but would she have shared that detail with him?
Unlikely. She'd have called her best friend.
If she had any friends, I couldn't find them, Wade said.
I think there was a woman in the picture on her dating profile. Let's see if we can identify that woman. She might be her friend.
You expect to identify a random woman in a picture?
Scoot over, she said.
He shuffled out of the way as the overpowering scent of jasmine engulfed the area. She took over his computer and he backed away to get some fresh air. 2 minutes later, Jamie had all 3 dating profiles open in separate browser tabs.
The woman I saw is in 2 different pictures.
Wade scrunched his eyebrows together. I don't know why I didn't notice her before. I know who the woman is, and I recognize the event. I worked security for extra cash.
Care to elaborate?
The woman Mary Van Britten is standing beside is Senator Martin at her annual gala. I recall the silver dress the senator was wearing that night. If you look closely, you'll see the fundraising sign behind them, Wade said.
I'll give the senator a call and see if she knows anything about a gift the judge might have received before disappearing.
I doubt she'll remember it. 2016 was a long time ago.
You recognized her gown, and you're not exactly into fashion, so anything's possible, Jamie said. Wade's cell rang as he pulled up to the Hickory Run State Park Visitor Center.
Brunner speaking.
Hey, Wade, it's Jamie.
What's up?
The senator remembers our victim.
Good deal.
They weren't friends, Jamie said.
How did she know her?
It was more of a professional relationship. Sadly, she says Mary didn't mention anything about a gift. He sighed.
That would have been too easy.
She did remember thinking the judge had a new boyfriend. She claims she acted like a woman in love in the days leading up to her disappearance.
Interesting.
He drummed his fingers on the steering wheel.
Maybe we'll find the answer if we keep digging into those dating sites.
Only if we can find out who she was meeting, Jamie said.
Exactly.
He tensed as Emily's SUV drove into the lot. This was a conversation he'd been dreading, but someone had to make her aware of the danger.
I have to go.
Check in after, Jamie said.
After what?
I know you're at the park. You don't think I can figure out what you're doing there?
I want to warn her about the danger she may be in, Wade said.
What danger?
She's a perfect fit to the killer's profile.
You're right. So am I. He felt the blood drain from his face.
That's not good.
Brunettes all about the same age and all with professional careers. It makes sense.
Talk to you later.
Don't mess things up with her by being your domineering self.
Thanks for the vote of confidence. Do I need to remind you for the 100th time? She has a boyfriend.
I'm not so sure about that.
Goodbye, Jamie.
Wade stepped out of his car and waved Emily over. When she made eye contact, he tilted his head and smiled.
Can we talk?
Nothing good ever came from a conversation that started that way.
Is your shift over?
It is, she cocked an eyebrow. But somehow I think you already knew that.
We got the schedule for everyone who works at the park as part of our investigation.
He rubbed his neck.
Would you allow me to treat you to a Wawa coffee?
Sure. Give me a minute to drop my keys at the office. She hurried inside and was back at his truck within 2 minutes. You ready? He nodded. As he opened his passenger door for Emily, Austin pulled in.
Do you need to let your boyfriend know why you're leaving with me?
No. His eyebrows scrunched together and he searched her face.
You sure?
If he were her boyfriend, he would expect some kind of explanation for her getting into the vehicle of another guy. He doesn't keep tabs on me.
All right. Let's go then.
As they drove away, he raised a hand to wave to Austin, who was walking toward the building.
Are you two fighting?
You could say that, she said.
Trouble in paradise?
Stay out of it. Her tone was more resigned than angry. When they arrived at Wawa, he opened the door for her, and they went inside for their coffees. Once he'd paid and returned to the car, he parked in a quiet spot catty-cornered to the dumpsters.
I thought we could get more privacy here than a table at McDonald's. Besides, I like Wawa coffee better.
She tapped her fingers on her thigh.
Why is it we need privacy?
To talk about the case.
She tried to sip her coffee before turning to face him. It's too hot to drink.
I know, right? He smiled. I'll cut to the chase. You fit the killer's preferred victim type. We came up with a profile, and you're it.
Don't say things like that. She removed the lid from her coffee and stared into the dark liquid. You're freaking me out.
I'm sorry. I don't like scaring you, but you need to understand what we're up against. This monster could be anyone. A neighbor, a friend, a coworker, or someone who attends your church. Worst of all, he probably looks normal. He's going to be someone nobody would suspect of such heinous crimes. That's how he's gotten away with it this long.
I figured as much. A tear slipped from her eye and she brushed it out of the way with a fierceness that bordered on anger. When Nora disappeared, the police explained she most likely got into the car with someone she knew and trusted. He nodded.
They weren't wrong. Will you let me know if anything out of the ordinary happens, so I can do my best to protect you?
Like what?
Anything. The killer could toy with you by sending you a gift, or you might get a creepy feeling of being watched.
When I get that feeling, I look up and it's you.
Funny.
He leaned forward and took both of her hands in his.
This is serious.
I get that. I'm sorry. She sighed. I received a note the day after I found the skull.
And you didn't tell me?
He released her hands. Our relationship was strained enough already. Besides, I didn't want to exaggerate the threat by getting the state police involved. It warned me to stay away from Boulder Field.
Do you understand the concept of a serial killer?
His palm slammed the wheel harder than he'd planned.
I care about you. I'm sorry, but there it is.
He couldn't turn his emotions off. Emily reached for his hand. Why did you do that? She rubbed the spot on his hand that was turning red. The sensations running through him had nothing to do with the pain in his hand. His gaze pierced hers. The notion that she'd been in danger and hadn't told him was like a knife to the chest. If something happened to her, he'd be devastated.
Did you throw the note away?
She released his hand. No, it's at home. I kept it in case anything happened to me, so the police would be able to connect the dots.
Which means you understood exactly what the threat meant.
She looked down at her coffee again. I guess.
I'll drive you back to the park to get your car, and then I'm following you home so I can collect that evidence.
She nodded and slowly sipped her coffee. He wanted to scream for her to communicate with him. There was something going on in that pretty head of hers, but she was too stubborn to share her thoughts. Maybe he deserved her animosity after the way he'd left, but Jamie was right. They'd been kids. He'd made a mistake, but it was time for them both to get over it. When they arrived at her car, she didn't give him time to open the door for her. She sprung out of his vehicle and hopped into her own. He followed her to a development in Whitehaven, parked behind her, and trailed after her as she made her way up the walkway to the front door. It was painted barn red, as was the old-fashioned milk jug sitting beside it. Would you like to come in? He nodded. Her home was neat and clean, but devoid of personal touches. She lived there, but she clearly hadn't turned it into a home. Make yourself comfortable. I'll go get what you came for. The reminder was helpful. This wasn't a social visit, so he shouldn't be tempted to overstay his welcome or to try to jog her memory of how good they'd been together and show her how great things could be if she'd give him a second chance. He needed to keep her boyfriend in mind. His relationship with Emily wasn't simple, and Austin further complicated it. Her boyfriend was a good guy, and he didn't deserve to have another man make a move on his girl. Under no circumstance would that be the right thing to do. Here it is. He pulled on the rubber glove he kept in his pocket. She handed him the envelope, and he slipped the letter out and scanned it. Wow.
Creepy.
Agreed.
Thanks for this. Do you have a plastic bag?
She disappeared into the kitchen and returned a minute later with a food storage bag.
We'll dust this for fingerprints, and forensics will examine the ink and printing to see if they can get any information. But I'm not hopeful they'll find anything.
I appreciate you trying.
Do you have an alarm system?
No. I guess I should, but until recently I felt safe in my home. He nodded.
My friend Gavin is in private security. He'll know exactly what you need. I'll call him tonight.
If you think it's necessary, I won't argue.
In the meantime, is there someone you can stay with?
I can stay with Sam, but it'll be a long drive to work, so I'd rather not.
Stay with her tonight. I'll do what I can to get the security set up tomorrow so you'll be safe to stay in your own home.
I guess I can do that. She disappeared down the hall, and he listened to her murmured words as she spoke with her friend. A few minutes later, she returned. She's happy to have me, so I'll head over to her place in Benton after you leave.
If it's okay with you, I'd rather we left at the same time. Leaving you here doesn't sit right with me.
He made eye contact and held it.
Whatever you do, keep a low profile. Don't do anything to antagonize this guy.
I won't. She tugged on her ponytail holder. Give me a few minutes to pack an overnight bag. His heartbeat didn't return to normal until he watched her drive out of her community. Wade parked his truck outside of Emily's house and hustled to her door. He hoped to get a few minutes alone with her before his friend arrived to install the security system. He'd spoken to Gavin the night before, as he'd promised Emily he would. As expected, Gavin had cleared his schedule to help him out. After he'd confirmed the details, he'd texted Emily to let her know they'd be at her house first thing. He wasn't sure what time she'd had to leave Sam's to get back so early, but her car was parked out front. A single knock on the door brought Emily to him.
Hi,
he said. Come in. She opened the door for him to enter. As he passed her, his arm brushed hers, and something sizzled between them. Her eyes searched his, making him wish he could turn the clock back and handle things differently. What was done, but he wouldn't make the same mistakes twice. This time, he'd be there for her. He might not be able to have her for his own, but he could protect her.
Gavin will be here soon to install your new system.
She cleared her throat. Did he say how much it would cost?
Don't worry about that, Em. Whatever he charges, it's on me.
I can't allow you to pay for my security. She tugged on her ponytail. That's not something friends do for one another. 3 raps drew their attention to the front door. He knew it was his friend since it was his usual knock.
I'll get it.
He answered the door with a grin.
Hey man, long time.
Not long enough. You couldn't stay out of trouble, huh? Needed me again?
My friend Emily needs you. I'm just the one who made the call.
His gaze searched the room until it landed on Emily.
When a beautiful woman needs help, I'm here in a hurry.
Wade scowled at his friend.
She doesn't need a boyfriend. She needs a security system.
If she wants me to, I'd be happy to provide both services.
Emily let out a nervous laugh. That's kind of you, but the security is all I need right now.
She has a boyfriend.
Tell me you're not dating this guy.
He hitched his thumb in Wade's direction.
Emily's dating someone she works with,
Wade said.
How do you two know each other?
Gavin asked.
We dated back in high school.
Gavin's eyes widened and he took in the two of them again.
Oh, I see.
He pulled at his collar.
I didn't realize you were that Emily.
He glanced over his shoulder at Wade.
Sorry, man, my bad. You know I was kidding around.
Don't sweat it.
Shall we get started?
Gavin set a blank sheet of paper on Emily's kitchen counter and started sketching her space. When he finished there, he wandered from room to room doing the same. Once he'd drawn up the layout, he showed her where he planned to put sensors, then explained how she could avoid accidentally setting them off. If the sensors go off, who will be notified?
I'm going to have the system notify me personally, but it will also notify the local police, and if you'd like, I can have it notify Wade directly.
Why would I want it to do that? Wade stood.
Make sure it does. I want to know instantly if she's in danger. Understood.
He made some notes and Emily chewed on her bottom lip.
Is that all right with you, Emily?
Gavin asked. She looked up at Wade and he noticed the sheen in her eyes. I suppose.
I'm going to have 2 of our best men get your system set up. They should be here within the hour and they'll be gone by 4 o'clock. Will that work?
Sure. She gave him a tentative smile. What will I owe you?
It's on the house.
I can't let...
Stop.
Gavin patted Wade on the back.
My buddy here can explain how much I owe him. I'll see you around, Emily.
After his friend left, Wade felt Emily's eyes boring a hole in his back, so he turned around to face her. Care to explain what that was all about? Your security guy was flirting with me and having fun until you mentioned high school.
He was my battle buddy. We went to basic together, and then we were stationed at the same base. Even did our patrols jointly in Afghanistan.
And the 2 of you talked about me.
We did.
More than once for him to remember who I am all these years later.
Frequently, yes.
That's surprising, she said.
Why would you say that?
I figured you never looked back after you enlisted.
How could you possibly believe that? He asked.
I never heard from you again.
Your exact words to me were, if you leave, don't bother coming back. I never want to hear from you again. I respected your choice.
Why? You knew how hurt I was and what I was going through. Why on earth would you have taken anything I said to heart?
I figured if you wanted anything to do with me, you would write, but you never did.
Tears rolled down her cheeks and he drew her into his arms.
I'm sorry, Em.
He whispered the words into her hair.
I was too young and stupid to realize you hadn't meant what you said. By the time I recognized the truth, it was far too late to call. You wouldn't have accepted me back.
She pushed away from him and paced the length of the living room. We'll never know if I would have or wouldn't have. But I loved you with all my heart. You were my whole world.
I know, and I never should have left you.
He reached for her, but she walked away and grabbed a tissue from the box on the coffee table. We can't change the past, she sighed. Why does your friend feel like he owes you?
Because I saved his life. But that's a story for another time. It's what happens in war. You have each other's backs.
Now I feel like I owe you. You used up your IOU on me, she said.
Don't you worry, he grinned. I intend to collect it from you one of these days.
Maybe when she and Austin broke up. It wasn't a kind thought, but he couldn't picture her and Austin together forever. They hardly even acknowledged each other when he was around. He'd wait until she was single and use his IOU to convince her to go on a date with him. Chapter 9. Emily was writing a teenager a warning for speeding through the park when a news van passed by. There was no question in her mind where they were going. Boulder Field. She finished her task and hopped into her SUV, hoping to stop them before they disturbed anything. In her limited experience, reporters didn't show enough respect for law enforcement boundaries. Part of her wondered if the media knew anything Wade hadn't shared with her. It had been over a week since he'd had his friend install the alarm system at her house, and she hadn't heard from him. An update would have been nice. If she were being honest, her reasons for wanting to hear from Wade had little to do with the case, and a great deal to do with the way his voice turned her insides to jelly. She leaned against her SUV and watched as the news crew set up their equipment. The reporter fluffed her hair and touched up her lipstick.
The pre-recorded segment didn't take long, and when the reporter wrapped up, she noticed Emily and approached with her entourage following behind at a respectful distance. "Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?" "I guess not." "Great." The reporter turned to face her cameraman. "Billy, start recording again." "This is Candy Callahan with News Alert 10. I'm here with—" She held the microphone out to Emily. "Emily Davis." "Ranger Davis, you were the one who found the first body, is that right?" "I merely found the skull. The state police and their crime scene investigators uncovered the rest of her remains." "What are your thoughts about the person who committed such heinous acts against these women?" "He must be one sick, twisted individual, and I know the state police won't rest until he is brought to justice." "Do you know for certain it's a man butchering these women?" "No, but statistically speaking, most serial killers are men." "There is a rumor going around you're involved with another park ranger who works with you. Is there any truth to that?" "No, there isn't." She choked out a tight laugh. "Not that my love life has anything to do with the case." "You heard it here first. Ranger Emily Davis vows that law enforcement will find justice for the victims of the Butcher of Boulder Field." As the man perused his Facebook timeline, he noticed a news story titled Butcher of Boulder Field. Clicking on it, he watched as Emily Davis vowed to bring him to justice. Torn between irritation and amusement, he watched the video again. If she wanted to play games, he'd be more than happy to oblige. Game on. Wade was standing nearby when Emily pulled up at the country club. A valet opened her door and took her keys. Wade sauntered over to greet her. She searched his eyes for any hint he'd seen the viral video from the local news station, but his expression gave nothing away. "Hi." His gaze ran up and down her length, taking in the pink satin gown she wore. Self-consciously, she adjusted one of the rose quartz earrings dangling from her earlobes. Wade offered her his elbow, and she tucked her hand into it, allowing him to escort her inside. His spicy male scent made her want to lean closer, but she controlled herself. "Thanks for waiting for me." "Of course." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I knew you wouldn't know many people, so I thought you might not mind my company." "I appreciate your thoughtfulness." He bent down to whisper in her ear. "Lose the formality, darling. I don't intend to bring up the video now. Today is about Ty and Jamie, but after the reception, we'll have a discussion." She couldn't say for sure if the chills running down her spine were from his closeness or the nervous anticipation of knowing he wanted to talk about her misstep. As soon as she'd seen the news segment that evening, she'd recognized her mistake. He'd specifically asked her to keep a low profile and not do anything that might antagonize the killer, and she'd gone and publicly challenged him. Emily believed it was the nickname the reporter had given the killer which had caught the national news media's attention. But the sensationalized story was now front and center, and she'd made herself a target for the killer despite her promise to be cautious. When they reached the third row of seats from the front, Wade gestured for her to be seated and then took the spot beside her. "You look beautiful, Em." "Thank you." She tucked a curl behind her ear. "You don't look so bad yourself." "Bought the suit for my sister's wedding. It cost a fortune, so I'm glad to have another reason to wear it." She ran her hand down his bicep. "It looks great on you." "Thank you." He turned to face front. "This is weird," she said. "Why is that?" "I feel like we're on a date." "That was Jamie's intention. Another one of her schemes to interfere in my life." "I'm sorry. I wouldn't have come had I realized what she was doing." Her hands trembled, so she folded them in her lap. "If I didn't want to be here with you, I wouldn't be." Wade covered her hands with one of his. His words slowly sank in. He'd known Jamie was trying to pair them off.
but he'd waited for her and accompanied her to her seat despite his friend's meddling. As much as she tried to convince herself her feelings had faded, it was impossible to deny them any longer. Wade Brunner still held her heart in the palm of his hand, and she wasn't sure how to protect herself from him. If he chose, he could crush her again. A tear slipped past her defenses, and she brushed it away before he could take notice. The wedding was lovely, and the food was scrumptious. Her filet mignon was paired with butternut squash and fresh fruit. Wade ordered the chicken, and his meal looked equally appetizing. She hadn't expected the affair to be so upscale, but she hadn't known Jamie's fiancé was a tech titan either. Ty's brother Jared was the best man, and he gave an engaging toast filled with humor and the right touch of sap. The newly married couple shared their first dance, and then they had the father-daughter and mother-son dances. Emily couldn't help imagining her own wedding and what it would be like to share that special day with loved ones. Her father was so distant she couldn't imagine dancing with him at her wedding, but she didn't expect she would get married anyway. Every year, that dream seemed further away than it had the year before. Before she had time to digest her meal, Wade took her hand and pulled her onto the dance floor. She smiled up at him when he swept her into his arms. "I hope you dance better now than you did at prom." "You'll find out soon enough." He leaned down closer. "But I don't recall you complaining at prom." My out-of-control teenage hormones allowed me to ignore the bruises on my feet and enjoy being in your arms despite your lack of coordination. How am I doing now? Your dancing has improved tenfold. I meant, am I still affecting your hormones? She slapped his arm playfully. He certainly was, but she intended to keep that information to herself. Thanks for keeping me company tonight. I was worried I'd made a mistake accepting Jamie's invitation. She said she opened the invitation to Austin or Sam. She did, but I didn't think either of them would be comfortable coming. Why didn't you tell me? What? That you and Austin aren't an item. How did you know that? He isn't here. He pulled her the tiniest bit closer. And you're willingly dancing with me. There is that. Besides, the whole world knows. You told everyone on the 6 o'clock news. I did, didn't I? She sighed. For what it's worth, I'm relieved and glad I can stop feeling like I'm betraying Austin every time I glance in your direction. He seems like a great guy, but I was struggling to keep a professional distance from you. Is that what you were doing? She looked away. It bothered me that I hadn't heard from you. When you collected that note, you seemed so concerned. I'd convinced myself you still had feelings for me. But then you disappeared from my life again. It was torture, but I couldn't be around you without wanting more than was appropriate while you were dating another man. She rested her head on his shoulder. I didn't want to seem pathetic and single when I ran into you again after all these years, and then I didn't know how to tell you the truth. You deserve credit for inventiveness. Not many people would have broken the news on national television. She felt him stiffen beneath her touch, but he didn't pull away. She raised her head to make eye contact. It wasn't intentional. Candy asked a direct question, and I knew Austin would be livid if I lied. He'd already demanded I tell you the truth. Twice. The music changed to something faster, so they moved off the dance floor. Want to take a walk around the gardens? Wade asked. I'd love to. The feel of Wade's hand on the small of her back set the butterflies in her stomach to flight. If his words could be believed, his feelings for her were more than friendly ones. She wasn't sure if the risk to her heart was worth the reward, but she wanted to find out. And did it matter? If he left now, she'd be crushed whether she gave in to her desires or not. There was no turning back. Her treacherous heart had already betrayed her.
Wade slowed his steps as they rounded a corner in the gardens that would take them out of sight. Bending down, he pulled her into his arms until his lips were close to her ear. "You lied to me," he whispered the accusation. She nodded against him. "I'm sorry." "You're forgiven." He pulled her closer and she melted against him. In his arms, she felt safe for the first time in what seemed like a lifetime. When he held her close, only the two of them existed. His heartbeat was steady beneath her ear. Her arms wound around his neck of their own volition. His gaze took in her lips before traveling back to her eyes to search for permission. She leaned closer in response.
There you guys are.
Jamie's eyes twinkled with understanding. Emily wasn't sure if the emotion bubbling up from within was relief, disappointment, or a combination of both.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but we're going to be cutting the cake and then I'll toss the bouquet, so I didn't want you to miss that, Emily.
"We'll be there in a sec," Wade said. Once Jamie disappeared from sight, he took Emily's hand in his. A jolt of electricity shot from her fingers all the way to her heart. "Saved by the bride." She nodded and took a step back. "You heard the lady. We can't allow you to miss your chance to catch her bouquet," he said. Emily spent the ride home obsessing over every word she and Wade had spoken that evening. She wished she hadn't made herself so vulnerable. Maybe she shouldn't have told him she'd been hurt when he hadn't called. If she hadn't misled him, he might have been there for her. But he hadn't been her rock when Nora went missing. He was gone by the time the initial shock of losing her sister wore off. When she was at her lowest point, he was overseas fighting a war, instead of by her side fighting the demons tearing her apart. It had made her even angrier that she couldn't express her feelings about his departure without sounding like a selfish narcissist who cared more about herself than her country. Forgiving him had helped, but the pain never completely dissipated. She'd believed she was over it. They were kids. Neither one of them handled things well. She'd closed herself off from him weeks before he'd enlisted, so she shouldn't have expected him to stay. She still hadn't forgiven herself for that. Now Wade knew how strongly he affected her, and he could use it against her. She wanted to trust him, and wanted to trust herself, but she didn't know how to do either of those things. As she wound her way through her development, she pushed thoughts of Wade firmly from her mind. It was time to focus on something else. Anything else. Her neighbor was outside on his porch, so she parked and waved to him. He hurried across the lawn to meet her. "Hi, Bob." "Hey, Emily. Where have you been?" "A wedding." "You should have asked me. I would have been your +1. I was fine alone. But she wasn't alone. She'd been with Wade. It might not have been a date, but it sure felt like one. "You know I want to take you out. I don't know why you keep playing hard to get." "I'm not playing games," she sighed. "It's not a good time for me to get involved with someone new." It was the truth. Not when her heart belonged to Wade. "I won't stop asking." "Good night, Bob." She hurried up the walkway and went inside, closing the door firmly behind her. She leaned against the inside of the door and thought about what it had felt like to be wrapped in Wade's arms. The frantic beeping of the new alarm system reminded her to put her coat in before they sent the cavalry. It was after midnight when Emily's doorbell rang. She looked through the peephole before disarming the alarm system and opening her front door. "I didn't expect to see you again tonight." "We have unfinished business." Wade strolled into her kitchen and took a seat on one of the stools at the breakfast bar. "We do?" "I told you we'd talk after the reception." "I hadn't realized you meant tonight." "Now you know." She settled onto the stool beside him. "Let's talk." "Do you realize the danger you put yourself in by going on the news and provoking a serial killer?" It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. That reporter, Candy Callahan, asked me to answer some questions, and I agreed. I don't know what I was thinking.
You weren't. What were you even doing out by Boulder Field? The killer warned you to stay away from there.
I'm a park ranger. I can't stay away from our biggest tourist attraction because some sicko tells me to.
How about doing so because I asked? Not as the detective on the case, but as someone who cares for you.
I'm sorry. She felt her chin tremble. But I have to do my job.
He released a bark of laughter. At least I know where we stand.
He ran his hands over the wrinkles in his slacks.
I should have known expecting you to put your life ahead of your job was too much to ask, but I had this crazy notion that you might consider playing it safe since you know what it's like to lose someone you love.
That's not fair. She couldn't believe he would bring Nora into their conversation.
Isn't it?
He strode to the front door.
Set the alarm when I leave.
Don't leave angry.
What choice do I have, Em? Your mind is made up, and I'm not going to change mine.
He walked out and closed the door firmly behind him. She pulled the door open and followed him outside. He didn't turn around. Instead, he climbed into his truck and drove off. She couldn't stop the flow of tears, so she curled up on her couch and let them overtake her. If she'd listened to her mind instead of her heart, she wouldn't be in such a state. Wade's words came back to her. He'd said, "You know what it's like to lose someone you love." Was it possible Wade still loved her? Was that his way of telling her how he felt without coming right out and saying the words?
Chapter 10. The next morning, Wade stared at the cross near the altar. God had a way of getting his message across when his servants took the time to listen. The sermon was about God's sovereignty. Wade realized he'd once again attempted to overtake God's role and control his surroundings. While he didn't like Emily putting herself at risk by going to Boulder Field, he understood her job requirements. As long as she was employed by the state, she'd remain in danger. Unless he caught the serial killer. With God's help, he might be able to solve this case and protect Emily. But without God, he could do nothing. After the service, he went outside and called, but she didn't answer. What he needed to say shouldn't be left on a voicemail. He pushed thoughts of Emily out of his mind so he could concentrate on the case and called his boss.
Lieutenant McGinley. It's Brunner. I thought you might want an update on the Boulder Field case. My office, noon tomorrow. Press conference to follow. Yes, sir.
That gave him 24 hours to get his act together and give a clear, concise presentation of their investigation up to this point. The lieutenant would be livid they hadn't found Parsons, but maybe the news media could help them. He needed to figure out which direction to take next. There had to be more to the gift angle, and it might lead back to Lester, but his efforts to identify the source of the stuffed bears yielded no fruit. He stared at the murder board, hoping something might click. They hadn't found any cases where Genevieve Adams and the judge would have crossed paths, so he began the slow, methodical process of listing every activity and affiliation the two women shared. By lunchtime, he had found 5 possibilities for where their lives may have overlapped. Both were registered Democrats, but even in a mostly conservative jurisdiction, that pool was too large to be any help. Both were members of the Bar Association. That was to be expected. They'd both been to the senator's charity gala, but so had hundreds of others, and they'd attended 2 years apart, so that link wasn't likely to lead anywhere. They used the same courier service to deliver legal documents. It could be a promising lead if he could link the other victims to the same service, but he wasn't ready to dismiss it as a possibility. The last and most promising lead he'd found was that Genevieve Adams had a case with an attorney named Gary Swartz who clerked for Judge Van Britten around the time she disappeared. He would need to pay Mr. Swartz a visit.
Wade drove into Scranton early and arrived at the law offices of Schmidt, Leibowitz, and Swartz shortly after they opened. A friendly receptionist greeted him.
Hi there. Do you have an appointment?
He showed her his badge. I'd like to speak with Gary Swartz if he's in.
Just a moment.
She lifted a telephone off the receiver, punched an extension, and turned her back as she whispered into it.
There's a plainclothes officer here to see you, Mr. Swartz.
Then she faced him with a fake smile plastered across her face.
He'll be right out. Can I get you a coffee while you wait?
No, thanks though. Less than a minute later, Mr. Swartz appeared with an outstretched hand. Good morning. How can I help you, officer? Wade stood. I'm Sergeant Brunner with the Pennsylvania State Police. Might we speak privately, sir? Of course. The man led the way into a spacious corner office overlooking Montage Mountain. Nice view. I enjoy watching the skiers. I'll cut to the chase, Mr. Swartz. I'm investigating a series of murders, and your name turned up in 2 of them. The man dropped into his seat and took off his eyeglasses. Murders? Judge Mary Van Britten and Genevieve Adams are the 2 victims with whom you appear to have connections. I clerked for the judge for about 3 months before she disappeared. Beads of sweat shone on the man's forehead, and he used a tissue to wipe them away. I had a case with Genevieve Adams. We worked on behalf of the defendants in a medical malpractice suit. I represented the doctor, and she represented the physician's assistant. There was another lawyer for the hospital system. Do you have that name? I don't know it offhand, but I can look it up and send it to you. Please do. After the case was settled, Genevieve and I started seeing each other. You were romantically involved? Wade sighed. The lawyer nodded. Do any of these other names ring a bell? Amanda Curtis? The attorney frowned. She was the physician's assistant in the lawsuit. How about Stacy McGuire? Never heard of her. The man's eyes widened. Is this about that serial killer, Butcher of Boulder Field? We don't identify the killer by that name. So it is. Sir, would you simply answer my questions? Sure. He tugged on his tie. Sorry. Do you know a Lorraine Moore? The psychologist? I haven't seen her in years, but my younger sister was hospitalized in a facility where she worked. That ties you to 4 of the 5 victims. You don't think I had something to do with this, do you? It's a possibility I must consider. Another is that someone connected to you is targeting these women. I think I need a lawyer. Don't you want to help me identify their killer? I do, but I know enough to get a criminal attorney to offer me legal advice before we continue this conversation. I'll see you out, Sergeant Brunner. Wade handed the man his card. Contact me when you're ready to cooperate. After driving around the park for 20 minutes looking for Emily, Wade finally spotted her SUV near the organized group tenting area. He pulled up behind the 2 DCNR vehicles. Voices were coming from down the trail, so he followed the sound and found Emily and Pete in a physical altercation. Get away from her, he shouted. Pete looked over his shoulder at him, and that's when Wade noticed the buck between them. The deer had his antlers snagged on some type of material which was stuck under a massive rock. Wade moved in to help. Sorry, man. Didn't notice the deer. While Wade and Emily held the buck still, Pete used his pocket knife to cut the fabric away from its antlers. Once he'd completed the task, Emily counted to 3 and they all stepped away from the deer. And he lives to see another day, Pete said as he stuck his knife back into his pocket. I'll see you guys later. I have some reports to type up. Wade waved as the other guy sauntered away. Emily stood there silently. She wasn't going to make this conversation easy for him. I owe you an apology, he said. I shouldn't have asked you to choose between me and your job. She didn't respond. Is this the silent treatment, Em? She groaned. What do you want from me, Wade? I want you in my life. He rubbed the back of his neck.
As what? A harsh laugh escaped. Your friend? Your girlfriend? A sounding board for this case? You mean more to me than any of those things. He made eye contact, but she broke it. How is that possible? You haven't seen me in 11 years. You don't even know me anymore. Her whispered words sent a chill up his spine. And I don't know you. I don't believe that's true. We've grown up, but we're the same people at our core. And I'm even more drawn to you now than I was back then. For the sake of argument, let's say you're right and we haven't changed that much. Where does that leave us? It leaves us right here in this moment. He put his arm around her shoulders and they strolled toward her SUV. When they reached it, he faced her and took her hands in his. Will you allow me to use my IOU to take you to dinner tomorrow night? A girl has to eat, so why not? It wasn't the response he'd been hoping for, but at least she agreed to the date. He would need to work extra hard to not mess up the chance he'd been given. Perfect. It's a date. You shouldn't have wasted your IOU. Even without it, I would have gone. He grinned. Maybe things were looking up after all. Wade got cotton mouth as he stared at the stunning woman who came to the door in a red sundress. The color brought out the auburn highlights in her chestnut hair. She'd left her hair loose and it fell in waves down her back and over her left shoulder. There was a glossy sheen on her rosy lips, and he wanted to kiss it off of her, but forced himself to speak instead. Ready? I am. She hit some numbers on the keypad beside the door and stepped out of the house, locking the front door behind her. You look gorgeous tonight, Em. Emily's smile lit her eyes. Thank you. Her gaze wandered up and down his length. You look pretty good yourself. I'm glad you agreed to let me take you out. Me too. She waited as he opened the passenger door of his truck. This is scary, but so is everything worth doing, right? She asked. That's right. Once she settled into her seat, he closed the door, walked around the truck to get in the driver's side, and started the engine. He reached for her hand and held it as he drove. She made circles on his palm with her thumb, driving him crazy with desire. It was all he could do to keep his eyes on the road. He'd made reservations at the Sunset Inn, a lakeside restaurant near his home, and the maitre d' greeted him by name. You've been here before, I take it. Many times. The food is great, he smiled. I think you'll love it. He could practically see the wheels spinning in her head. I usually dine alone when I come here, but Jamie's come along a couple of times when Ty had to work late, and she didn't want to go home to an empty house. Oh. You're the first date I've brought here. Am I that transparent? He chuckled. If you had picked the restaurant, I'd be wondering the same thing. How did you find this place? He pointed out the window. Do you see the chalet across the lake? It was her turn to nod. That's my house. She smiled. That's a lot of house for a single guy, isn't it? I don't plan to remain single forever. He saw the panic in her eyes but didn't say anything to ease it. If they were going to give this a chance, she had to know he wanted more than a fling. She ordered linguine and pink sauce with crabs and shrimp, and he got the prime rib. They were both too full for dessert, but he promised to bring her back to try their decadent layered chocolate cake. Want to take a walk around the lake? He asked after he paid the check. I'd love that. She slipped her hand into his. Do you mind if Ruger joins us? Ruger? My German Shepherd. You're full of surprises, Wade Brunner. She grinned. I'd love to meet your dog. When they arrived at his house, Ruger was waiting at the door. He sniffed Emily's hand. You can pet him. She did, and Ruger leaned against her. He never did that with anyone but Wade. I think it's official. He likes you better than me. I don't know about that, but he's friendly. He's a retired military dog. She scratched Ruger behind his ears. Wade shook his head. It was amazing to see her work a miracle on his dog.
Want to go for a walk? The German Shepherd disappeared down the hall and returned with his leash. Good boy. He turned to face Emily. Ready?
She nodded. Will you show me your house when we get back?
I'd love to.
Emily's stride was much shorter than Wade's, so he couldn't keep up their usual speed, but Ruger was patient with the slower pace. When they arrived back at his property, he opened the gate into the fenced part of his yard for the dog, and then took Emily by the hand and steered her toward the water's edge. It's beautiful out here at night. She smiled up at him. You chose a lovely place to live.
I like it, but it gets lonely living in that big house alone.
I get that. She looked down at her feet. Sometimes I feel that way too, and my house is tiny compared to yours. Will you allow me to take you out again, Em? Tonight was wonderful, but I don't think it would be smart to repeat it.
Why wouldn't it be?
Let's not spoil the present by talking about the future. You promised me a tour, remember? He smiled but didn't feel it. The night had gone perfectly, so he couldn't imagine what spooked her. Probably too much thinking about the past.
Let's have that tour.
The next morning, Wade followed up on a tip they'd received on the whereabouts of Lester Parsons. Their suspect was hiding out on his boat in Indian River Marina in Rehoboth, Delaware. Wade contacted the local police to let them know he had a search warrant for Parsons' boat, and then contacted Guy Herndon, the FBI agent assigned to the case, to ask for his assistance. As he was gathering his things to leave the office, John Cunningham stopped at his desk.
Good morning, Wade.
Hey, Cunningham. Need something?
My aunt asked me to get a progress update on the case. I don't know why she didn't ask Pete. He works at the park, so he should be able to find out as easily as I can.
Why would she ask him?
He's my cousin, her son.
Gotcha. I'm on my way out the door to execute a search warrant on our main suspect's boat. His brow furrowed. Who is your aunt?
Senator Martin.
Pete's last name is Cunningham, right?
Yep. His mother kept her maiden name for political reasons.
Ah, that explains why I hadn't made the connection.
My aunt told me Jamie called her a couple of times about someone she knew, a judge. She wondered if you'd found her killer yet.
Let Senator Martin know we're on top of things. Feel free to give her the lieutenant's number. He'll be happy to keep her informed.
Are you sure he won't mind? John asked.
Managing press and politicians is his specialty. Wade stood and patted the other man on the back. It's all part of the job. Now I'd better get going. I don't want to keep the FBI waiting.
FBI?
Cunningham's voice trailed after him. The trooper would be in the lieutenant's office asking about it in no time flat. Good. That would keep them both busy, so he could get on the road with no more distractions. Chapter 11. Emily awakened to the sun streaming in through the gauzy curtains. She turned off the alarm on her cell so she could sleep in for a change. The past 2 months had felt like flying in turbulence, fully expecting to crash and burn. Between trying to anticipate the moves of a serial killer who had her in his sights and navigating the emotions Wade brought to the surface, she was near her breaking point. Too many sleepless nights and not enough time with God had left her feeling restless and broken. It was her own foolishness. She knew from whom her help came. If she longed for peace, there was only one place to find it, in the arms of her Savior. It was time to seek God. She took her Bible to the kitchen table and read from it while she drank her morning coffee. She was 2 days behind in her annual reading plan, so she had some catching up to do. She read up through Jeremiah 7 and then stood and stretched. Most of her reading had focused on the nation of Israel and their refusal to repent and turn back to God. But she clung to verse 8 of the first chapter of the book of Jeremiah. The words were spoken to the prophet, but a spiritual application could be made in her own life. Be not afraid of their faces, for I am with thee to deliver thee, saith the Lord. She knew from years of Bible reading and study that there was truth in that verse she could apply to herself. She'd long ago memorized verses in Luke where Jesus spoke of the same thing, telling his followers not to fear people who could kill the body, but to fear him who had the power to cast into hell. It was time for her to stop living in fear and trust in God's protection. She laced up her sneakers and headed out on her run, waving to Bob on her way past his house. It was uncanny how he always managed to be outdoors when she went out or came home. As she ran, the tension seeped out of her. Running calmed her, but meditating on God's word grounded her. The serenity she'd been searching for filled her, and she was at peace for the first time in weeks. She slowed her steps to bring her heart rate back to normal. Bob was headed in her direction, so she braced herself for another awkward conversation. It wasn't that she didn't like him, but how could she consider dating him when she was infatuated with Wade? If she believed they could make a life together, she'd jump at the chance to get back together. But her fragile heart barely survived loving him the first time. Fear was holding her back, plain and simple. She was afraid of letting him in and getting hurt again.
Did you have a nice run?
I did. She stilled and put her hands on her thighs, catching her breath.
A guy stopped by your house and left a package, but he took off when I asked for a name.
She couldn't imagine why someone would run off instead of leaving their name unless they were up to no good. That's strange.
I thought you should know.
She turned her head from side to side. Did you happen to notice his license plate number?
He was on foot. I took his picture with my cell.
He handed her his phone so she could see the blurry picture of a guy in a baseball cap wearing a hoodie pulled up over it. Would you text it to me, please?
Sure thing.
Emily approached her house with Bob hovering by her side. It was the first time she could remember appreciating his presence. When Emily pulled her screen door open, a teddy bear was wedged inside. It held a velvet box in its fuzzy hands. She recoiled and took 2 steps backward. Bob, can I use your phone? He fished it out of his pocket and handed it to her. It took 3 rings for Wade to pick up.
Brunner speaking.
Wade, it's me.
I don't recognize this number, Wade said. Everything okay?
I'm calling from my neighbor's cell. Mine is inside.
Did something happen?
You didn't send me a teddy bear, did you?
No, I didn't. He paused. Whatever you do, don't touch it. I'll be there as fast as I can.
He disconnected the call. Thanks, Bob. She handed him back his phone.
Do you want to come inside to wait? I could get you a bottle of water.
I'll wait here. He won't be long. You can go home if you want. Bob didn't leave, but instead paced nervously until Wade pulled up to her house 6 minutes later. She rushed over to his truck. You arrived quickly.
Would you expect anything less?
He pulled her to him and kissed the top of her head. When he released her, she noticed the scowl on her neighbor's face. Guilt ate at her insides, but it wasn't her fault Bob wanted to be more than friends. Maybe she should have told him she wasn't interested instead of letting him believe there was a chance. I wouldn't have called if I hadn't known you would come. The honesty of her words surprised her, but she didn't want to take them back. A cruiser pulled up with lights flashing, and Wade strolled over to the window.
Let's do a thorough check of the house to make sure it's safe and take the bear into custody.
The ridiculousness of his words hit her, and she collapsed into giggles. Bob scrutinized her and sneered in displeasure.
What's wrong with you?
He said they were going to take the bear into custody. She kept laughing until tears streamed down her face. Bob rolled his eyes.
I think you're hysterical. Maybe they should take you to the psych ward.
With those kind words, her neighbor stalked off, leaving her standing alone. When Wade finished chatting with the officer and ambled over to her, he took her face in his hands and swiped away her tears with his thumbs, losing all semblance of the professionalism he'd displayed moments before. Are you all right, Em? She managed to calm the quaking laughter. It struck me funny when you said you were taking the bear into custody.
You were laughing?
He shook his head. I thought you were crying. She clung to his hands. He pulled her close. I will protect you. I'll do whatever it takes to keep you safe. You know that, right? She nodded against his chest. He would. She trusted him with her life. But trusting him with her heart was terrifying. That was one thing she wasn't ready to do. Emily sat in the chair beside Wade's desk at the state police barracks. They'd been there for what felt like hours. Can I go home soon? You're not going home. What do you mean I'm not going home? You'll be staying at my place. I am not staying with you or any other man. There aren't many people I'd trust with your life, and the sole female on that list won't be back from her honeymoon for a few more days. If you refuse to lodge with me, we'll take you to a safe house somewhere, but I'll still be the one volunteering for protection duty. It was merely a stuffed bear, Wade. She leaned back in her chair and stared at the ceiling. Get a grip. It's obvious you don't get it. He stood and leaned in close with both hands planted on his desk. I wouldn't normally do this because I don't like scaring people, and we don't want details leaked to the press. But you're a member of law enforcement, so I'll make an exception. He stalked to the whiteboard and turned it around so she could see the murder board they'd put together, including the descriptions of the teddy bear gifts given to the victims and the jewelry found on their bodies. He held up an evidence bag with a charm bracelet in it. The woman found in the park 4 weeks ago was wearing a charm bracelet with a horseshoe and a horse charm on them when she left home on July 9th. We'll double-check to make sure your gift was the one she was wearing, but there is no doubt in my mind it will be. He pointed to a picture on the murder board with his pencil. Yesterday afternoon, we made an arrest. All our evidence pointed to this man, but he was in FBI custody when the teddy bear and bracelet were delivered this morning. Oh. You are in mortal danger. It's not a simple stuffed animal. That bear is a killer's calling card. He's playing a sick game with you, and I have no intention of letting him win. She swallowed past the lump in her dry throat. Do you have a guest room? I do, but I'm giving you my room, so you'll have a private bathroom attached to your bedroom. If I'm your only guest, wouldn't your other bath also be private? While I'm working, you'll still need protection, so I'll get one of Gavin's men to come keep an eye on you. I'll be working too. Take a vacation, Em. He reached over and grabbed her hand. His gaze begged her to comply. Please don't do anything to put your life in further jeopardy. She didn't know how to reply, so she stayed silent for several seconds. Then she remembered the picture, so she changed the subject to avoid answering. Bob took a picture of the guy who delivered the bear. Ever hear of burying the lead? His eyes searched hers. Why on earth didn't you mention that sooner? I forgot about it in all the commotion, but looking at your murder board reminded me. We'll ask him to come in for questioning and get the photo from him. He texted it to me. She brought it up on her phone and studied the man with a baseball hat pulled low and a hood over it. She could see he had scruff on his chin, but couldn't identify him. It's not clear. It's better than nothing. He examined it carefully. The background should give us an idea of height and build despite the blurriness. We can canvass the neighborhood for other security cameras and see if anyone picked him up. Gavin is already checking the ones installed on your house. There are cameras on my house? He nodded. How did I not know he put cameras on my house? She looked up at him. And why didn't I see them? The cameras are tiny. If someone with nefarious intentions sees a camera, they'll find a way to disable it. So the smaller, the better. It was all part of the security system Gavin reviewed with us. Maybe you were having difficulty focusing on his presentation. His eyes lit with humor. She'd been preoccupied that day, so she couldn't deny it, and he knew full well he was the cause of her distraction. Yet she couldn't believe she would have missed talk of cameras. She never would have agreed to them. They felt like an intrusion. But since their goal was to protect her, she stuffed down her annoyance and tried to be grateful they may have gotten better images than Bob did. This whole situation stinks. I know. He took her hands in his and squeezed. Is there anyone in your life you could see doing this? No. She snatched back her hand and ran it through her hair. Let me rephrase my question. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Is there anyone in your life who makes you feel uncomfortable when you're around them? She turned her head away. If she gave him names, she'd turn them into suspects in Wade's eyes. If she didn't name anyone, she could be protecting a killer. Wade leaned forward, awaiting her response. I don't want to unfairly accuse someone of something they probably didn't do. You're not accusing anyone of anything. You're simply giving me people I can check out and eliminate as suspects. Fine, she exhaled. There is one person at work who makes me uncomfortable. Jerry from maintenance. There isn't anyone else I get weird vibes from. I'll check him out. He held out a hand to help her up. Thanks for this. If you think of anyone else, let me know. Let's go get you settled.
Emily stepped into the shower in Wade's master bath so she could wash off the sweat from her morning run. The scent of his body wash greeted her. She would have preferred to use his spare room, but he'd insisted she take his room. Being in his space was pure torture. After her shower, she threw on a pair of leggings and an oversized t-shirt and flopped down on Wade's king-sized bed. How was she supposed to live in his space, surrounded by his stuff, and not give in to temptation? It didn't seem possible. She wanted to throw caution to the wind and agree to another date. But Wade wasn't looking for a casual relationship. He wanted a wife and children. She'd made the decision years earlier not to give up her career for a man. She yearned for a husband and kids, but the cost was too great. He'd expect her to stay home. They hadn't discussed it. You didn't bring up the subject of marriage and babies on your single date following an 11-year hiatus. Her traitorous heart wanted Wade despite all the warning bells going off in her brain. Ruger let out a single bark. "What's wrong, buddy?" Emily asked as she stroked his fur. "He's letting you know someone's coming up the walk." Most dogs I know would bark incessantly if someone was there. He's better trained than most. He patted the German Shepherd on the head as he went to answer the door. He opened it before his friend had a chance to knock. "Hey, Gavin. I thought you'd send one of your minions. I didn't expect you to show up yourself." "I like to keep you guessing." He grinned and slapped Wade's shoulder. Wade turned around and assured the dog the visitor was a friend. Gavin eyed the animal cautiously before he recognized him. "No way. How did you get Ruger?" "He was retiring." "Wow." He squatted down and called the dog to him. "It's been a long time." He spent several minutes rolling around on the floor with the German Shepherd before rising to greet the humans. "Sorry, it's been so long since I've seen that dog." He grinned and pulled a flash drive from his pocket. "I brought the video feed from Emily's security system. Have you viewed it yet?" "One of my guys did. Said we got a clear image of his face and gave me the timestamp so we'd know where to look. Shall we? My laptop is on the desk in my office." Wade led the way and Emily trailed behind them. Her stomach was in knots. Soon she would see the face of her tormentor. Emily stood back as Gavin inserted the flash drive and brought up a clear image of the man who'd left the stuffed bear. He looked younger than she'd expected. "It's not our man. He must have paid this guy to make the delivery." Wade started pacing. "What makes you think that?" Gavin asked. "That kid can't be more than 18, unless he started killing and finding sophisticated methods of disposing of the bodies when he was a mere 12 years old. He's not our guy." "Isn't that a good thing? I can go home." She raised one eyebrow. "You said you have a suspect in custody, and all of your evidence pointed to him. That should mean I'm safe." Gavin leaned back in his chair. "She's not wrong.
That's all well and good, but I don't feel comfortable with you going home yet. Will you give me a few more days to be sure we don't have the wrong guy in custody?" She blew out a frustrated breath. "Fine." She tugged at her ponytail holder. Being around Wade was weakening her defenses. Going home was the only way she could regain her sanity.
After a dinner of takeout pizza, Emily sat beside Wade in the Adirondack chairs by the fire pit. Her gaze took in the dark, shimmering water of the lake as she listened to the sounds of frogs and crickets. It was an enchanting night made more so by the company.
"I'm glad tonight is cool enough for a fire."
Wade poked a marshmallow with a long skewer and handed it to her. She grinned. "I haven't made s'mores since I was in Girl Scouts." Wade stared at her open-mouthed for a moment.
"You can't be serious. You're a park ranger. Aren't you around camping and campsites all the time?"
"I've seen other people make them, but I haven't done so myself since before Nora disappeared."
"Your life changed in an instant."
He took her left hand in his.
"I should have been there for you."
She removed her hand from his and silently roasted her marshmallow, refusing to allow the past to ruin the present. She forced a smile and concentrated on slowly turning the stick to get the perfect golden brown consistency. Once she toasted it to her liking, she assembled the s'more. Voila!
"Proud of yourself, I see."
"I am." She devoured the treat before turning to face him. He ate his marshmallow, set his roasting stick down, and pulled her chair closer to his so his knees were brushing against the outside of hers.
"You have something on the corner of your lip."
She brushed at it but missed.
"I'll get it."
He wiped away the offending crumbs with his thumb, sending tingles all the way to her toes. "What happens when you catch this guy?" she asked.
"What do you mean?"
"When the tension from the case is over and emotions cool, isn't it possible our feelings for each other will do the same?" Instead of answering, he stood and stalked into the house, emerging moments later with a dusty velvet bag. Settling back into his seat, he held her gaze with his own and pulled out a ring box.
"This is how I know, Emily."
He opened it and she saw the tiny diamond.
"I bought this before Nora disappeared and our lives dramatically changed. I wanted to propose before I enlisted in the army and you went away to school. I had it all planned out."
He sighed.
"I've taken this with me every time I've moved. If I could have stopped loving you, I would have gotten rid of it by now."
Her eyes filled with unshed tears, and she fought to keep her emotions in check. It was a sign that he cared. She couldn't deny the truth of it even if she wanted to. Part of her mourned for the life they could have had if he'd have given her the ring and she'd accepted his proposal. But she knew she wouldn't have said yes. She'd closed herself off to everyone, including him. He'd protected his own heart by leaving. What choice had she left him? She took the ring from him now and examined it by the firelight.
"It was the best I could afford back then."
"It's lovely." She handed it back and he slipped it into the box and shoved it back into the bag. After setting it on the table, he skewered a marshmallow and held it in the fire. When it caught fire, he blew on it and then devoured the burned thing. That makes little sense to me. All that does is burn the outside and leave the inside cold and nasty.
"My impatience prevents me from making perfect, toasty ones."
Chapter 12. Wade put a pot of coffee on to brew and sat at the table with his Bible open. He'd been so focused on the case and Emily, he hadn't planned the lesson for youth group. Concentration eluded him when he heard the shower turn on. He'd bared his soul last night, but Emily hadn't done the same. He wasn't sure how long it would take her to admit her feelings. He pushed the thoughts aside and tried to focus, but it was impossible to keep his mind on the passage in front of him. Prayer. He needed time in prayer. After taking a few minutes to pray, he poured a mug of coffee. He set it down when the doorbell rang.
Even though he was expecting Gavin, he checked through the window before opening the door. His friend would keep an eye on Emily while he was out. With his dog at his side, he opened the door wide and greeted his army buddy.
Glad you're here. Thanks for coming. I want to take Ruger for a run, but didn't want to leave Emily alone.
He glanced around looking for his German shepherd.
He was here a moment ago. I saw him make a run for the staircase,
Gavin said. Wade found his traitorous dog sitting at the door to the master bedroom, waiting for Emily to emerge.
Come on, let's go for a run.
The dog wagged his tail a couple of times and followed him down the stairs. Once they were on the trail and the steady beat of his own feet hitting the ground filled his consciousness, Wade was finally able to settle his mind. Gavin called to Ruger when they neared the house, so Wade unclipped his leash, enabling him free run to go play with their company. He slowed his steps and allowed his heart rate to return to normal. When he reached the pair wrestling on the ground, he asked, "Where's Emily?" His friend patted the dog's head and stood to his full height.
"She's at the kitchen table, reading your Bible. Why don't you hang out with the dog while I see if she's going to stay here with you or join me at church?"
Gavin nodded. Emily rose to her feet as he approached. "I heard you two talking. I suppose I won't be making it to my own church today, so I should probably call my pastor's wife and let her know."
"Why do you need to call? Do you teach a Sunday school class or something?"
"No, it's a simple courtesy. I don't want them to worry about me," Emily said.
"Would you like to join me for church?"
"I don't know." She shook her head before looking up at him. "I don't know anything about your church and the doctrine they teach. It's hard for me to stay quiet when I vehemently disagree with what is said in the pulpit."
"If you're uncomfortable for any reason, we'll leave. But I promise you our pastor teaches God's words straight from the Bible, rightly divided."
"None of that prosperity nonsense?"
"None."
She rose to her feet. "In that case, I'll join you. Let me go get dressed." She made it halfway across the room before turning around. "I didn't pack a dress."
"You'll be fine in slacks, but we can swing by your place if you'll be more comfortable in a skirt. It's not far out of the way."
"That would be great, thanks." Gavin joined them with Ruger in tow.
"What's the word?" "Emily's joining me for church, so you can join us, hang out here, or go home. Your choice. If you head home, I'll call you later to work out a schedule for the rest of the week." "What about tonight? Don't you have youth group?"
He smiled at Emily in a pleading fashion.
"Want to help out with youth group tonight?"
She chuckled. "Sure. How hard can it be?"
"I'm not answering that lest you back out,"
Wade said. He turned to face Gavin.
"Let me get you a key. You know the security code since you set them."
"You were supposed to change them."
"Why? I trust you."
"Give me that key." Sunday evening, Wade watched as Emily wrote out the memory verse on the chalkboard in the large room they used for youth group. He rustled around in the equipment locker and pulled out some jerseys and a ball. After the lesson, the kids would play kickball in the field behind the church. Bobby strode in and approached Emily, greeting her in typical teen fashion. "What you doing here?" Emily's smile was radiant. "Helping out Mr. Wade." The boy turned to face Wade. "Pastor, is she your girlfriend?" He saw Emily take a step back and raise her eyebrow. He should have mentioned it earlier. He'd have to address her questions sooner rather than later, but now wasn't the time. The rest of the group wandered in, some ignoring the newcomer and others intensely curious as to what she was doing there. After they all took their seats, he moved over next to the board and introduced Miss Emily.
"Who remembers the story of Jonah?"
A hand went up in the back.
"What do you recall about it, Cindy?"
"He disobeyed God, so he was swallowed by a whale."
He chuckled.
"True, but there's more to the story. Does anyone know why he disobeyed?"
Another hand shot up.
"Go ahead, Chris."
"Jonah didn't want God to show mercy on Nineveh."
"That is correct."
He looked over the class.
"There are times when modern Christians show the same attitude Jonah did. They don't pray for their enemies or share the gospel message with them because they don't want them to be saved. They want that person to experience God's wrath rather than his mercy."
After a short discussion on the subject, they filed outside for kickball. Once the kids were settled into the game, Emily joined him on the sidelines.
Pastor?
It's no big deal. I'm merely the youth pastor.
God's calling on someone's life is always a big deal.
He met her gaze.
I took my courses online. I don't feel prepared to pastor a congregation.
Would you leave the state police if the opportunity to pastor your own church arose?
I would if I felt God calling me to go.
Why didn't you mention it?
He pondered her question, but before he could formulate an answer, Cindy fell. She didn't get back up, so he hurried to see if she was hurt. It didn't take long to realize she was playing up the injury to get Bobby's attention. The boy was oblivious. Not necessarily a bad thing. Young love could be complicated. Monday morning, Wade nursed a cup of coffee and waited for Gavin to arrive. His friend would take Emily to work and stick around to keep an eye on her. Wade had taken Ruger out, but the dog brought Wade his leash for the second time. He wanted to run. Emily descended the stairs in a pair of stretch pants, an oversized t-shirt, and running shoes.
Good morning. What's with the get-up? He asked.
I'm going for my morning run. I'll be back in 30 minutes or so.
You're not going anywhere by yourself.
She sighed. I can't live like a prisoner. I need to keep some semblance of a normal schedule.
Gavin will be here in a few minutes. He'll drive you to the park and stay close throughout the day.
She sat on the chair beside Wade and hugged her knees to her chest, setting her chin on them. My boss won't like it.
He'll blend in with the park visitors. Your boss doesn't need to know you have a bodyguard.
Is that what you are? She searched his eyes. My bodyguard? He wanted to be so much more than her protector, but how could he put his feelings into words without scaring her off? The sound of the key in the lock saved him from responding. Gavin sauntered in and grinned at them.
How cute. The three of you going for a run together like the perfect happy family.
Wade was certain she couldn't keep pace with them, but offered anyway.
Emily, would you care to run with Ruger and me?
I like the solitude of running alone, but it might be a nice change of pace to have Ruger for company.
Should I take that as a yes?
Sure, but we need to get going if I'm going to be on time for work. He fist-bumped his friend on the way past and clipped the leash on his dog. He let Emily set the pace and fell into step beside her. She didn't run as fast as he normally did, but kept up a decent speed, and he enjoyed her company even though neither of them spoke. When they slowed for the cool-down, he took her hand in his. She didn't resist, but gazed up at him with wide eyes. What are we doing here? It feels like we're playing house.
I'm not playing. You're in my home, so I can offer you protection.
Then why are you holding my hand?
For the same reason I took you out Thursday night.
I haven't had a serious relationship since senior year. He shook his head.
Why not?
I didn't want to risk the heartbreak. I remember all too well how much it hurt to watch you walk out my door. How am I supposed to forget what happened?
Neither of us will forget our past, but if you've truly forgiven me, we can move forward.
How? They reached the yard and unclipped the dog, who ran toward the sliding glass doors. Gavin let him in. Wade wiped a stray hair away from Emily's eyes so he could see her clearly.
Give us a chance, Em.
We were kids back then, but we're not anymore. Won't that make the pain all the more unbearable if the relationship doesn't work out?
What if it does?
His eyes searched hers.
Aren't we worth the risk?
She didn't respond, so he stalked inside. They both needed to get ready for work. Wade mulled over Emily's silent response as he drove to the courthouse. If she believed he was worth the risk, she would have said so. So in not answering his question, she'd shown him where he stood. He would be a fool to continue to pursue her. If God was in it, Emily would come around without any prodding from him. And if he wasn't, Wade needed to let her go. He parked and pushed open the car door. It was time to focus on the job. After he passed through screening at the courthouse, he made his way to Judge Dunn's office. The judge's frazzled law clerk saw him coming and leaned back on his heels while clutching a handful of legal books to his chest. "Can I help you, officer?" "It's Sergeant," Wade smiled. "I hope you can. Judge Dunn isn't returning my calls, and I need to know who the security guard on duty was the night Judge Britton disappeared." "I believe he mentioned that it was the senator's son. He's in court now, but I'll have him call you to confirm. I can't think of his name off the top of my head. Different last name than his mother. He didn't work here long." "Thank you. I'll be seeing you." Upon receiving confirmation that Pete Cunningham was there that night, Wade headed to the park hoping to find him. When he arrived at the office, Austin was the only one around. "What can I do for you, Sergeant Brunner?" "Call me Wade." "Will do, Wade." "Is Pete Cunningham working today?" Austin nodded. "He'll be here in about an hour." "In that case, I have time for a lunch break." "Emily's out at the picnic tables by the lake having her lunch if you want to join her." "Thanks, Austin. You're not half bad now that I know you two aren't an item." Austin laughed. "That girl is far too complicated for me. We tried dating once, but we're better off friends." "Glad to hear it." Wade grinned. There was no time to grab a hoagie if he was going to catch up with Emily. He found her right where Austin said she'd be. He waved at Gavin, who was lounging against a tree nearby. Emily was drinking a bottle of water and staring out over the lake. She looked up as he approached. Was it his imagination, or did her eyes light up? "Hey, have business at the park today?" "I do, yes. Austin said I'd find you out here." "Here I am." "I'm glad." She lifted an eyebrow. "What brings you back? A new lead?" "Not much of one. I need to ask Pete a few questions. Turns out he was the security guard on duty the night the judge went missing." "Ah," she shrugged. "He mentioned working there a short time before getting the job here." "I imagine his connections helped to make that possible." "No doubt." He sat beside her. "It was nice running with you this morning." "I enjoyed it." The conflicting emotions in her eyes belied her words. He understood. They'd had a nice morning until he'd ruined it by wanting more from her than she was willing to give. Wade was waiting in front of the park office when Pete arrived for his shift. Pete waved a greeting from his Mustang convertible before putting the top up and sliding out of it. He approached the door. "Morning, detective. How are things?" "Good. I love warm mornings where I can ride with the top down. Makes me feel alive." "Maybe I should get a convertible." "You should." "I was hoping we could talk for a few minutes before you take off on patrol." "Sure. Give me a minute to get situated, and then I'll be back out." Wade nodded. It wasn't long before the door swung open and Pete rejoined him. "Sorry about that. Want to walk and talk?" Normally, Wade wouldn't let the interviewee set the tone for the discussion, but he was a fellow law enforcement officer, so he let it slide. "Why not?" He fell into step beside Pete, and after they'd walked for a minute, he spoke. "You didn't mention in our last talk that you worked at the courthouse." "To be honest, it hadn't occurred to me. I wasn't there long." 3 months? "About that." "Did you know Judge Van Britton?" "Only to nod as she entered or exited the building." "Do you remember seeing her leave work the night she disappeared?" "Yes. It was late. It stuck with me because she never returned to work." "You didn't spend time with her outside of the courthouse?" "I didn't, no." "Were you aware she and your mother were acquaintances?" "Everyone knows my mother." Wade sensed resentment but didn't press the issue. It had to be difficult to live in the shadow of a powerful woman. To some extent, he could understand why the man distanced himself from his mom. It had nothing to do with his investigation, so he dropped it. Wade stopped walking. "If you think of anything pertinent to the investigation, would you give me a call?" "Sure thing." The interview was necessary, but it felt like another dead end. Pete Cunningham had no contact with any of the other victims, as far as he could tell, and the little contact he had with Mary Van Britton was to nod as she passed by. It was the same casual contact the judge had with most people. Wade stared at the murder board, trying to make sense of all the tangled leads. At first, it appeared there wasn't a single person or place that connected more than 2 of the victims. Now he had 3 viable suspects, and his prime suspect, Lester Parsons, would soon be a free man if he didn't find some concrete evidence. Everything he had now was circumstantial, and he would make bail on the drug charges the feds were holding him for. He stared at Gary Swartz's name on the board. As unlikely a suspect as the man seemed, he was connected to 4 of the victims, so Wade couldn't ignore the possibility he'd been wrong about Parsons. The man was a criminal, but maybe he wasn't a murderer. He looked at a photograph of the man out on Harvey Lake. A resident took the picture from a distance. It was grainy, but it sure looked like he was dumping something into the lake. They'd found his girlfriend's body in the park, though, not in the lake. Maybe he'd ditched the murder weapon in the lake. The size of the object he was dumping was too large to fit that theory. Besides, their forensic anthropologist said the murder weapon was the same with each victim. The killer didn't dump his weapon. He kept it so he could relive his first kill with each additional victim. The station door opened and he grinned at Jamie. "How was the honeymoon?" "Amazing." She practically skipped her way into the room. The vacation had clearly done her good. "What on earth did you do to my murder board?"
"Added suspects."
"Wow, you've been busy." She placed her hands on her hips. "If Parsons is in custody, what's all this about?"
"We don't have anything concrete on him."
He massaged his temples.
"He might not be our guy."
"That's disappointing. I want to see that loser rot."
"Even if he didn't do it?"
"He did something."
"That may be true, but we need to get a serial killer off the streets."
She traced a finger over the lines leading to Gary Swartz. "What about this guy? What's your gut say about him?"
"I don't put much stock in gut reactions. If I did, I would have stopped investigating once we locked up Parsons."
"Humor me," she said.
"I think he's a good guy. Someone might be setting him up by going after women he knows, or he could simply run in the same circles as our killer. Either way, he's a link we need to explore."
"Didn't you mention wanting to check out a security guard who worked for the courthouse?"
"That was a bust." He frowned. "Turns out it's one of the park rangers, Pete Cunningham. He worked there part-time for a few months, and the only victim he would have had any contact with was the judge. I'd assumed he would have had contact with Genevieve Adams since she was a lawyer, but I can't find any records of them crossing paths."
"What do you think of him?" she asked.
"He's full of himself." He grinned. "Must come from being a senator's son."
"He's a senator's son? Do tell."
"John Cunningham was in here last week asking for updates for his aunt, Senator Martin. He couldn't understand why she simply didn't ask Pete," he said.
"Now that's interesting. I never would have guessed that slick politician was related to Ranger Pete."
He chuckled. "I'll bet she wasn't happy when he became a park ranger instead of a doctor, lawyer, or politician."
She chuckled. "Or all of the above. She seems like an overachiever. Where do we go from here? We have a tangled web of suspects, but none of them seem to fit the crime."
"Exactly." He pulled out a notebook. "I'm going to do some more research on Swartz. Maybe I'll find another thread to follow."
"I'll take the victim angle and research Genevieve Adams' life again to see if I can find any other commonalities between her and the others." She opened a file folder and started reading. Excitement buzzed through the man as he stared at a picture of his next girlfriend. He'd pick Emily up on Friday, and they would keep each other company for a full week. Then he'd arrange for her knight in shining armor to find her remains. Everything would go smoothly. Easy peasy. That Brunner guy believed keeping her in his fortress of a house would protect her, but he'd soon learn it was impossible to shield anyone from danger 24 hours a day. Chapter 13. When Emily emerged from the master bedroom for her morning run, she hurried down to the kitchen, hoping Wade would be joining her again. Disappointment left a hollow feeling in her stomach when she saw Gavin at the table, reading the paper. "Good morning."
"Hey,
Sorry you're stuck with me and Ruger this morning. Wade decided to get an early jump on work.
I heard him come home last night. It was after midnight. I would have thought he would still be here.
He thinks he's nearing a breakthrough.
Let's hope so. Even wannabe superheroes need to sleep from time to time.
If you want to run, I can join you.
Yeah, okay. A few minutes later, she found a comfortable pace, but she would have preferred running alone. If not, she wanted Wade beside her. Gavin was a great guy, but everything about him screamed bodyguard. She was glad when the run was over. Thanks for running with me. I imagine you're not used to going slow. She was sure of it since he hadn't even broken a sweat.
You might be surprised.
I'm not the only girl you've gone running with, am I?
Nope.
I sense a story, but I won't pry. He grinned in response. I'm going to grab a shower, but I'll be down shortly. As she trudged up the stairs, she couldn't help wondering if Wade's absence had more to do with her than it did the case. Her refusal to agree that he was worth taking a risk for might be the true reason he was staying away. Emily stood at the lake. She shook off the eerie feeling of being watched. It was Gavin, and he was there for her protection. It irked her more than she wanted to admit that she preferred having Wade act as her bodyguard. She desired far more than protection from him. Bending down, she searched the ground for a smooth rock. After selecting one, she skipped it across the lake. 5 bounces. Not bad. A memory surfaced of her and Wade skipping rocks at Ridley Creek State Park. Nora had tagged along. She could picture the day clearly. The sun filtered through the leaves on the trees and shined patterns on the creek surface. Wade was wearing his favorite Phillies ball cap and a pale blue t-shirt. Nora drew hearts on the ground with a stick. It was one of the last memories she had of her sister. Her radio came to life with a call. An injured hiker. She jumped into her SUV and drove toward the trailhead for Fourth Run Trail. She noticed the dark SUV following her down Boulder Field Road. Gavin. Having a shadow was going to take some getting used to. If they had the right guy locked up, she wouldn't have to get used to it. She could go back to her regular life. Shaking her head, she considered her normal life. Did she want to go back to it? A life without Wade? Or did she want the whole package? Husband and children, white picket fence. What was happening to her? She'd ended things with Austin when he'd brought up the idea of having kids. She pulled him behind him and rubbed her temples. She greeted her friend with a smile. What's going on?
The caller thinks his friend broke his leg, Austin said.
How?
Lost his footing and fell down a steep bank.
How far down the trail?
He estimates they're about a mile in. Pete's getting a quad so we can bring him out on it.
Shall we? She gestured toward the path.
Let's do this.
They were a half-mile down the trail when Pete reached them with the quad.
What's taking you two so long?
Pete smirked and sped past them. Austin clapped a hand on her back.
Sometimes I wish I could ticket him.
I know, right? She smiled. They continued to follow the trail, navigating over fallen branches and other debris littering the path. They caught up with Pete a quarter-mile from where he'd passed them. A fallen tree blocked the trail, and there was no easy way for him to navigate around it to get to the injured hiker. He dismounted the ATV and walked toward them.
We're going to have to carry the guy this far. Unless you want to go back and get a chainsaw? Austin asked him.
Pete shrugged.
I would, but it'll take longer than carrying him out would. I imagine he's in pain and needs urgent medical attention.
Sirens in the distance punctuated his words. Ambulance.
Let's do this, Austin said.
The 3 of them moved down the trail. Sensing someone behind her, she glanced back and caught the shadow of someone moving silently through the woods. Probably Gavin again. Maybe he could help them move the hiker. No, She couldn't have her fellow rangers think she was incapable of taking care of herself. If they knew she had a personal bodyguard, they'd think less of her. Well, Austin might not, but Pete definitely would. A man stood on the trail frantically waving his arms and shouting to them. They approached him, and he led them to his friend. She groaned inwardly when she saw the size of the unconscious fellow. She and Pete tended to the man's injured leg while Austin assembled the litter. The 3 rangers and the man's friend all worked to get him back up to the trail where they then loaded him onto the litter. They hadn't carried him more than 100 feet when Gavin approached them carrying a bottle of water and a backpack.
"I can give you a hand if you like," he offered.
"Sure, that would be great," Austin grinned. "Thanks." She avoided eye contact with Gavin, fearing she'd give too much away if she engaged with him.
"Out for a hike?" Pete asked. "It's a beautiful day for it, don't you think?"
He skillfully circumvented the question. She was grateful for his help and admired the ease with which he conversed with her fellow rangers. Austin nodded. Gavin took one corner, and the man's friend moved to take some of the weight from the middle. They made short work of getting him to the quad. As they loaded him on the ATV, the man groaned. If he regained consciousness, his pain would be excruciating. Emily settled down at the desk to complete her report on the injured hiker they'd rescued earlier in the day. Gavin would be taking her back to Wade's house. Her belly tightened in anticipation of seeing Wade, and she knew there was no hope for her. Her world was once again wrapped up with his, and if he chose to walk away again, he'd leave devastation in his wake. She printed a copy of her report and placed it in the bin. Glancing at the clock, she hoped she'd be able to make her exit before her coworkers returned. If they saw her getting into Gavin's SUV, there would be questions she wasn't prepared to answer. As she exited the building, he drove up to the door. She slipped inside the vehicle and he pulled away. He grinned.
"Don't worry, tinted windows. Nobody will see you with me."
She let out a sigh of relief. "Thanks. I didn't feel like explaining your presence."
"Wade called. He's going to be late tonight," Gavin said.
"Oh?" She tried not to let her voice give away her disappointment.
"He's following up on a lead."
"That's good, I suppose."
"It is."
He patted her shoulder.
"If the case didn't involve you, it would probably wait until tomorrow. Wade's worried about you. He tries to hide it, but I can see it."
She attempted a smile but was unsuccessful. A tear slipped past her defenses and she swiped it away. "Thanks for dinner. It was good." Emily loaded the plates into the dishwasher. Wade leaned against the counter.
"Jamie sent it." He smiled. "She knows I can't cook."
Her husband doesn't mind her cooking for another man?
I get their leftovers.
Still, I can't imagine him liking that.
He knows he's the only guy for her. I'm not a threat.
That's hard to believe.
Oh, is it? Why is that? Am I irresistible? He asked.
Avoiding the question, she changed the subject. It was lonely here last night. Emily spoke the words she'd planned to keep to herself.
Gavin was here.
Not the same.
I'm sorry. I wanted to be here with you, but I needed to work the case.
She lifted a shoulder. I understand.
Do you? He asked.
Of course, you were doing your job.
I looked into that guy you mentioned from maintenance. He's clean. I don't think he's behind any of this, but I'll keep him on my radar in case I'm mistaken.
Thanks for checking him out. I'm grateful.
Now I need to know where we go from here, darling.
I don't know what you mean, she said. He moved from the counter and approached her.
We can't stay in the same house together while you keep me at arm's length. I have no desire to be a mere friend to you, Em.
He placed a hand on either side of the sink, pinning her up against it. Their lips were nearly touching. Her eyes closed, and she inched closer to him. Her breath stuck in her chest for a moment. I don't want to be your friend either.
Sometimes I look at you, and it's like the years melt away, and we're still the same Wade and Emily who were voted most likely to get married right after graduation.
He tangled his hands in her hair.
But other times I see you as the alluring woman you've become. The woman I want more than I've ever wanted anything or anyone else.
If I weren't so scared. She let her words trail off.
Please, don't be afraid of me. I know I let you down when we were young, but it won't happen again. I'd do anything to make it up to you, to make us work this time.
Then why haven't you kissed me? She asked.
You know you're playing with fire, right?
She nodded. She'd never wanted a kiss more than she did in that moment. His lips captured hers, and she savored the contact. She'd been hoping for his kiss for days, but she knew she was in dangerous territory. Trusting Wade was a huge leap of faith. She hoped she wouldn't regret it. She ran her fingers through his hair and wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer. His hands came to rest on her hips.
Does this mean you're my girl?
She answered him with another kiss.
I'm going to take a cold shower before we take this further than is prudent.
He held her tightly against him with one arm. She smiled up at him. His lips met hers again, this time more demanding.
I'm going upstairs before we both lose control.
When he stepped away, an ache settled heavy over her heart. It was time she made up her mind and stopped toying with Wade's emotions. Otherwise, they'd both be burned by her reckless behavior. After she heard his steps disappear down the upstairs hallway, she made her way to her room. In reality, it wasn't her room at all. It was his. She stared at his bed where she would spend another night surrounded by his masculine scent. If she didn't get home soon, she'd lose more than her self-control. She'd lose her sanity. Chapter 14. The following morning, Wade pored over the files once more. This time, he focused on the victim's financial data. He needed to find something to tie all the victims together. If he could do that, it might lead him back to the killer. That was his theory, anyway. He found some charges for a grocery store where 3 of the victims had stopped weeks before their deaths. It was probably nothing. Then he noticed 2 of the victims went to the same hair salon, but it wasn't enough. While studying Genevieve Adams' file, he found a donation to Senator Martin's campaign. Plenty of people contributed to political campaigns, so it was likely nothing. But he checked and saw that Lorraine Moore donated too. After checking all 5 files, he realized every one of them gave money. There had to be a connection. Maybe it was the guy taking the donations, or another staff member of the senators. Wade struggled to write off Gary Swartz's interactions with the victims as mere coincidence, yet he could see how they might be just that. But his gut wouldn't let him do the same with the donations. He was certain he was on the right trail with them. When Wade entered the office, Jamie was leaning back in her chair, staring at the ceiling. "What are you doing?" She sat up and made eye contact. "Do you think the killer works at the park? Maybe a maintenance guy or a cashier in the snack shop?" The idea crossed my mind. What makes you ask? Wade raised an eyebrow. I was studying the proximity of each of the victims to each of the other victims again, and it makes the most sense that the killer either works at the park or lives nearby. The park has numerous employees and volunteers, so we could take another look, she said. I hadn't even considered volunteers. He pinched the bridge of his nose. He could also work someplace near the park. True, he said. I take it you don't think Parsons is the killer. No, I don't. And neither do you. She sipped her coffee. If you believed the killer was in jail, Emily wouldn't still be staying at your place. I'm beginning to think it's a mistake for her to stay with me anyway. He took a drink of coffee and made a face. You should know better than to drink that sludge. I should, yes. He pushed his cup away. I do have a theory I want to explore further.
What's that?
While studying their files yesterday, I discovered all 5 victims donated to Senator Martin's campaign.
That's flimsy at best.
I know, but my gut tells me it's more than mere coincidence.
Let's examine those contributions then. I don't think we'll get a judge to issue a warrant for Senator Martin's records to find out who first received the information for their donations, but maybe she'll cooperate willingly.
Maybe. For all we know, the funds were paid online or over the phone. I saw the credit card statements with the notation, but I can't tell which method they used to give. We can ask the lieutenant to call her. They have a good working relationship.
Or better yet, we could ask her nephew or her son.
Maybe we should rule them out first.
You don't think either of them could be involved, do you?
He sighed. It's unlikely, but I'm not willing to rule them out entirely. I doubt either of them would have been in charge of collecting donations.
Did you notice the amounts of the donations?
I wasn't paying close attention to amounts, but I'm thinking they were all around $1,000. I can check. What?
Remember the picture from the gala on Mary Van Britten's profile?
Yeah.
Could the donations somehow be linked to her gala?
Like a ticket cost?
Exactly. I don't know how her invitations are issued, but I wonder if it has something to do with donations over a certain threshold.
That's a good question. He sighed. We need to speak with the senator again.
Let's talk to the lieutenant before we go ruffling feathers.
Wade glanced at his watch. 10 teenagers were assembled outside of the church awaiting transportation to the aerial adventure park. 15 permission slips had been turned in, so he'd wait another 5 minutes in case some parents were running late. He smiled down at Emily.
Do you mind if we wait another few minutes? I don't want any of the kids to miss out because their parents didn't get them here on time.
I'm happy to wait. As she said the words, 2 more cars turned into the lot and let out the remaining 5 kids.
That didn't take long at all.
I was always one of those kids who ran a few minutes late for everything. My parents couldn't seem to get out of the house on time.
I remember. After waving to the parents dropping off their children, Wade opened the bus doors and took his spot in the driver's seat. The kids made their way inside and Emily followed, dropping into the last remaining spot behind him to his right. When they arrived at the park, a guide showed them around and then led them through the activities. After working through the ropes course, they reached the zip line. He watched as Emily demonstrated to a 13-year-old girl how to put on her harness. She had a way of talking to the kids in the same manner she would use to talk to an adult. Her method of relating to them worked well. He might consider trying it out himself. When lunch rolled around, he grabbed for her hand. He pulled her gently to him and kissed the top of her head.
I'm glad you came with us today.
Thanks for inviting me. It's been fun. Her eyes sparkled like emeralds in the bright sunlight. They made their way to a picnic table and sat. He opened their bagged lunches and they ate in comfortable silence. After the meal, he rose.
It's time to get the kids rounded up for the next activity.
The adventure park team was assembled near the river with tubes at the ready. He winked at Emily.
Remember the last time we went tubing?
Nora came with us. It was the summer before she disappeared. Back before you enlisted. He could practically see her shields go up.
I shouldn't have brought it up.
It's fine. She carried her tube to the edge of the river. It's a good memory. Emily didn't say much as they floated down the river with the teens. When the adventure park bus brought them back to the parking lot, he waited for the kids to load into the church bus before approaching her again. He put his arm around her shoulders, and she stiffened.
Did I do something wrong?
No, everything's fine. She'd been enjoying the day until he'd brought up the past. Was a future together possible when he couldn't mention their history without causing tension?
You don't seem fine.
He'd been planning on taking her out for a romantic dinner, but elected to skip it. There was no point. She was in no mood for romance. Pete sauntered over.
Hello there, detective.
She glanced down at her phone and then shoved it in her pocket.
Working on a Saturday? He asked.
Putting in a few hours. She pushed her shades up and studied him. Long time no see.
I've been around. You're the one who disappeared.
Honeymoon.
Your husband is a lucky man, he said.
I keep telling him so, she grinned.
You back here for a reason?
Following up on leads.
Anything I can help with?
I hope so. She leaned back against her car. We got a printout of park employees and volunteers, but I'd like more information about their personalities and habits.
Why don't we sit down and talk over suspects?
I was going to head home soon, but Ty texted that he's working late, so I could hang around a while.
Did you bring that list? We can go over it.
She pulled it up on her phone. What do you know about Jerry and maintenance?
From what I heard, he's a quiet guy, mostly keeps to himself.
And Austin Crowley?
A little too self-assured, but works hard.
She went down the list until they'd gone over each person on it. While I have you here, can you answer a question about your mother's gala?
What about it?
Are invitations issued based on donations?
I don't believe so, no.
Oh. Do you attend those galas?
That is one commitment I haven't found a way to escape. At least, not yet.
The price of being a politician's only son, I suppose.
Exactly.
Thanks for answering my questions. Jamie glanced at her watch. I'd better get going. He walked her to her sedan.
Okay, you take care now.
After waiting for her to pull out of the drive, Pete climbed into his truck and followed at a safe distance. He had to make sure she didn't realize she was being tailed. When she turned down her long driveway, he pulled off onto the side of the road, grabbed his binoculars, and proceeded on foot. He would lose the element of surprise if he drove in. When he reached the house, he watched through the windows. Most of the curtains were open, a luxury afforded to those who had the cover of woods to protect them from prying eyes. But tonight was different. Tonight, he was here to make sure she made it back to his place in time for their date. They would spend one decadent week together. They couldn't stay forever. A week was the perfect amount of time. Wade stopped at a diner on the way back to his place. There was no way the establishment could be mistaken as romantic in any way, shape, or form. Bells jangled over the door when he opened it, and he held it until Emily was inside. They found a seat in a corner booth, and the server brought them laminated menus and took their drink orders. They ordered when the waitress returned with their drinks. Wade looked out the window instead of across the table at Emily. He couldn't bear to look into her eyes. "I didn't intend to increase the tension between us," she said. He turned toward her and watched as she unrolled the napkin from around her silverware and placed it on her lap.
No, it's my fault.
His work cell buzzed, so he pulled it out and glanced at it.
It's Jamie. Give me a sec. What's up, Jamie?
The voice on the other end of the line wasn't Jamie. It was her husband, Ty.
I'll be there as quickly as I can. I need to drop Emily off at the house first.
He disconnected the call and tossed cash on the table. What's going on?
That was Ty. Jamie wasn't home when he arrived, but her car was in the driveway. There were signs of a struggle in the bedroom.
I'll go with you. Maybe I can help. She followed him to his truck and hopped into the passenger seat.
Are you sure? It could take some time.
You don't have time to go out of your way to take me back to your place. Besides, I want to help get Jamie home safely.
She's always alert and ready for anything.
Those instincts will help her survive this ordeal. Emily's face paled. Did this happen because he couldn't get to me? Is that why he picked on Jamie?
Let's not jump to conclusions, Em. It might not be the same guy.
We both know it is.
First we investigate, then we follow leads.
He scowled.
Conjecture is frowned upon.
Of course, sir. She saluted him. They found Ty pacing in the driveway when they arrived. There were 2 patrol cars on scene.
"Where are the troopers?"
Wade asked.
"Upstairs."
Wade placed a hand on his shoulder.
"We'll find her."
He hoped they'd be able to bring her back alive. Silently, he lifted a prayer to the Lord on behalf of Jamie and Ty. Only the Lord could bring peace in a circumstance this dire.
"Please do."
Ty's voice came out thin and shaky. His fear was evident.
"Those officers think I had something to do with this."
"It's standard procedure to question a spouse. Don't worry. The truth will come out."
"Go find her and bring her home."
"That's the plan."
Emily made eye contact. "I'll stay with Ty. You should talk to the state troopers."
"I'll be back."
Upstairs, Wade found them documenting the scene.
"Call in the crime scene investigators."
"You think we need them? This looks pretty cut and dry."
"Jamie and I are working a serial killer case. She fits his victim profile."
The larger of the 2 officers stuck his thumbs in his belt and stretched.
"The husband looks guilty."
"We will investigate every possibility."
"You arrested your serial killer."
"We arrested a single suspect on an unrelated charge, but he wasn't our sole suspect."
"The news didn't mention that."
"We don't share all the details of an active investigation with the public," he growled. "Let's collect evidence before jumping to conclusions."
Wade headed back downstairs and found a quiet place out back from which to call his lieutenant. Mac was going to freak. Pete heard her struggling in the trunk. She shouldn't be awake yet. His victims always remained unconscious longer. Punching the steering wheel, he swore under his breath and slowed the car. As he made a turn onto a dirt road, his trunk popped open and Jamie tumbled out. Before he could slam on the brakes, she was limping off toward the woods. He braked and jumped out of his car. She'd appeared injured when he'd seen her in the rearview mirror, so she couldn't have gotten far. Her tracks would be easy to locate before darkness descended. He listened carefully for the sound of her steps, but heard nothing. Only silence greeted him. She was smarter than he'd realized. If he didn't find her before dark, she'd escape his clutches. If she did that, she would point the finger at him, and he wouldn't be able to stay in Pennsylvania. He'd need a new identity and a new hunting grounds, because the world would know his secret. Sooner or later, he'd get caught. It was exciting. The idea of receiving credit for his work. He would need a new base of operations, somewhere where he wouldn't be discovered. His grandfather's farm had been perfect, but it wouldn't take long for them to discover it if Jamie escaped. As the thought went through his mind, he saw movement in the distance. "I've got you now." Chapter 15. Emily felt like she was in a trance during church service. Wade was at work trying to figure out who'd kidnapped his friend. Thoughts of what would happen if they didn't find Jamie in time crashed over her, and she pressed a hand to her stomach to stop it from roiling. The past months had been the most difficult ones she'd gone through since Nora's disappearance, and her faith was taking a beating. She was struggling to find purpose in the pain. As the pastor quoted Romans chapter 8, verse 28, she wondered how any of it could work together for their good. How could the kidnapping of a newlywed woman be good for anyone? The notion seemed ludicrous, but it was a promise she knew she could count on. All things worked together for the good of those who loved God. Jamie didn't know God, but Wade did, and he loved her like a sister. How was this going to bring about good in his life? Would they find her in time to prevent another tragic death? She sucked in a deep breath and forced herself to listen to the remainder of the sermon, occasionally glancing over at Gavin, who seemed to be focused intently on the message. She knew he was alert to everything around him, and if she were to scoot out of the pew, he'd be right behind her. When Emily trudged down the stairs Monday morning after another sleepless night, she found Wade sipping a cup of coffee with his Bible open in front of him. He didn't glance up at her approach. "Good morning."
Hey. Still nothing new? I have a strong lead I'm certain is the key to solving this case, but I can't get a judge to give me a warrant for the information I need to proceed. In the meantime, one of my best friends is fighting for her life, and I don't even know where to begin looking for her. I feel responsible for Jamie's abduction. That's insane. The only person responsible is the madman who took her. He wanted to take me. I've been under constant watch, so he went for an easier target. I guarantee Jamie didn't go easily. I'm sure she didn't. Emily poured her coffee and sat beside him. Can you tell me about the lead? No. His lips turned up in a smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. I wish I could, but it's better if I keep this information in-house. You showed me the murder board. I was trying to make you see how serious the danger to you could be. If I didn't see it before, I do now. Wade stood. I need to get back to work. You won't do Jamie any good if you don't find time to sleep. I tried to sleep, but the images in my mind won't let me rest. I'll be praying. He picked up his keys and Ruger sat up and barked. I didn't take him on his run. If you're going, would you mind taking him along? I'd be glad for his company. And Gavin's. Don't leave the house without him, okay? At the sound of his name, Gavin appeared in the doorway, dressed in gym shorts and a sleeveless shirt. I see you made it home, Gavin said. I did, but I'm leaving now. Gavin nodded and Wade turned to leave. Once he was gone, Gavin slid into the seat he'd vacated. Are you all right? I've been better. He's not purposely shutting you out. I think you're wrong. Trust me, I'm not. He's choosing to withhold information pertinent to the case. That's intentional. That's his job. She sighed. Do you feel like running? You're dressed for it. A morning run would be great. She grabbed Ruger's leash and slipped it onto his collar. He wagged his appreciation, and the three of them headed out the door, but not before Gavin checked to make sure the house was secure. 5 o'clock Tuesday evening, Emily rode silently beside Gavin as she fretted over Jamie's disappearance and Wade's absence. Her mind wandered back to Nora and the parallel between her disappearance and Jamie's. Wade's behavior was nearly identical to her own 11 years earlier, with the sole difference being his role in the investigation. She hadn't been privy to the detective's files when Nora went missing, but she did everything she could to find her sister. She couldn't fault him for doing whatever it took to bring Jamie back safely. In the meantime, she needed a distraction. Gavin, would you mind if I went out tonight to meet my friend Sam for dinner? Not at all. Give me an hour to get another pair of eyes on you. It'll take Sam longer than that to get here. She texted Sam to see if she could get away. The response came back quickly. Sam. I've been wondering when I'd hear from you. I'm desperate for an update on the case. I'll meet you at 7:00 p.m. at O'Brien's Mug. Emily. Perfect. I'll see you there. She felt bad that Sam would have to drive so far, but she'd return the favor the first chance she had. An hour and a half later, she sat across from her friend in their favorite booth. Gavin found a seat nearby where he could discreetly keep an eye on her without drawing attention to his presence. He'd mentioned another bodyguard would be there, but she hadn't been able to identify who it might be. I saw in the news about that cop. Didn't you attend her wedding a few weeks ago? Yes. She and Wade are good friends. He thinks she invited me as a date for him. Meddling, but sweet. Exactly, she sighed. I've barely seen him since she disappeared. I want to be there for him, but I'm not sure how. I know. I'm feeling like he probably did when Nora disappeared. I wasn't going to say that. No, but you were thinking it. Don't beat yourself up about the past. Be open to a future that might include Wade. I'm trying. I'm afraid of being hurt, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. That's a change from the last time we spoke. He bought me a ring. What? Not recently, before, when we were kids. Oh.
He showed it to me. All this time, he's kept it with him. Sounds like the man couldn't let you go. I love him. Don't tell me, tell him. Sam pointed toward the entrance, where Wade appeared, with a willowy blonde in tow. Who is that with him? Emily twisted around in her seat, and her eyes met Wade's. She watched the emotions flash across his face, and her world flipped upside down once more. Looking back at Sam, she frowned. Do you mind if I stay with you for a few days? Of course not. You're welcome, but don't you think you should give him a chance to explain? Not this time, no. She stood and threw a 20 on the table. I'll wait for you outside. As she took her first step, she noticed a pretty young woman stand and nod at Gavin. She'd never have suspected she was her bodyguard if the woman hadn't followed her out of the front door. Wade was right on their heels. Emily, can we talk? Not now. She turned away from him, knowing she'd believe any lie he told if she met his eyes. It's not what you think. I don't care what it is. She crossed her arms over her chest. I'll be at Sam's. That may be for the best. Pain sliced through her heart at his words, but she didn't respond. Sam hurried to her side and shook her head at Wade before pulling Emily toward her car. When they were buckled in and she'd started the ignition, she faced her. Are you all right? I will be. When they'd driven a few miles out of town, Sam grasped her hand. I don't want to freak you out, but I've made 2 turns and it seems like we might have a tail. I know. Then why aren't you freaking out? Stop the car. I'll introduce you to my bodyguard, Gavin. You have a bodyguard? She pulled over and narrowed her eyes. We're both park rangers, trained law enforcement. Why do we have a bodyguard following us? I'll fill you in, but let me introduce you first so we can get back on the road. After introductions were made and Sam gave Gavin her address in case they were separated, Emily went into the list of reasons Wade believed she needed protection, even though she believed she was more than capable of taking care of herself. I'm surprised you accepted help from Wade. Sam tapped on the steering wheel, a nervous habit that drove Emily batty. He showed me the murder board they'd created. From the looks of it and the teddy bear I received, I may have been the next victim, and nobody can be on guard 24 hours a day. I needed to be able to shower and sleep, so I let him provide extra protection. I knew he thought you were being targeted when he sent you to stay at my place the last time, but you never said why. I received a teddy bear with a charm bracelet on it. And it's the guy's signature move. He sends his next victim a stuffed animal with jewelry he took from the previous victim. The bracelet belonged to Lorraine Moore? It did. I can see why he'd be concerned, but it doesn't fit the guy's timeline for him to take someone else now. I know. When I received the stuffed bear, Wade figured the killer was escalating, and now that he's taken Jamie, it's more than a theory. What happened with the guy they arrested? They arrested him on unrelated charges. Wade was never convinced he was the killer, but he sounds like a shady character and he has ties to a couple of the victims and the park. Gavin was kind enough to drive her back to Wade's house the next morning, and she was pleased to see he'd already left the house when she arrived. She dressed quickly in her uniform and then packed her belongings. Her phone alerted her she had an incoming call. When she glanced at the screen and saw Wade's name, she hit ignore. She had no desire to talk to him. She certainly couldn't remain under the same roof as him. His behavior made no sense. What was the point in making her think he cared? It wasn't like he was trying to get her into bed. He'd been the one to show self-restraint. Why toy with her emotions? She'd been prepared to give him another chance until he'd walked into O'Brien's mug with a gorgeous woman on his arm. The woman was a solid 10. Tall, curvy, gorgeous. Emily was none of those things. She couldn't compete with the blonde bombshell. She was surprised he would be out with a woman instead of searching for Jamie, but she'd never claimed to understand men. With her bag slung over her shoulder and Ruger whimpering behind her, she trudged out the door, giving the dog one last pat before Gavin locked up behind her. Life was strange. A week ago, she'd have been thrilled to be leaving Wade's house. Her chest constricted, and she refused to identify the emotion causing the painful sensation. Work would keep her mind off Wade. Her phone rang again, and she pushed the power button to silence it. Gavin glanced over at her as she buckled her seatbelt.
Are you sure you don't want to give him a chance to explain?
The look she shot him had him raising his hands in surrender.
Forget I said anything.
Would you mind swinging by my place this morning so I can get my car, since we have a few extra minutes?
Wouldn't mind a bit.
If Emily didn't get some sleep soon, she wouldn't be able to function. It was a good thing it was her day off. Gavin joined her at the kitchen table.
You're getting a new bodyguard today. Her name is Sandra. She's been with Garrison Security for 2 years. I trust her.
The woman you had working with you at O'Brien's Mug?
That's her.
Are you getting back to your real life?
He nodded. I wish I didn't have to leave, but I have some urgent business that needs my attention.
Sam was in uniform when she made her way to the kitchen. I guess I'm on my own today, Emily said. As on your own as you can be with your bodyguard sitting beside you. Gavin's assigning me a new bodyguard today. Sam grinned. Is he single? Her name is Sandra. That's disappointing, Sam frowned. Gavin is single. He grinned.
I am. And if I didn't have somewhere to be, I'd love to spend time getting to know you better, Samantha.
Oh boy, Emily giggled. Once Sandra arrived and the introductions were made, Sandra slipped out onto the deck and left Emily alone with Sam. It looks like you have 2 love interests now, Gavin and Austin. Neither one of them is a love interest. You might want to tell them that. I think they're both interested. Sam shook her head. I'm going to see if Sandra would like some coffee. Emily stuffed a pot in the Keurig. I'll take her some. You probably have to get to work. I do. She pushed her bangs off her forehead. I wish I had the day off. Me too. Come by at noon. We'll have lunch together, but you'll have to bring something. I didn't have time to pack my lunch. Emily smiled. Meet me at Adams Falls? Perfect. Sam grabbed her keys from the hook where she kept them and waved as she opened the front door. See you later. Emily took out a second coffee pod and brewed another cup, then carried them both out on the deck to sit with Sandra. I brought cream and sugar since I wasn't sure what you took in your coffee. The woman's eyes lit with gratitude. Thank you. You're a godsend. I don't know about that, but I'm glad to be of service. You are stuck here because of me. Just doing my job. The morning dragged on as Emily considered all the possibilities of where Jamie could be. It was supposed to be her. The thought made her shudder. When 11 o'clock rolled around, she prepared some tuna fish sandwiches and took a couple of bottles of water from Sam's fridge. When she arrived at the parking area, a familiar truck caught her eye. She backed her car in next to it, gritting her teeth as she did. She'd been set up. Sam was a traitor. Emily's eyes scanned the area until she spotted him leaning against a tree near the path down to Adams Falls. She made her way over to him. What are you doing here? We need to talk, and you won't take my calls. Wade scrubbed his large hand over his face. Do you blame me? Yes, Emily, I do. He blew out a frustrated breath and crossed his arms over his chest. Who was the gorgeous blonde? A cold case detective. He modulated his tone. She's working on that Virginia case where they found the body in the wall. Emily deflated. Why didn't you tell me that on Tuesday night? You wouldn't let me. You could have texted. It's not something you put in a text. He slid his arm around her shoulders and guided her over to a nearby bench. She sank down onto it. They said it was Nora? He lowered himself onto the bench beside her and pulled her close. They did. I asked to be the one to tell you and your parents. I didn't want you to hear it from a stranger.
It felt like she was suffocating. She needed air. She jumped up and paced. The pain in her chest felt like daggers. Sobs racked her body, and she dropped to the ground, hugging her knees to her chest. Wade didn't try to placate her with meaningless sentiments, nor did he tell her Nora was in a better place and quote Romans chapter 8, verse 28. He knew it wasn't what she needed, not in that particular moment. She needed to grieve. Long minutes passed before she swiped her palms over her eyes. Wade held out his hand to help her up off the ground, and then he held her. She melted into the strength of his embrace. She'd been expecting the news for years, but somehow it still came as a shock. She hadn't realized how much she'd been hoping Nora was alive somewhere. Now all hope was gone, dried up like a potsherd. She swiped away her tears and looked Wade in the eyes. How did you connect with the detective? Back in July, when I saw the request for her dental records, I contacted her department. Detective McKenna returned my call. They don't consider cold cases to be a rush, so they're just getting around to confirming that it was Nora they found. The detective was in the area on an unrelated case and offered to meet face to face. I figured we could grab dinner before I headed home. It wasn't a date, just food. Emily covered her face with her hands. I feel like such an idiot. You were trying to help me and my family, and I jumped to conclusions. Even if it was a date, I don't have any claim on you. You do have a claim on me. Always have. He said the words so quietly she wasn't sure she'd heard correctly. I probably should have been keeping you updated. I didn't want to exhume the past until we knew for sure it was her. I behaved like a child. I'm glad you care enough about me to get jealous. She pushed him. I was not jealous. He grinned. Were too. Do they know how she wound up in Virginia? From what they can piece together, a trucker who went by the alias of Mark Williams was renting the house back then. He's been connected with other missing girls, but they haven't been able to prove his responsibility yet. Maybe this case will be the one to do it. The assumption is that he picked her up on one of his trips to New York and back. Whether she went willingly or not is unknown. I'm sure Detective McKenna will interview family and friends to see if any of us recognize Williams. I checked the photo she had, and he didn't look familiar. She felt the blood drain from her face. I need to go home. My parents don't know. I'll go with you. You have to stay here. Jamie's missing, and you might have the key to finding her in your files. Then wait for me. After Jamie is home, we'll go together. This isn't the kind of thing that can wait, Wade. What if a reporter finds out first? You're right, but I don't want you to go alone. Sam should have some time off coming to her. I'll ask her to go with me. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'd feel better if you took Austin, or better yet, Gavin. I can't bring Gavin. He had urgent business to attend to, and even if he was available, my parents don't need the added stress of knowing the only child they have left needs a bodyguard to protect her from a serial killer. They've at least heard of Austin before, so they'll trust he's there as a friend. Then take him with you. If he isn't able to join you, you're stuck with me. He made eye contact. Gavin left you? She glanced over her shoulder. He had something to take care of, so Sandra took over my case. I've heard good things about her. You're in good hands. He put his arm around her shoulders. Bring her with you tomorrow. She shook her head. It's not necessary. Nobody is going to follow me to Havertown. I'll be fine. I wish I had your confidence. Emily fidgeted with the locket around her neck while Austin drove. I'd be less nervous if I had something to do, like drive. You have too much on your mind to be operating a motor vehicle. How am I going to tell them? He reached over and squeezed her hand. It isn't something you have to plan out ahead of time. Just be in the moment and tell them everything you know. Easier said than done. I don't doubt that, he sighed. I don't envy you the task, but I'm here for you. Thanks, Austin. She gave him a genuine smile. You don't know how much that means to me. When they reached the first sign for the Havertown exit off of I-476, Austin pulled into the turn lane. It's a couple of miles farther. Then what's with the turn lane? Sometimes it gets backed up, so they start it early. Huh. Finally, the lane veered off the highway and split. Stay to the left, but not all the way to the left. He quirked an eyebrow. Trust me? I do. He made the left and stayed in his lane, avoiding the turn lane to the left of him. She directed him the remainder of the way to the 2-story colonial in the Chatham Park section of Haverford Township where she'd spent her childhood years. Austin pulled into the driveway and she examined her cuticles. Are we going to get out of the car? I suppose. She frowned. He opened his door and came around to her side of the car. Once she'd exited, he put an arm around her shoulders and gave her a side hug. I know you can do this. You're the bravest woman I know. Not counting Sam? She might have you beat by a smidgen. What do you think of her? She's great, but you're changing the subject. We aren't here to talk about your best friend. I wish we were. She trudged onward until she reached the front door and rang the bell. You don't have a key to your parents' house? I do, but it feels intrusive to simply walk in. Fair enough, he laughed. I walk into my parents' house all the time. I'm sure you do. She tried to smile but couldn't bring herself to do so. She'd come to complete a morbid task, and it was best to get it over with. Her father opened the door and frowned down at her. What are you doing here on a weekday? Didn't Mom tell you I was coming? It must have slipped her mind. Come on in. Her dad shouted up the stairs. Caroline, Emily is here. He turned back to face them. I have a tea time. We can catch up when I return. Dad, you need to be here for this conversation. Her father smiled at Austin. Oh, are you two getting married? Austin is just a friend. Then what is so important it can't wait until after golf? Her mother appeared looking as put together as ever in black slacks and a pale pink blouse. Would you like some iced tea? Maybe later. She gave her mother a stiff hug. I'll be out in the car if you need me, Austin said. You don't have to go. It's best if I do, he said. She gave him a tiny nod, and he went out the way they'd come in. Why is your friend running off? This is family business, and he didn't want to interfere. Her mother pierced her with a cold stare. Did they find her? She nodded. Alive? Her father asked softly. She shook her head and watched as her mother crumpled in front of her. Her father wrapped his wife in his arms and held her quaking body. Tears streamed down Emily's face. Her parents were overwrought by their own grief and didn't notice hers. Chapter 16. Wade looked up from his computer when he felt someone's presence. Mac cleared his throat. Wade swiveled in his chair to face his lieutenant. What's up, boss? I spoke with our FBI liaison, and I learned something interesting. Wade picked up his nearly empty coffee cup and took a swig of the lukewarm brew. Our suspect was released on bail the day before Jamie was abducted. Did I hear you correctly? Lester Parsons is not behind bars? That's right. It may be relevant, so I didn't want to leave you in the dark. I'm going to need a search warrant for the land around his garage. Consider it done. We all want to get this creep. I'll have it in your hands by noon. Thanks, Mac. Get this guy, and if our Jamie is alive, bring her back. He blinked away the tears filling his eyes at the thought that Jamie might already be dead. I'll do my best, sir. The big man smacked him on the back. I know you will, son. Once Mac returned to his office, Wade filled his cup and went back to his desk and called Ty to give him an update on the investigation. He needed a game plan. Lester would have a place to hold his victims before killing them.
He needed to put himself in the shoes of a psychopath and figure out where that could be. An hour later, while searching satellite footage near Parsons' home and garage, he found a new lead. He knocked on the doorway of Mac's office to announce his presence.
"Did you find something?"
Mac asked.
"I think so."
He set his laptop on Mac's desk and showed him what he found.
"So you think he might be keeping his victims on someone else's property?"
A 90-year-old widow owns this 200-acre plot of land adjacent to his garage. I couldn't find a record of any children. It's possible she leases the buildings on her property, but doubtful. The easiest way to find out is to ask her.
"Go. Get permission to search her acreage and her outbuildings."
I'm on it. Wade called Emily and went straight to voicemail. He left a message. His stomach roiled at the thought of what she needed to do. He belonged by her side, but she was right. He needed to be here doing what he was doing. For Jamie. He wound his way down the long driveway and parked by the front door. Before he could ring the bell, the door swung open and a white-haired woman answered. She didn't quite reach 5 foot tall.
"Mrs. McHenry?"
Yes. Is there something I can help you with?
Her Italian accent was thick. He hadn't been expecting it from someone named McHenry, but McHenry had been her husband's name, so it made sense. He pulled out his badge.
"I'm Sergeant Brunner with the Pennsylvania State Police."
What can I do for you, Sergeant?
"Would you mind if I came in so we could talk?"
Not at all. Come on in.
She held the door wide for him to enter and then led him to a sitting area on a small screened porch off her kitchen.
This is my favorite place to sit. I can watch the birds come and go from the feeders.
It's peaceful out here, he said. She smiled.
What can I do for you, Sonny?
He leaned forward. I was looking at satellite footage this morning and noticed there are a number of outbuildings on your property. Are they still in use?
Not since my Herbert died 30 years ago.
Have you had any contractors out to do work on them?
No,
she frowned.
Why do you ask?
One of your buildings appears to be in perfect condition. 30 years of neglect should have left it in disrepair. I can't disclose any information, but we're investigating one of your neighbors, and I'd appreciate it if you gave me permission to search your land and buildings.
I saw the news, Sonny. It's the mechanic next door you're after.
He smiled but didn't respond.
Let me guess. You cannot confirm or deny.
That's right, ma'am.
You have my permission. Check anywhere you'd like. If that Parsons fellow is doing something illegal on my land, I want to know about it.
Sure thing. We'll certainly let you know if we find anything on your property.
What are you waiting for? Go check it out.
He chuckled. Thank you, Mrs. McHenry. After gaining permission from Mrs. McHenry, Wade took a walk around her property, glancing into greenhouses and storage sheds. When he reached a long building with modern solar panels on the roof, he slowed his steps and listened. There was a buzzing sound. He removed his weapon from the holster, crept forward, and peered into the building through a space between two slats. A man sat at a desk in the corner, staring at a computer screen. This had to be where Parsons was keeping Jamie. The space was definitely in use. He returned to his car and requested backup. Then he hurried back to the house to let the property owner know her land would soon be overrun with law enforcement personnel. Backup arrived, and Trooper John Cunningham was among them. Good to see you, Cunningham. Wade shook hands with the state trooper. Then they took a few minutes to plan their entry. They didn't know if anyone other than the man at the desk was in the building, so they had to be prepared for anything. They worked out the details, and it was decided that after they breached the door, 2 troopers would enter before him. 2 others would remain outside to catch Parsons if he fled. One of the officers tried the door, and it opened easily. The slight squeak caught the attention of the man at the desk, and he turned, pointing his Glock directly at Wade's chest. Before the man could take another breath, he'd been dispatched. John's hands trembled. Wade glanced down at the man on the floor. Bile rose in the back of his throat. If it wasn't for Cunningham, it would be him on the ground. He studied the dead man's face. It wasn't Parsons. He moved to John's side and placed a hand on his arm. You saved my life. You're wearing your vest. Do you need to sit the rest of this out? Wade asked. I'm good. He tucked his service weapon back into his holster and wiped his hands on his uniform pants. Wade looked at the screen the man had been watching. It showed a room with 4 banquet tables. Women were huddled in the far corner of the room. The gunshot had no doubt frightened them. John Cunningham spoke from over his shoulder. By my count, there's 24 ladies down there. Looks like they're packaging cocaine. Do you think they're willing participants? Doubt it. Wade sighed. Let's move. They tried the door leading downstairs, but it had a fancy biometric lock on it. See if you can open it using his fingerprint, John said. We have an officer-involved shooting. We should document the scene before we can move him. Wade groaned. This was going to take precious time they didn't have. Let's see if we can find another way in. They couldn't locate another way in or out. He might be reprimanded later, but he made an executive decision. I'm moving the body. If any of you want to leave, you can go now. His gaze swept the room. Nobody left, so he hooked his arm through the man's armpits and dragged him over to the door. Taking his right hand, he placed his forefinger on the biometric lock. It opened. John led the way down the narrow staircase. Seeing their service weapons, the ladies raised their hands over their heads. When they reached them, several spoke at the same time in a language unfamiliar to Wade. One of the younger women pushed to the front of the group, keeping her hands above her head. Do any of you speak English? The girl in the front nodded. I'm Sergeant Brunner with the Pennsylvania State Police. Can you tell me what you're doing here? We came to America for a fresh start, but they keep us here. Are you the only one in the group who speaks English? She shook her head. My sister Katina also speaks English. What's your name? Dorothea. Where are you from? Romania. We'll have an interpreter brought in so we can take everybody's statements down at the station. In the meantime, would you let them know where we're taking them? She nodded and spoke to the women. He had no idea what she said, but the group of ladies visibly relaxed. Wade arrived back at the station. He had a boatload of paperwork to do, but first he needed to check in with Emily and see how she was doing. She answered on the 3rd ring. Hello? Her voice sounded thready and weak. How are you holding up? Not great. I wish I was there. Me too. I don't think I'm going to spend the night after all. Why not? I'm invisible here. There's no point in staying. She sighed. Once I gave them the news, the 2 of them holed up in a room together and only came out long enough to pick at the dinner I made them. Do you want me to drive down? No need. I'll be back in a few hours. Are you certain you want to leave your parents? I don't think they'll notice I'm gone. I'll call them tomorrow to see how they're holding up, but right now, I want to come home. Wade wondered if it was the grief talking or if her parents truly ignored her. He remembered her feeling the same way when Nora disappeared. She'd claimed that in a single day she'd lost her entire family. Nora was gone, and her parents might as well have disappeared with her for as much as she saw them. I'll be here waiting for you. I'm going back to Sam's. Disappointment surged inside him, but he shoved it down. As much as he wanted to keep her close, it was safer for her to stay with Sam than with him. She lived away from the madness. I'll be there waiting for you. See you soon. She disconnected the call. Wade leaned back in his chair and shut his eyes. Prayer. That's what she needed. He couldn't be at her side, but he could pray for her. After petitioning the Lord on her behalf, he settled at the computer to complete his report on the human trafficking and drug bust. Cunningham had been placed on administrative leave until they could investigate his shooting. It was standard procedure for an officer-involved shooting. He'd been through it himself once, so he knew how stressful it was. This one was cut and dry, and their body cameras would clearly show the suspect aiming at them. No, not them. Wade. If Cunningham hadn't shot when he did, the suspect would have shot him. And though his vest probably would have saved him, he was grateful not to have had to find out. Despite Wade's best intentions, he couldn't make it to Red Rock to see Emily on Friday night. She claimed to be too tired to care, but he'd heard the disappointment in her voice. Once again, she needed him, and he'd failed her. By the time he interviewed all the women found in the drug house and completed his paperwork, his lieutenant found a new lead on Parsons. With Jamie at the mercy of a monster, it couldn't wait until morning. He'd sat in his unmarked car in the shadows of a gym parking lot in Shikshinny, where their informant claimed Parsons had a meeting at 1:00 a.m. The lead was a bust, so he couldn't help wondering if it had been fed to them as a distraction. He did manage to get a lead on why Parsons may have had the large cooler out on Harvey Lake. Dorothea told him a story about a woman who'd tried to fight back when one of the men grabbed her. Her life had been snuffed out by the ruthless drug dealer. Wade suspected Parsons was the one responsible for disposing of her body. Early Saturday morning, he took Ruger for a run. While he ran, he prayed. It was the anniversary of the terrorist attacks on the Pentagon and the Twin Towers. The day always left him feeling pensive. He was in elementary school back then, and his parents tried to shield him, but he'd seen the devastation, and everything changed in an instant. When he returned to the house, Emily was there waiting. He scanned the area but didn't see her bodyguard. "Are you alone?" "I wish." She twirled a strand of hair around her forefinger. "Sandra's inside." He pulled her to him and kissed her forehead. "I'm glad you're here. It's a nice surprise." "I figured if I waited for you to come to me, I'd be waiting a while since you're busy with Jamie's case." "True. We had a huge combination human trafficking and drug bust yesterday, but it wasn't what we'd been hoping to find when we searched the property." "Where do you think he could be keeping her?" "If we ever find him, we'll put a tail on him and see where he goes, but last night's stakeout was a bust. Parsons never showed." "What's next?" "I'll take another look at the evidence and decide where to take the investigation. If I make the wrong choice, it could cost Jamie her life." She stared down at her shoes. "If he follows the same timeline he did with Lorraine Moore, I have to believe she's alive." Emily lifted her chin. "How can I help?" "By staying safe." "Don't shut me out. If I stick with you, I'll be safe. I want to help." "I brought work home with me. We can set up in the dining room and look for new leads." "Or an old lead that was dismissed as unimportant," she said. "That's a good point." He hurried inside with her on his heels. "There was a lead Jamie and I were following before she disappeared." "What was it?" "Probably nothing, but it might be something." "Wade?" "Donations were made to Senator Martin's campaign by all of the murdered women." "You don't think Senator Martin is somehow involved?" "No, but someone close to her might be. Possibly the person taking down the information from donors or an aide of some sort." "Do you have a laptop I can use?" "Use my personal one." He strode into his office and grabbed his computer for her, and then dug his work one out of his briefcase. After he logged her in, she collected information on Senator Martin's staff, while he sorted through the other evidence looking for more leads. Wade paid the pizza delivery boy and gave him a generous tip. Remembering how much Emily liked peppers on her pizza, he'd ordered half peppers and onions and half meat lovers. When he placed the pizza on the kitchen table, Emily bowed her head. Once they'd thanked their Heavenly Father for the food, she lifted the box lid and smiled. "You remembered?" "Of course." When she finished eating, she wiped her mouth with a napkin and sat back in her chair. "I owe you an apology." "For what?" "For doubting you." She avoided looking his way. "When you came into O'Brien's mug, I should have known better than to assume you were on a date." She twisted her hair around her finger and bit the corner of her lip. He stood and walked around the table. Bending down in front of her, he tipped her chin so he could look into her eyes.
That was my fault. I should have called and told you ahead of time I was meeting with her. Don't blame yourself.
She clutched the front of his shirt and held on. A tear slipped past her defenses, and he brushed it away with his thumb.
I never meant to hurt you.
Her hands released their death grip on his shirt, and she brushed the wrinkles out, sending shock waves through his system. He rested his hands on top of hers.
You have no idea what you're doing to me.
She bit her lip. I'm sorry.
We should get back to work.
He stood and pulled her up with him. When they'd resumed their spots at their temporary command center, she snatched up the list and waved it at him. Who should we speak to first?
Let's split the list down the middle. We can each call half of the donors and see if they remember who they gave their donations to.
An hour and numerous phone calls later, Emily looked up from the computer and her gaze found his. I may have found a connection. Pete knelt beside Jamie and brushed her hair off her forehead. She'd been so beautiful, but now she was lifeless. It brought him sadness. He wished he could bring her back so he could spend more time with her and relive watching her life seep slowly away as her blood was shed. He hadn't thought he'd grow up to be a killer. It wasn't his fault, not really. If the good senator hadn't chased his father away, hadn't left him feeling so inadequate that the only solution he could find was the business end of a shotgun, things might have been different. If he'd grown up in a healthy, functional household, maybe he would have grown up to be a healer, a doctor. He smiled at the thought. He was intelligent. His IQ was 185. What good had his superior intellect done him? Happiness eluded him. Nothing he accomplished filled the emptiness inside. Murder was a release, but the thrill it gave him was short-lived. If someone didn't stop him, he'd keep at it. He couldn't stop himself. Emily Davis would die next. He wouldn't settle for anyone else. It had to be her. There was a way around all the security measures she had in place. He was certain of it. He needed to find the weakest link and exploit it. It wouldn't be long now. Pete could almost feel her in his arms.
Chapter 17. Emily stared at her notes. John Cunningham was a state trooper, but it was evident from talking to the list of donors from the 2021 campaign that all the contributions made on July 3rd at Senator Martin's gala were received by him. Wade lifted the notepad from in front of her and studied it.
We need to go further back. Let's check donations from previous years. Call Senator Martin's office and find out when her gala was held in 2019 and 2020. We might need to go back further, but let's start there. I'm going to let my lieutenant know where this investigation is leading, so he'll be prepared if we need to check out John.
I hope it isn't him.
Me too. He saved me from a bullet yesterday.
What?
That drug raid I mentioned, a guy got the drop on me. If it wasn't for Cunningham's quick trigger finger, I would have taken one in the vest.
At least you were wearing your vest.
Always.
He handed her notepad back to her.
It's a shame the guy died. We weren't able to question him about Parsons' whereabouts.
Do you think Parsons is involved in the murders?
It's hard to tell. Jamie disappeared after he was released. That makes him look guilty.
But it could be someone trying to set him up to take the fall.
Yes, it could. He frowned. Let's keep following the Cunningham angle and see where it leads us.
She gave him a mock salute. A crack of thunder sounded in the distance. Emily squirmed in her seat and forced herself to concentrate. She read over what she'd found so far, and a familiar name kept rising to the surface. The shrill ring of her cell startled her, so she answered the call before it could ring a second time. "What's up, Austin?"
Dispatch called 911, but I knew you'd want to know.
Know what? She knew deep down in her gut why he was calling, but pushed away her suspicions as she waited for his response.
Is Wade with you?
Her gaze darted in his direction. He is. Hikers found Sergeant Strauss's body. She held a trembling hand to her stomach as bile rose into her throat. Emily instinctively reached for Wade's hand. We'll be right there. She disconnected the call. Wade's eyes searched hers, questions burning in their depths.
They found Jamie?
Emily nodded. At the park? A shiver ran down her spine. Yes. Let's go. He stood and stalked toward the door when Sandra appeared in the doorway. I'll drive, Sandra said.
I'm fine.
You're emotionally distraught. Let me take you there, Sandra said. He snatched his keys off the table and tossed them to her.
Yes, ma'am.
Emily replayed the last 8 days in her mind. What could they have done differently? The skies opened and rain came down in sheets as Wade opened the truck door for her. She scooted over into the center seat so he could climb in beside her. Sandra adjusted the seat in the rearview mirror. Boulder Field? Yes. Emily put a hand to her racing heart. 10 minutes later, they stood at the edge of the crime scene. Austin walked over, and Emily shifted into work mode. Let's check out all the game cameras we placed around the area after Lorraine Moore's body was found. Hopefully they captured something.
Already on it. Pete took the memory cards down to the office to check.
A trooper motioned for Austin to join him, and he hurried over to him. Emily's gaze slammed into Wade's. He understood the implications of Austin's matter-of-fact report. They suspected Trooper Cunningham might be involved, and now Pete had his hands on evidence that could be used to implicate his cousin. You should go. See if you can intercept him before he has time to erase anything.
On it.
Wade ran back to his truck and left before Sandra could object to him driving himself. Emily shot up a prayer for his safety and success in collecting the evidence from Pete. It wasn't as if she didn't trust him with it, but the urge to protect family could be overpowering. Despite how much Pete annoyed her with his chauvinist attitude, she didn't wish the ethical dilemma on him. Sandra squeezed her shoulder. I'm sorry for your loss. I didn't know her long, but I liked her. We could have grown to be good friends.
Do you think Wade will be okay?
It'll hit him later, and he'll be devastated, but he won't let anyone witness his breakdown.
You two have history, huh?
We do, she nodded. And hopefully a future. A ghost of a smile touched Sandra's lips.
I hope so.
Austin returned.
Sorry about that. He had a question about setting up a tent to keep the evidence protected. A storm is expected.
There's no way they'll be able to secure a tent in Boulder Field.
He said something about sandbags and tying them off to trees. Don't worry, they don't plan to try to move any of the boulders.
She tugged on her ponytail to tighten it. Good.
Did you want to check out the crime scene?
Has the medical examiner arrived?
He's with the body now.
I'll look at the crime scene after he removes Jamie's body. I don't want to see her like that. I'd rather remember her in her wedding dress headed off to her honeymoon. Her voice cracked, and Austin pulled her in for a hug.
I'm sorry. I was insensitive. I forgot you'd gotten to know her.
He released her and pushed his hair off his forehead.
This must be a lot to take in so soon after them finding your sister.
She nodded and looked away. If she talked about it, the emotion might overwhelm her. Compassion tended to release the dam, and she couldn't afford to lose control. When they arrived back at the house, it was past 10 and the sky was dark. Emily was surprised to see Gavin when he opened the door. Wade didn't blink an eye, so he must have known his friend would be waiting for them.
Hoagies are on the kitchen table,
Gavin said.
I'm not hungry, Wade said. Eat something anyway. You need your strength to get this guy. Maybe Mac should assign someone else to this case. I can admit when I failed. Jamie's death isn't your fault, Gavin said. It sure feels like it is. Eat a few bites of your hoagie and then spend some time with God. I'm not in the mood. Is that the youth pastor speaking, or the reprobate you once were? What do you want from me? It's not what I want. It's what you need. Gavin turned to her and Sandra. Let's eat our food while Wade enjoys his pity party.
Emily placed a hand on Wade's bicep, but he shrugged her off. Her gut clenched as she pictured Wade grabbing his friend by the throat, but he didn't respond to the criticism. He left the room without another glance at any of them. Wade grabbed his keys.
I'm going to drive over and see Ty. I should have been the one to tell him, but I can at least be there to grieve with him.
He left without a goodbye. She followed Gavin into the kitchen and forced down half an Italian hoagie. It tasted dry as cardboard, and she struggled to swallow. She knew there wasn't a thing wrong with the food. It was her. Why were you so hard on Wade? She brushed the crumbs off her hands and took a drink of water.
It's the only way to get through to him when he gets in a funk.
His friend was the victim of a brutal death at the hands of a serial killer. He's entitled to get in a funk over it.
True.
He reached over and squeezed her hand.
Trust me, I know him well enough to know my criticism will have energized him. It'll give him the strength to continue.
If you say so. Emily stayed the night, despite her desire to return to Samantha's house. Wade and Gavin both agreed she was safer here. It struck her as odd, since a few days earlier they'd agreed she was safer at Sam's place. She descended the stairs cautiously, unsure of what news would greet her when she made it to the kitchen. Ruger stood near the bottom of the steps and nudged her hand with his head when she reached him. She stopped to pet him, and he rolled over to give her access to his belly. Once she gave him a quick rub, she moved into the kitchen. Wade had his head bowed when she entered, so she backed out of the room to give him privacy. He lifted his head and motioned for her to join him. She filled a mug with coffee and sat beside him at the table. Wade shut his Bible and glanced at his cell before looking at her.
Gavin is going to cover for me at church this morning. I'm headed to the station.
Where do you want me?
Somewhere safe. Stay with Gavin and Sandra.
Why not with you?
Mac is meeting me there, and he wouldn't approve of me bringing you into the investigation.
In that case, I'll go to church.
Gavin will look out for you.
So will Sandra.
I have no doubt.
He reached across the table to take her hand in his.
I asked Gavin to come back because of Jamie's death. More security is a good thing. I trust Sandra, but I trusted Jamie to take care of herself, and look how that ended.
I already have more security than Jamie. I'm trained law enforcement. Sandra is here. If I go anywhere, it's with you or Sam, and you're both law enforcement. How much security is too much, Wade?
I can't lose you too.
His eyes filled, and she forced herself to breathe evenly. She knew in that second, Wade loved her and would do anything to keep her safe. I'll stay with Gavin and Sandra. Don't worry about me.
Thank you.
He stood.
I'd better be going.
She blocked his way and held out her arms. He tucked her into his chest and held her for a lingering moment before releasing her. He paused at the door to glance back, and she tried to smile. She feared it was more of a grimace, but she hoped he understood the sentiment. She wanted to assure him she'd be fine and would be waiting for him when he returned. Emily sat beside Sandra throughout the church service. They sang along with the old hymns and greeted the other churchgoers when called upon to do so. She was surprised when Jerry approached her with an outstretched hand. She'd thought he was going to her church, but now he was at Wade's church. Was there a reason? Could he be following her? She shook his hand. Good to see you, Jerry. What brings you here?
Your friend Sam said you'd be coming here when I asked why you hadn't been in church. If you switched to this church, it must be a good one, so I decided to give it a try.
She silently berated Sam for giving away too much information.
Yes, I've been attending here for a short time. They have sound doctrine, and I'm comfortable with the people.
May I ask why you left your old church?
I didn't leave. I'm still a member. I'm visiting here.
That's a long time to visit a neighboring church.
His eyebrows pinched together in concentration.
You're not one of those church hoppers, are you?
I assure you I'm not. Sandra took her by the arm. Sorry, Jerry. My friend wants to be seated. She followed Sandra back to the pew where they were sitting. Thanks for the rescue.
I couldn't help overhearing. I'm surprised Samantha would give information about your church attendance to a coworker, knowing we're trying to keep you safe.
Me too.
Maybe we can use it to our advantage. If we have any security agents who are free, we might be able to get someone to tail him and see where he goes. He could be a viable suspect.
He works with me at the park.
I know. I forget sometimes how much information you and Gavin have about me and my life. It helps us do our job.
I understand that, but it doesn't make it any less disconcerting.
What do you think? She narrowed her eyes. Do you think Jerry could be our guy?
I honestly don't know. I would have said yes back in July, but now I'm not so sure. He's weird, I'll grant you that, but I don't think he's a mastermind criminal.
They're never the ones you expect.
True.
We did a background check on Jerry and he came up clean. He probably has a crush on you, but we can't be too careful. On the other hand, I overheard Wade telling Gavin they were going to look into your neighbor.
Bob?
Uh-huh.
He doesn't have anything to do with this.
Sandra barked out a laugh. Sometimes the person we suspect least is the one hiding the most. They hushed as the preacher took his spot at the podium.
Emily and Sandra were ushered into the fellowship hall for brunch. She'd forgotten all about it and hadn't prepared a dish of her own, but the preacher and his wife insisted they stay. So they stood in line with the rest of the congregation, and she could feel Jerry breathing down her neck as she filled her plate with a few of her favorite things, including a cinnamon bun and some fresh fruit. It was a bountiful harvest, but she knew she wouldn't be able to eat much. Her stomach was still in knots from yesterday's news. When they found seats, Sandra engaged her in conversation. She noticed Gavin was pacing in front of the windows while speaking quietly into his cell phone. "What do you think that's about?" she asked Sandra. The other woman lowered her voice to a whisper.
I texted him during service. He's probably looking for someone to check out your friend, Jerry.
As she said his name, Jerry slid into the seat beside Emily.
Did I hear my name?
Emily smiled. I'll never tell.
I think I know why you switched churches now. There is enough food here to feed a village.
My church has meals too. He grinned.
I know. I went to the meal you invited me to. But you weren't there. It was a disappointment. The food was good, but it wasn't nearly as plenteous as this.
Sorry to hear that.
What have you been up to? Are you dating that Brunner guy?
Emily breathed out a sigh. Yes.
Oh, is it serious?
She didn't think she should have to give Jerry her life history, but maybe if she was up front, he'd leave her alone. It is.
Already?
We have a history.
I didn't realize that.
Now you know.
I won't stand in the way. He smiled again. So you switched churches to be near your boyfriend.
Something like that.
I hope he knows how lucky he is.
He'd say he's blessed. But would he? After losing Jamie to the serial killer, would he still think himself blessed? Emily knew she was blessed to have found Wade again after so many wasted years. But she knew those years weren't truly a waste. God had been preparing them both. If they'd stayed together after high school, they might have split up by now. Neither of them had been ready. They hadn't understood what commitment truly meant. She glanced up at Jerry as he stuffed another forkful of food in his mouth.
I'd better get going. Pete asked me to help him put up more game cameras.
He did?
Yeppers, I'm headed to the park to meet him now. She frowned. We already surrounded Boulder Field with them. He wanted some at the ranger station. She sighed. Interesting. She waved to Jerry as he headed to the door, and Gavin followed him. Gavin rejoined them a few minutes later and approached their table. Thanks for the heads up, Sandra. I assigned Clint to stick with Jerry.
Sounds good. Shall we go?
I'm ready when you ladies are.
Emily glanced at the food she'd barely touched. I'm ready.
Shouldn't you eat something? He asked.
I ate a little. That night, when the youth group went outside to burn off some energy, Emily stayed on the red team with Sandra. Gavin joined the blue team, and the game of kickball was underway. She hadn't expected to be joining the youth group when Wade was off following leads, but when Gavin asked them to join him, she saw no reason to refuse. Spending time with the young people had given her mood an instant boost, and she was actually enjoying herself. She kicked the red ball toward Sandra, but one of the blue team boys intercepted it. He shot it toward their goal, and their goalie tried to block it, but it sailed in and scored. The blue team beat them 10-2, but she had a blast playing. A few of the older women were in the kitchen dishing up ice cream for the youth when they made their way in for snacks after a game of kickball. One of the women handed her a bowl. Thanks, but it's for the kids. Oh no, we get to eat it too. She pointed to the head table. Sit, eat. I'll join you after I finish handing out bowls. Emily grinned. Who am I to argue? A few minutes later, the white-haired woman settled in across from her and Sandra. I'm glad to see someone finally attracted the attention of Pastor Brunner. He's an excellent youth pastor, yet he always seemed a bit lonely to me. Emily met her gaze. What makes you think I have his attention? It's obvious by the way he looks at you. The woman's smile took up her whole face. I predict a spring wedding. My friend Samantha made a similar prediction. Sounds like you have a wise friend. The woman, whose name escaped her, patted her knee. Gavin joined them at the table.
Mrs. McSally, you'd better behave yourself. I can see you have Miss Davis all flustered.
He grinned at the older woman. That was the name, Mary McSally. Gavin stood and went to the doorway.
Everyone ready? Let's head back to the classroom so you can review your Bible verses before we dismiss you.
Commotion ensued as the kids all tossed their disposable bowls and spoons and made their way to the door where Gavin waited. Once the line of kids left the room, she and Sandra both stood to follow and said their goodbyes to Mrs. McSally. The widow grinned. I told you so. What? She looked in the direction where the other woman was staring, and her gaze slammed into Wade's. Her heart raced as she crossed the room. What are you doing here?
Can't a guy come pick up his girl without getting the 3rd degree?
Of course he can. She smiled up at him, and he took her hand and led her toward the classroom.
I'm going to stick my head in there a minute to say hi to the kids, but then I'll drive you home. Gavin can drive Sandra. I want a few minutes alone with you.
She swallowed a lump in her throat. What did he want to share with her? Alone. Chapter 18. Wade opened the truck door for Emily and held out his hand to assist her. Once she was settled inside, he walked around the truck and slid into the driver's seat. He wasn't sure what he wanted to say, so he drove. He needed to find a way to protect her, but he wasn't sure how to do that while he was off attempting to solve this case. He could drive her as far from Pennsylvania as possible, and they could forget any of this ever happened. Unfortunately, he knew she would never agree to run away from trouble. She faced her fears head on, and he had to do the same. His knuckles went white from his grip on the steering wheel. What's going on? She turned in her seat to face him.
Williams is behind bars. They were able to connect him to your sister. One of Nora's friends remembered him, a girl named Tori. She said he came by from time to time when he was coming through the area. She'd forgotten all about him when the cops interviewed her back then. He had a distinctive tattoo of the nickname Jingles written across his forearm. When she saw his picture, she asked about the tattoo. They connected some more dots, and he's been arrested. It's all circumstantial evidence, but when added to what they already had on him from the other cases, I expect it'll stick.
Praise the Lord for that. She frowned. I do hope they can keep him locked away so he can't hurt anyone else. He pushed a piece of hair out of her face and his fingers lingered on her jaw. I don't know how to keep you safe. You've done a great job so far. We can't keep you surrounded by bodyguards for the rest of your life. Would you consider taking a vacation? Somewhere far away? No, I'm not going to flee from him. This won't be forever, just until we catch him.
What if we don't catch him?
He pounded the steering wheel with his palm.
Do you have any idea how many cases go unsolved?
I do. A tear slid down her cheek and guilt gnawed at her insides. He pulled the truck over and drew her to him.
I'm sorry.
He wanted to remind her he loved her, but for her it would be too much too soon, and he'd scare her off. He had to take things slowly for her sake, even if he wanted to rush things. Her arms wound around him, and he drank in the intoxicating scent of honeysuckle. He had no idea if it was perfume or what, but she'd worn the same scent when they were young, and it drove him crazy. You're going to get this guy, Emily said. I know it.
You're far more confident than I am.
Did you check out Trooper Cunningham?
I did. He has an alibi for the times of the latest murders.
How firm is his alibi? Does it hold up for both the kidnapping times and the time of the murder?
I plan to keep digging. He was on duty during the kidnapping, but I'm wondering if there was any time when his whereabouts weren't accounted for.
If it's him, you'll prove it.
I hope so.
I know so.
I wish I had your faith.
What are those verses you quote to the kids? Trust in the Lord with all thy heart. Lean not on thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths.
That's the one. Proverbs 3:5-7.
He ran his fingers through his hair.
Easier to say than to do.
I know. Wade studied the crime scene photos. Jamie's engagement and wedding rings were missing from her left hand. A Fitbit with a rubber band was placed on her wrist. It had to have belonged to Moore. The monster improvised when he couldn't get to Emily. He'd planned to bury Emily with Lorraine Moore's charm bracelet, but when he was forced to change his plans and take Jamie instead, he'd had to go with the Fitbit since the charm bracelet was in police custody. The killer was taunting him. There had to be a way to solve these murders before anyone else died. He rubbed his hands over his face. It seemed they had 10 different leads sending them in 10 different directions, but the one constant was the senator. He needed to meet with her or her chief of staff. When he called her office, he received the runaround. He'd been expecting that. He stuck his head into Mac's office.
You able to do me a favor?
Depends on the favor.
Get me FaceTime with Senator Martin.
I'll meet with her.
I'd like to do this myself.
Then we'll both go. She'll be offended if I'm not there.
Fine, he shrugged. We'll both go.
The lieutenant made a call, and a minute later he had a meeting scheduled.
Tomorrow morning, 8 sharp.
Where?
The country club.
Where Jamie was married. How nice.
Didn't think of that.
It's fine, I'll see you both there.
Sit down, Sergeant.
His bushy eyebrows furrowed.
Fill me in on what you have so far.
Pete waited for the nurse to leave, then knocked on the older gentleman's door. When he didn't answer, he tried the door. It was locked. He returned to his car for his kit, then picked the lock and let himself in. He found Old Man Crowley resting comfortably in his recliner with the television on.
Come on, Mr. Crowley. I'm here to pick you up. We're going to go on a little vacation.
Confusion clouded the older man's vision. but he assisted him to a standing position and led him out to the car. Pete suggested the old man change the station and find something that suited him. He turned to a station playing baseball and listened intently for a few minutes before drifting off to sleep. He had to wake him to get him into the house.
Chapter 19. Emily was assisting Austin as he tended to an injured owl when he received a phone call. He dismissed the call and concentrated on getting the bird safely into the crate so they could transport it to the wildlife rehabilitator. Before he could secure the crate shut, his phone was ringing again. "I'd better take this. Do you think you can take it from here?" She nodded and locked the crate shut. The owl was majestic and beautiful, but at dusk it swooped down to grab its meal in front of a park visitor's vehicle. It didn't look too terrible. Thankfully, their posted speed limit signs kept injuries to the wildlife to a minimum, except when people ignored the signs. Austin disconnected his cell. "That was my pap's nurse. She left after she fed him his lunch, and when she came back to give him dinner, he was gone." "Doesn't your grandfather have dementia?" "Yes, that's why he has a nurse." "He lives alone?" "We've been looking at assisted living places for Pap, but nothing's been finalized." She frowned. "What are you going to do?" "Teresa, his nurse, already called 911. I'm going to go looking for him. Will you be all right here?" "Absolutely. Go." "I don't know. After that threatening note you got, I'm not sure about leaving you alone." "My bodyguard is right over there." She turned her head to where Sandra stood leaning against her car with her arms folded over her chest. Relief shone in Austin's eyes. "You're sure?" "Yes. Go." "Can you get this bird to the rehabilitation center?" "Of course." "Take Pete with you." "Call as soon as you find him." He nodded. "I will." 5 minutes later, she loaded the bird into her SUV and Pete slid into the driver's seat. "I'm driving," Emily said. "I know where it is, so it's better if I drive." "Do you honestly think I don't know how to get there?" "Just let me drive, will you, babe?" "I'm not your babe." "I'm driving." "Fine, drive." It wasn't worth arguing over. She climbed in beside him and looked back at Sandra to make sure she was paying attention. They chatted about meaningless nonsense as they made their way closer to the rehab center. Pete kept checking the rearview mirror, so she turned in her seat and saw Sandra following. "Don't worry about her. She's my bodyguard." "Why do you need a bodyguard? You're trained in self-defense, same as the rest of us." Wade seemed to think it was a good idea to hire additional security. "After what he did to you, I'm surprised you want anything to do with him." "What do you know about it?" "Not much. I overheard him and Sergeant Strauss talking about it. He basically told her how he ditched you when times got tough. You should find yourself a real man who can handle adversity." "Like you?" He chuckled. "The ladies love me." "This one doesn't." "Can't win them all." He turned down a dirt road. "Where are you going?" "Taking a shortcut." "You sure it's a shortcut?" "I know the area like the back of my hand." "All right." He swerved around a giant pothole at the last second, and when she looked back, she watched Sandra slam into it. "We need to help her." "I'll take care of it. You wait here." He slipped from the vehicle and started toward Sandra's car. Before he could reach it, Emily was at his side, and Sandra was opening the driver's side door of her car. He reached for Emily's service pistol and caught her in a headlock with one arm while pointing his own weapon at Sandra. "Toss your weapon over here." When she didn't immediately comply, he tightened his grip on Emily's throat. "She dies now if you don't do as I say. You'll have 7 days to try to save her if you obey my orders." Sandra tossed her weapon to him, and he snatched it up and stuck it in his waistband without releasing his hold on his own weapon. "Now give me your backup gun and your cell phone." She tossed her cell phone. "I don't have a backup." "I'm not an idiot."
Toss it here now, or you die.
I don't have one. Emily shuddered when his gun fired, and she watched Sandra slump down with a neat hole in her forehead.
Nobody gives us country boys credit. We know how to shoot.
She didn't respond.
Move.
He pushed her toward the interceptor and shoved her into the driver's seat.
You can drive now, so I can keep my eyes on you.
Before long, he forced her to drive down another dirt road, leading them back out to Route 940. She should have recognized the trap. He'd driven down the dirt road with the intent of disabling Sandra's car. He'd known she wouldn't be able to get around that pothole, especially considering she hadn't known it was there. All the protections Wade had put in place amounted to nothing. Pete knew his way around them. Tears threatened, but she wouldn't let him see her cry. Pete had Emily pull up to an old farmhouse and climbed out of the SUV, keeping his gun trained on her as he walked around to the passenger side.
Open your door.
She did as she was told, but ran through her options in her mind. If she went with him, she feared she'd spend a week at his mercy before being dumped at the park to be torn apart by vultures. At least his first 5 victims had burials. The last 2 were deprived of that dignity. Austin knows I left the park with you. You'll be the first person they suspect when I turn up missing.
I'll tell them you weren't there when I arrived to drive the bird to the rehab center. Before we left, I left frantic messages for you, wondering why you weren't at the park office when I arrived.
He lifted a phone from his service belt.
I took this from you when you were busy securing the owl in the back.
They'll want to know why you drove my service vehicle instead of your own.
Mine had a flat tire, so I took yours. You took off in the middle of your shift. Must have gone to help Austin find his pap. I'll make sure to change my tire when I return, and nobody will be the wiser. They'll realize you neglected your duties and ran off to play hero.
Nobody will believe that. He pushed open a door.
You'd be surprised what people will believe.
His chuckle increased her nausea.
Get moving.
Once inside, he kept one hand on his Glock. He rummaged through a bag on the kitchen counter and pulled out a rag and a bottle of something. A television played at full volume in a nearby room. He handed her the bottle and the cloth.
Put a generous amount on it.
I'm not going to help you drug me. She defiantly tossed the items across the room. He moved closer and held the pistol to the base of her skull.
Walk.
She did as he said, and as she entered the adjacent room, her gaze fell on the elderly man watching TV. He raised his eyes to stare at them, and she saw the confusion in his expression. Pete whispered in her ear,
"If you don't want me to shoot old man Crawley, you'll follow my instructions."
She squeezed her eyes shut and shot a prayer heavenward. I'll comply. He pushed her back into the other room.
Pick that stuff up and do as you were told.
She did. Soaking the rag with liquid, she prayed for a miracle. He grabbed her from behind, snatched the rag from her, then held it over her mouth and nose. She struggled to turn her face away from the cloth, but the sound of the television grew distant, and she felt herself floating on the edge of nothingness. Emily could hear everything around her, but kept her eyes shut and her body limp, feigning unconsciousness as Pete carried her across a field. If he knew she was awake, she wouldn't stand a chance against his superior physical strength, especially considering her throbbing head felt heavy and dense from the drug. Pete pulled open a door carved into the landscape and shifted her weight before carrying her down a ladder and depositing her on a dirt floor. She listened as he left again. She heard a scraping sound, and the darkness thickened as he closed her into her tomb. Crawling around, she inspected the space. She presumed it was a root cellar. She'd never been in one, but it was damp and smelled of earth and rotting food from days gone by. She was on her own. If she wanted to survive, she'd need to rescue herself. Her hand felt the splintered wood of the ladder, and she climbed it. She used every ounce of strength she could muster to push against the door, but there was no give. Giving up, she climbed down. She felt around on the dirt floor, hoping to find something she could use to fight back against Pete, but came up empty. Curling into a tiny ball, she gave in to tears. A plan. She had to come up with some kind of plan. Prayers fell from her lips as she resumed her search for something to use as a weapon when her captor came back. He'd be back. Her imagination played up the horrid things he would do to her if she couldn't escape. But she wouldn't go down without a fight. It was a warm day, but the sun hadn't heated the space she occupied. It remained cool and dank. She wished she could have a few more minutes with Wade to confess her love. She'd relished his words but hadn't reciprocated. He deserved to hear how she felt about him. But now she couldn't tell him. She hoped he knew. In the past few months, he'd gone above and beyond to keep her safe, and she hadn't been altogether cooperative. Emily was curled up in a ball in the corner of the root cellar when she heard a creaking sound that told of the return of her captor. She was ready for him. She'd rehearsed the self-defense moves drilled into her after Nora's disappearance, and again in her training to become a law enforcement ranger. If she remained quiet, Pete might think she was still unconscious. She'd take any advantage she could gain. The stairs creaked above her, and she remained silent as he descended them. She had to temporarily incapacitate him in order to escape. If she didn't get it right, she wouldn't live to tell about it. Not only was he physically stronger, but he was highly intelligent. Even smart people made mistakes. When he made one, she would make it count. Her breathing was labored as his hunched-over form approached. There was a glint in his eyes. The space wasn't large enough for him to stand up straight. He stopped 2 feet in front of her, and she stood, her hair brushing the earth above her. All these years, I never imagined making you one of my ladies. When you dug your nose into my business, you sealed your fate. You act like this is some kind of game, Pete. He grinned. How had she ever considered him handsome? He was the embodiment of evil. She had to strike now, before he could take hold of her. She executed a perfect roundhouse kick to his jaw, and he staggered back. But before she could run, he seized hold of her leg and yanked hard. Her head made contact with the hard ground, and excruciating pain splintered through her. She needed to keep fighting. She reached out and grasped the ladder. Pete grabbed her, pulling her away from her means of escape. His work-roughened hand gripped her throat. Try that again, and you won't live long enough to fulfill your 7 days, which would be a crying shame.
Chapter 20. Wade let the ringing continue until voicemail picked up his call.
Emily, call me. I'm worried.
He disconnected. It was the second time he'd called and she hadn't answered. He dialed Gavin.
I need Sandra's number.
His friend spit it out and he called Sandra. The call rang until voicemail picked it up. He called Gavin back.
Can you trace her phone?
Sure, why?
I can't find Emily. She's not answering her phone. I tried Sandra and she didn't answer either.
Sure, I'll text you with the GPS coordinates, and I'll meet you there shortly.
You don't think I'm overreacting?
Not at all. Sandra wouldn't ignore your calls. Either they're in a dead spot or they're in trouble. Considering what happened to Jamie, we shouldn't wait around to see which it is. Worry gnawed in Wade's gut as he waited for the coordinates. Less than 2 minutes later, the text came through. He set his phone to take him there, and 10 minutes later he turned onto a dirt road surrounded by thick forest. He'd driven another 3 minutes down the windy dirt road, avoiding as many of the ruts as he could, when he came upon Sandra's vehicle. He stopped his car in the middle of the road and hopped out. He walked closer and froze when he saw her lying there. There was a tiny wound in the center of her forehead, and an ever-widening puddle of blood beneath her. He knew it was a kill shot, but he checked her pulse anyway. Nothing.
He called it in and searched the area while he waited for Gavin and backup to arrive. The monster who'd butchered Jamie had Emily, and there wasn't a thing he could do to protect her now. If he didn't figure out where she was, she'd be his next victim. Wade called Austin. Voicemail. Was every ranger in the park missing? He dialed again and it connected. "What's up? I'm kind of in the middle of a crisis." "There is no kind of about it. Emily's bodyguard is dead and Emily is missing." "Her too?" Austin swore under his breath. "I told her to stay with Pete. Why didn't she listen?" "Give me Pete's number." Austin rattled it off and Wade tried calling. He growled low in his throat when he didn't receive an answer. If Sandra was murdered, maybe Pete was attacked too. He could have been tossed out the side of the vehicle, injured or worse. Or he could be the killer. The possibility had occurred to him over the course of the investigation, but he dismissed it. When the uniformed troopers arrived, Wade drove away from the scene. He needed to clear his head. They had to wait for the medical examiner anyway. Before he realized what he was doing, he was sitting on the side of the highway with his phone in hand.
"Lieutenant?" "What's up, Wade? Are you investigating the scene you called in?" "No. Ranger Davis is missing, so I'm investigating her disappearance." "What can I do to help?" "Emily was with Pete Cunningham when she disappeared." "Are you suggesting what I think you are?" "John Cunningham took the donations at Senator Martin's galas, but her son Pete was at the events as well. He would have met the same women his cousin did, and he was supposed to be going with Ranger Davis to drop off an owl at a rehab center when she disappeared." "Sounds like conjecture." "I know, but we knew Senator Martin was the link. Pete Cunningham was so helpful he was barely on my radar. It was a huge blunder on my part. There was circumstantial evidence I dismissed along the way. Pete worked with the judge. He was the one to find Lorraine Moore's body at Boulder Field. He removed the memory cards from the game cameras before we could check them, and he sent me on a wild goose chase investigating a truck seen at the park."
It seemed obvious when he said it out loud. He'd been so busy investigating Parsons, he'd missed it.
"Are you sure about this?"
"I'm not sure about anything."
"What about Swartz? How do you know he isn't your guy?"
"Gut instinct."
"You aren't one to put much stock in your gut."
"It can be unreliable."
"Do you think you're too emotionally involved in this since you worked with Jamie?"
"My head is clear. I can do this." It was best to keep his newly rekindled relationship with Emily quiet. If Mac knew he was in love with her, he'd have him off the case before he could snap his fingers.
"Go ahead, follow up, but tread carefully. Don't go knocking down any doors."
"Thank you, sir." Wade made another call, knowing if he found what he believed he might, he would have to choose between violating the rights of the Cunningham family and throwing away his career, or saving the woman he loved. If it meant saving Emily, he wouldn't hesitate to break protocol. Wade answered on the first ring. He'd been anticipating the call from Steve, the researcher. The man was good at his job. And fast. Wade preferred to do his own research, so he didn't often require Steve's services, but he appreciated him today. "What did you find?"
"A large property formerly owned by a Peter Francis Cunningham Sr. It transferred to his wife when he died."
"It belongs to Senator Martin?"
"Yes,"
Steve answered. "What's the address?"
"I'll text it to you."
25 minutes later, Wade waited at the end of a long driveway until his team was assembled. It was time to search the property, but so many things could go wrong. Austin pulled up in his personal vehicle. Wade approached him. "Shouldn't you be at the park?" "I clocked out hours ago when my pap went missing."
"What's a pap?"
"Sorry, my grandfather."
"Your grandfather went missing? Today?"
"That's what I meant when I said I was in the middle of a personal crisis."
"What led you here?"
"Gavin told me you were assembling here to search for Emily."
"I didn't know you were friends with Gavin."
"We weren't until he started guarding Emily. It's hard to miss the same man following her around for days at a time." Wade cracked his knuckles.
Did you find your pap?
No.
He drew in a deep breath. It's time. Do you think your pap could have been taken to lure you away from Emily? I didn't until I received Gavin's phone call. He sighed. The dots seemed to connect. The call came through about my senile grandfather going missing, and before I can locate him, Emily disappears too. It sounds suspiciously coincidental. It does. Wade scratched his chin. And it adds a new variable to the mix. Stay put. I can't have you getting in the way. He updated his team and they moved in. They would approach the property from 4 different locations as stealthily as possible.
Wade saw the old farmhouse in the distance, right where Steve told him it would be. He made his approach silently, not allowing himself to even step on a dried leaf. When he reached the building, he peered in a window. Nothing but boxes. He moved to the next window and looked again. A box of cereal sat on a counter beside a bowl with a spoon in it. Someone had been here and hadn't cleaned up their dishes. Where were they? He kept moving until he reached the back door. When he tried the handle, it turned easily. Pulling his weapon from the holster, he entered and cautiously made his way from room to room. The silence was eerie. He let out a sigh of relief when he looked into a den and found an old man snoozing in a recliner, his chest moving rhythmically with each breath he took. Wade snapped a picture and sent it to Austin with a text, "Is this your pap?" Once he had confirmation, he completed his search of the house, finding it empty, save the old man. After he radioed for someone to come and get the old guy to safety, he woke the elderly man and led him to the back door where a trooper met them. Wade exited through the front door and was met by John Cunningham. They'd purposely kept him off the team and out of the loop, but someone had obviously filled him in on the happenings at his aunt's property.
Why are you here, Wade? I suspect your cousin is holding Emily here.
Pete wouldn't do that.
2 uniformed troopers reached for John's arms, but he shrugged them off. Wade shook his head to get the cops to back off.
Let him go.
You sure?
I am. John saved my life. I trust him.
They released him and John took another 2 steps forward.
I suppose I should help you then. You seriously think Pete's involved?
Wade nodded. Austin Crowley's grandfather is here. He kidnapped the old man. That's how he lured Austin away from Emily, so he could kidnap her.
John rubbed his forehead. There's a couple of places he could be holding her. The basement.
Wade shook his head.
Already checked the house, including the basement.
There's a tack room on the barn that can be locked.
They're searching the barn as we speak.
The last place I can think of is the old root cellar. We used to play in it when we were kids until my dad tanned our hides.
Where is it?
I'll show you.
Chapter 21. Time ceased to exist in the root cellar. Emily wasn't sure how long she'd been down there. It felt interminably long. The air seemed incredibly dense, making it difficult to breathe. Pete knew she had asthma, but he wouldn't care. If she started wheezing and gasping for breath, it would bring him some kind of sick joy. He enjoyed watching others suffer. She'd always sensed that about him. Her failure to consider him as a serious suspect irked her. Her prayers grew desperate, but she kept herself from making empty foxhole promises. The Lord was her redeemer, and if he allowed her to escape the horrible fate Jamie faced, she would continue to praise him. But if she suffered the same demise, she would praise him as long as breath allowed it. Escape could only happen with his assistance. And acceptance would only be possible with divine intervention. Whatever awaited her, it was in his hands. A peace came over her, and her breathing settled into a normal pattern once more. After a short rest, she used her hands to dig, hoping she might uncover some hidden tool left in the dirt. Her fingers bled from the effort by the time she felt the corner of something. It gave her strength to continue. Her efforts were rewarded with a sharp, jagged rock, a makeshift weapon. Hours later, the creaking sound returned,
and she squeezed herself in behind the ladder so she could strike before he had a chance to defend himself.
"Where are you hiding? I know you're in here."
Pete grabbed his service flashlight from his belt, and before he could click it on, she reached around him and stuck the sharp end of the rock into the front of his throat. She was pretty sure it didn't break skin, but it caught him off guard, and she was able to push the ladder down on top of him. Before he could react, she brought the rock down again on his head. He stopped moving. She pushed the ladder back into place and hurried up it toward the sunlight. As she reached the top, she heard him stirring below her. He let out a string of profanity as he grabbed hold of the ladder and yanked. She clawed the ground and hauled herself up. She ran toward the woods. If she didn't escape this place, she'd die. If she could, she'd call for help for Austin's grandfather. But if she went back to the old farmhouse now, neither of them would make it out alive.
Chapter 22. Wade followed John past a corn crib and a barn. A door was built into the side of a hill about 30 yards from the house. Before they could take another step, Emily hauled herself out of the hole in the ground. She seemed dazed but quickly regained her wits and ran as fast as she could away from him. Wade called after her, and she turned. He covered the distance in seconds and wrapped her in his arms, then held her away from him a moment to inspect her for injuries.
"Are you hurt?"
"I'm fine," she laughed, but it was a broken sound. "I'm alive."
"You are. Thank the good Lord above, you are."
Out of the corner of his eye, he saw someone else exit the root cellar. She dropped to her knees.
"Pete's following me." "You stay here. John will get you to safety."
Wade took off after the park ranger, who made a beeline for the trees when he spotted them. It would be challenging to find the other man when he knew the area better than Wade. When he reached the tree line, he took a chance and glanced back to find John running toward him.
"You're supposed to be with Emily," Wade shouted. "The paramedics have her. She's fine," John said when he reached him. "You'll never find him on your own."
Wade snapped.
"He needs to be caught." "Let me help," John shrugged. "I played in these woods with him as a kid. If anyone can find him, it's me. Mac would have my head if he knew I sent you in after your own cousin. I have the best chance of catching him. But do you have the motive? He butchered women for amusement. You think I want his crimes to be my family's legacy?" "I hadn't thought of it like that. Let me get him. The news can report how I worked on the team to bring him down. You have my full support." Wade rubbed his temples. "I'm staying with you, though."
Pete slid into the crevice on the side of the hill overlooking the creek. He'd used it to hunt deer. Now it would serve him just as well for hunting state cops. They thought they were better than law enforcement rangers. Their job was no different than his, except he had the added responsibility of protecting wildlife and park resources. Those guys thought they were so smart. They might have figured out he was behind the killings, but they wouldn't catch him. He'd start over someplace new, get a new name, and find more women. Until that summer, he'd never taken a woman home against her will. They'd always come willingly. Easy women who didn't think they needed a man to offer them security. The women whose lives he took were on some kind of power trip. They took jobs that should have been held by men. Then they prowled the internet or the bars looking for men who could satisfy their cravings. They were looking for one-night stands or week-long flings. They weren't good girls with values. Jamie and Emily weren't much different than the harlots he brought home. He met the rest of them at his mother's galas. It was his way of getting even with her for his father's suicide. He'd meet a pretty girl, get her number, and meet her for dinner and drinks. He'd ask her to come home with him. If she did, she got to stay for a week. Then he disposed of her and started over the following year. Everything had gone smoothly until that irksome hiker got lost in the woods and Emily discovered the skull. It all began to unravel with the finding of the skull, and when they brought in the cadaver dogs, he knew it was all over.
It had been a huge risk to take Jamie Strauss, but the temptation was great. Brunner kept Emily out of his reach, so he'd gone for Brunner's friend. The fact that she was a cop added excitement. He'd known he wouldn't be able to convince the newlywed to go home with him willingly, so he'd had to change his methodology. But he didn't regret it. His mistake had been taking Emily. He'd tried to cover his tracks and make it look as if Emily had left on her own. Once he'd secured her in the root cellar, he'd delivered the owl to the wildlife rehabber. Then he'd tossed Emily's service weapon into Sandy Lake. It turned out Emily was too conscientious. Nobody believed she left the park without reporting in. If only he had a rifle he could use to shoot the state cops, preferably one with a scope. Unfortunately, they were locked in the gun cabinet inside the house. All he had on him was his service weapon. The shadows grew longer, and darkness descended on him. "Why haven't we found him?" Wade whispered the words so as not to be heard by the man they sought. "The property is 300 acres bordering the creek, and we're surrounded by similar properties. He could hunker down in the meadow or hide in a tree. You can't expect finding him to be simple," John said. "Let's regroup for a minute," Wade sighed. "See if you can come up with a list of likely spots, and we'll check those. We've checked most of them already. There must be more. I can only think of one more, but I'm not even sure Pete knows it exists. When I was young, I would hide there when Pete's parents were fighting. The last time I hid there was the day my uncle took his own life. Show me. There are no trails. We'll have to follow the creek. Will he see us before we see him? If we approach from this direction, he will. We'll need to take the long way around and come at him from a different angle. Lead the way." 30 minutes later, John held out an arm to keep Wade from going farther. He pointed to a small opening in a rock edifice. It didn't look large enough for a man to squeeze through, but he trusted the other man knew more about it than he did. If Pete was in the cleft, he could take a pot shot at him. If John wanted to help his cousin, now would be the perfect time. They were alone in the black of night, with a sliver of moon to guide their progress. He'd made the decision to trust his fellow officer. It wouldn't do any good to second-guess himself. John motioned for Wade to follow him as he kept his back to the rock face and made his way around it. He hadn't gone far when they arrived at a cave. Wade understood. The cave went through to the tiny opening on the other side. The mouth of the cave was wide, but it narrowed significantly, so a man would need to slither on his belly to reach the other opening. Knowing the other man was armed, it would be suicide for them to attempt to go after him in the dark of night. They would need to hunker down until first light and hope Pete came out on his own, if he was in there at all. Wade didn't sleep. He did his best to remain alert, and when the sky began to lighten, he saw the tracks in the dirt leading to the cave. John was sleeping, and Wade left him to it. He pulled out his phone and saw he'd received several frantic texts during the night. His volume was off, a precaution to keep Pete from discovering their presence. It was too early to respond to Emily's texts. If she'd been able to sleep, he didn't want to wake her at the crack of dawn, but he sent a text updating Mac. John stirred and didn't seem to remember where he was. Wade made a shushing motion. He kept watching for Pete to exit the cave. Time dragged on as they waited for him to stir. Had the park ranger stayed in the rock crevice at all? Maybe he'd considered it before finding a better alternative. He might have crossed the creek and made his way to safety. The state police were doing frequent patrols up and down the highway, but if he stayed out of sight, he could have escaped. A slight noise reached his ears, so he aimed his weapon toward the mouth of the cave. A snake slithered out of the opening, and he watched it as it made its way to a smooth rock near the creek. It stretched out and stilled. The sound of coughing filled the air. No doubt human. He was in there. Their vigil hadn't been in vain. Feet first, Pete Cunningham exited his hideout to find 2 service pistols trained on him. He held his hands in the air.
Aren't you going to read me my rights?
Trooper Cunningham pulled Pete's arms behind his back and cuffed him.
You're going to arrest me, cuz?
Pete twisted his neck to stare at John.
Shoot Brunner and we'll leave here together. I've saved some money. How's Tahiti sound?
John laughed.
I hope they let you rot. Pennsylvania has the death penalty, Pete said.
Walk, Wade said. The woods were thick with underbrush and full of thorns, so they marched him through the creek. About halfway across, when the water reached his waist, Pete dropped below the surface.
He can't swim with his hands secured behind his back,
John said before diving in. Wade kept his service weapon above the creek's surface as he searched the murky water. Pete emerged 20 feet from Wade. His hands were free. He dove under once more and disappeared from sight. John surfaced.
I can't find him. He somehow freed his hands, so you don't have to worry about him drowning. I think I know where he'll try to come out. We can beat him there if we take the road. It's worth a shot.
Wade and John strode up the highway unhindered by water or forest brush. They arrived at a cutout, and John followed it back toward the creek.
If I know him as well as I think I do, he'll come out of the water here.
We'll be waiting, Wade said. A sharp pain radiated through his skull, and he dropped to his knees. His hand instinctively raised to his head. Blood. He felt his service weapon being slipped from its holster, but when he tried to grasp it, he was whacked over the head again.
He needs to die.
Pete's voice sounded like it was underwater. Wade squinted up at him and saw his service weapon pointed at his head. It would be a kill shot. He heard the explosion as the gun went off, but he was still breathing. Pete fell forward, crashing on top of him. John pulled Pete's body off him and helped him rise to his feet.
You need a hospital.
Wade could see the sheen of tears in the other man's eyes. Making the split-second choice to shoot Pete was a decision John would be forced to live with for the rest of his life. And Wade didn't envy him the burden.
I owe you one, John. Twice now you've saved my life. Think nothing of it.
He helped him back to the highway, but darkness crept in around the edges of his consciousness. Chapter 23. Emily sat beside Wade. Hours passed as she listened to the clock tick and watched the monitors attached to the man she loved. His eyes fluttered open, and she smiled. Welcome back to the land of the living.
What am I doing in a hospital bed?
You took a couple of bad blows to the head. Trooper Cunningham said you lost consciousness before he could get you to the ambulance. She poured a cup of water and held it out to him. He took a long sip through the straw.
It's nice to wake up to your beautiful face.
His voice was thick with emotion.
I was afraid I'd lose you.
You didn't.
I broke protocol. I may find myself unemployed.
He gave her a tight smile.
Will you still love me if I lose my job?
What makes you think I love you now?
You're sitting here beside me, aren't you? He asked.
I am.
I've always loved you, and I always will, Em.
The doctor didn't know if you'd wake up. She said head injuries were unpredictable. When they took you for the CT scan, she came back with news that there was swelling on your brain.
They shared my private medical information with you.
I may have allowed them to believe I was your wife. He grinned.
What else did they say?
The doctor appeared in the doorway. Here's the doctor now. You can ask her. Wednesday morning, Emily went back to work. Her boss suggested she take some time off, but she didn't want to sit at home. She was afraid she would replay the events again and again in her mind. She couldn't help wondering what she could have done differently. Was there something she could have done to prevent Sandra's death? Her patrol brought her past Boulder Field Road, and thoughts of what might have happened had she not escaped the root cellar bombarded her. Wade was supposed to be released from the hospital later that day, and she'd be there for him. but until the call came through saying he was free to go, she would work and attempt to keep her mind occupied. At lunchtime, she sat at a picnic table devouring her peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Austin strolled over to join her.
"I owe you an apology. I never should have left the park," Austin said.
"We didn't know Pete was the killer, Austin." She reached for his hand. "How could we have known?"
"I should have known."
Second-guessing yourself won't help anyone now. We all did the best we could to find out who killed those women. It betrays logic for us to consider our friend and coworker a suspect. I guess you're right. My security detail gave me a false sense of safety. I believed I was well guarded. Is anyone ever truly safe? That is a question for another day. She glanced at her cell phone. Wade's being discharged. I'm going to head to the hospital. Tell him thanks for rescuing my pap, and I'm glad he's okay. She stood and kissed her friend on the cheek. I will. Emily stared out over the lake and scratched behind Ruger's ears with one hand while twisting a yellow leaf in the other. She could feel a change in the air. Autumn would arrive in a few days, but the peat colors that brought out the leaf peepers wouldn't emerge until mid-October. She looked toward Wade's house. He'd said he'd meet her outside, so she'd waited. Patiently. Well, maybe a tad impatiently. They were going out to dinner at the Sunset Inn, the fancy restaurant on the lake where he'd taken her on their first date after they'd become reacquainted. Wade appeared in the doorway, freshly shaven, with his dress shirt open at the collar. Are you ready? I've been waiting on you. Sorry, the meetings at work took longer than expected. Did they make a decision? It's looking like I'll receive a suspension. Considering you and Mr. Crawley were both found on the property, they're not going to fire me for not getting a warrant. If you hadn't been there, I wouldn't have a job. I understand protecting privacy and all, but if you hadn't come, we would have both been killed. My boss wanted to see the proof you were being held there first, not merely my suspicions. With Senator Martin owning the property, it was a sticky situation for him. I hate politics. He smiled. Shall we go? After putting Ruger back in the house, they walked hand in hand to the restaurant. She devoured her meal, and they split a piece of death-by-chocolate cake. The cake was layered with ganache and whipped cream between the cake layers. She licked her lips and set aside her fork. I can't eat another bite, but it was scrumptious. He paid the check and they strolled along the lake. When they reached the private beach area near his house, he kissed her. You taste like chocolate. When he dropped to one knee, her heart nearly slammed to a stop before picking up speed. I've loved you as long as I can remember. Will you do me the honor of becoming my wife, Em? He held out the sparkling ring he'd shown her by the campfire. I'll take you to pick out a better engagement ring, but I didn't want to wait to ask. It's the perfect ring. It has more meaning and history to it than a new one would. Is that a yes? Yes, I'll marry you. She felt like jumping up and down, but she settled for holding out her hand while he slipped the ring onto her left ring finger. Her heart swelled with love for the man beside her. I love you, Wade Brunner. And I love you. The end. This has been Grave Pursuits, written by Elle E. Narrated by Emily Norman. Copyright 2023 by Elle E.